Chapter 2037. With Jiang Chen's current peak 2nd grade Great Sovereign cultivation base, he could easily kill a 5th grade Great Sovereign. The entire Immortal Court was no longer a threat to him. Even if Star Sovereign wanted to kill him, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't care whether the Zulong Tower was exposed or not. So what if it was exposed? Who could do anything to him? Rumble. The Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation was completely over, but an even greater movement occurred. The entire miniature Fengqi world was in an extremely intense tremor. The spatial barrier began to shatter, and the entire world began to be destroyed. Not good, the miniature Fengqi world is going to be destroyed. It's normal. After experiencing the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation, this space is no longer safe. It's a pity. The miniature Fengqi world has existed for countless years. As the best place for the disciples of the Immortal Court to train, its destruction is a great loss to the Immortal Court. Looking at the miniature Fengqi world that was about to collapse, many people's faces revealed a look of pity. After all, the miniature Fengqi world had always been the symbol of the Immortal Court. It was a unique product of the Immortal Court. It had contributed a lot to the Immortal Court for countless years. Now that it was completely destroyed, it was really unbearable. Very soon, the entire miniature Fengqi world was completely submerged in chaos. Jiang Chen took a step forward and entered into a huge spatial crack. With the Great Void technique, there was no place in the void that he couldn't go. No matter how bad the environment was, it wouldn't be able to stop his footsteps. De Huang, catch this ancient elephant bloodline. De Huang dog, who was originally in shock, suddenly heard Jiang Chen's voice. Then he saw a crystal ball appearing beside his mouth. De Huang dog's eyes brightened and he swallowed the crystal ball. This was the moment when the miniature Fengqi world was about to be destroyed. Everyone's attention was on the miniature Fengqi world and searching for Jiang Chen's figure. No one noticed De Huang dog at all. Plus, De Huang dog's action was too fast. He kept the crystal ball the moment it appeared. Even 6th grade Great Sovereign Ling Likun didn't notice it at all. De Huang, listen carefully. I have destroyed the miniature Fengqi world. When I come out later, the people of the Immortal Court will definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult for me. At that time, I will make a big fuss and attract the attention of everyone in the Immortal Court. You will take this opportunity to secretly go to Heaven's Sovereign Palace and give Gu Xian's bloodline to Anan. Jiang Chen's voice reached De Huang dog's ears through the void. The ancient elephant bloodline was of great importance. Heaven's Sovereign Palace would definitely be secretly watched by the people of the Immortal Court. If he went to Heaven's Sovereign Palace right after coming out from the miniature Fengqi world, it would definitely arouse suspicion. However, Heaven's Sovereign Palace was pressed for time. Star Sovereign was ready to attack him. Therefore, he must obtain the ancient elephant bloodline as soon as possible. Jiang Chen's plan was very clear. He would attract everyone's attention here, and De Huang dog would secretly go to Heaven's Sovereign Palace. With De Huang dog's ability, it was not difficult to do it stealthily. All right. The big yellow dog responded to him secretly, then it acted as if nothing happened. On the big screen, the miniature Fengqi world had completely disappeared and turned into a piece of chaos. After that, the big screen also disappeared. The spiritual talisman that was the key to open the miniature Fengqi world also exploded and turned into nothingness. At this point, the symbol that represented the Immortal Court for countless years had completely disappeared and became history. Bang! A crisp sound exploded in the void. A figure rushed out from the void. It was none other than Jiang Chen. When he entered the miniature Fengqi world, Jiang Chen was only a half-step sovereign. In less than a day he had advanced to the 2nd grade Great Sovereign realm. Moreover, he was at the peak of the 2nd grade Great Sovereign realm. No one would believe such a heaven-defying advancement speed if they didn't see it with their own eyes. This was a miracle in itself. Master. Jiang Chen came to Feng Jingyang and cupped his fists at him. Good, ha! Feng Jingyang laughed heartily, unable to conceal his excitement. He had no regrets in his life to be able to recruit such a powerful disciple in the Dragon Hall. Junior Jiang, you are really amazing this time. Even the miniature Fengqi world was destroyed by you. Yu Huafan appeared out of nowhere and said with a speechless face. Looking at the 2nd grade Great Sovereign Jiang Chen, Yu Huafan couldn't help but admit his admiration. He knew that his position as the #1 genius of the Immortal Court would have to be given to someone else in the future. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Although he and Jiang Chen were both 2nd grade Great Sovereigns, if they were to fight, Jiang Chen could crush him to death with just a finger. Jiang Chen, this is Elder Ling, the Supreme Elder of the Immortal Court. Feng Jingyang introduced to Jiang Chen. Greetings, Elder Ling. Jiang Qin cupped his fists at Ling Likun. Ling Likun was a 6th grade great sovereign, an extremely important figure in the immortal court. Jiang Qin had the intention to rope him in, but Jiang Qin wasn't sure if Ling Likun was a friend or foe for the time being. And a young talent. Not bad, not bad. Ling Likun nodded and praised. Jiang Qin's performance today had greatly surprised the Supreme Elder. Jiang Qin, Elder Ling, is a senior expert of the immortal court. He has existed since the time of Heaven Sovereign. He's the same as me, a neutral party that only considers the interests of the immortal court. You can rope him in. Feng Jingyang's voice sounded in Jiang Qin's ears. Jiang Qin nodded and had a plan in his mind. Jiang Qin, you have destroyed the miniature Fengqi world and caused a great loss to the immortal court. This is a great sin. A voice suddenly sounded. Needless to say, the person who spoke was the Hall Master of Leopard Hall, Huang Tianbao. Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile. This situation was within his expectation and it was exactly what he wanted. If Huang Tianbao didn't deal with him, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Huang Tianbao, the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world was caused by the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation. What does it have to do with Jiang Qin? Feng Jingyang said snappily. What does it have to do with him? Feng Jingyang, don't talk nonsense. Why did the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation appear? It's all because of Jiang Qin. No matter what, Jiang Qin has to be responsible for the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao Lung said. Feng Jingyang wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Qin. Huang Tianbao, whether I, Jiang Qin, am responsible or not is not up to you to decide. Even if I, Jiang Qin, need to be punished, it's not up to you. Let's not talk about the miniature Fengqi world first. Let's settle the score between us first. Jiang Qin said loudly. Huang Tianbao was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so domineering that he dared to confront him directly. Huang Tianbao wasn't the only one who was stunned. Many people on the scene were also stunned. They thought that Jiang Qin would definitely admit defeat and say something nice. After all, the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world was definitely related to Jiang Qin. But now Jiang Qin came up and wanted to settle the score with the Hall Master of Leopard Hall. Even if he had advanced to 2nd grade Great Sovereign, he didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of the Hall Master of Leopard Hall. Chapter 2038. Kid, I would like to hear what you want to settle with me. Huang Tianbao's face was filled with anger, but he still asked with interest. He was the Hall Master of Leopard Hall, a famous figure in the immortal court with one of the best status. His cultivation base had even reached the terrifying 5th grade Great Sovereign realm. Now, a young kid did not give him any face in front of so many people, and even said that he wanted to settle the score with him. Settle the score, my ass, what's there to settle? The young man thought that he had achieved the unification of the heavenly Tao, attracted the heavenly dragon Great Tribulation, and advanced to the 2nd grade Great Sovereign realm. He didn't know that a 2nd grade Great Sovereign was nothing in the immortal court. Huang Tianbao must let him know the consequences of disobeying him. He must let him see clearly that a 2nd grade Great Sovereign was really nothing. Of course it's to settle the score. You sent Xianxia into the miniature Fengqi world to kill me. I will definitely settle this score. The dignified Hall Master of Leopard Hall actually did such a despicable thing and secretly attacked a disciple. Isn't it shameful enough? Jiang Qin said loudly. What? Huang Tianbao sent Xianxia to kill Jiang Qin? That's impossible, right? It's not impossible. Jiang Qin barged into Leopard Hall alone and disgraced Huang Tianbao. It's normal for him to want to kill Jiang Qin. Moreover, Xiaxia's cultivation base has already reached the 2nd grade Great Sovereign realm. Someone like him, like Xuanhuan, has long lost interest in the miniature Fengqi world. Moreover, he hasn't participated in the trial of the miniature Fengqi world for a long time. If that's the case, then Huang Tianbao is in the wrong. However, Jiang Qin is still alive and well. What evidence do you have to prove that Xianxia wants to kill him? Jiang Qin's words immediately caused an uproar. Many of the people present were shocked. If what Jiang Qin said was true, then Huang Tianbao had indeed crossed the line. Huang Tianbao, I never thought that you're such a person. Feng Jingyang was furious. Someone wanted to kill his disciple. How could he not be angry? Humph. Feng Jingyang, don't listen to Jiang Qin's side of the story. Isn't he alive and well now? Huang Tianbao snorted. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would suddenly use this excuse to make things difficult for him. Hall Master Huang, Junior Jiang was able to survive because of his powerful abilities. Xianxia was not Junior Jiang's match at all. You should be glad that Xianxia was able to come out alive. Hong Ying said snappily. That's right. Previously when we just arrived at the miniature Fengqi world, He Sha directly attacked Junior Jiang. Unexpectedly he wasn't Junior Jiang's match. In the end it was Junior Jiang who spared his life. If you don't believe me, everyone can ask He Sha. Yu Feng spoke up as well. They could all bear witness to the fact that Black Sand wanted to kill Jiang Chen, so he had no choice but to admit it. Shua. Everyone's gazes landed on Black Sand. Black Sand lowered his head and did not say a word. This behavior was already very obvious. Basically, he had tacitly agreed to Hong Ying and Yu Feng's words. Now, regardless of whether Huang Tianbao sent He Sha to kill Jiang Chen or not, it was already a fact that He Sha tried to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had once hurt my Leopard Hall's disciple and even barged into our hall, causing our Leopard Hall to lose face. Even if He Sha wanted to kill Jiang Chen, it's pardonable. Moreover, this is a fight between disciples, it has nothing to do with me. Huang Tianbao said. Bullshit. Huang Tianbao, you dare to say that you didn't know that He Sha wanted to kill me? Jiang Chen's aura was overbearing, not giving any face to Huang Tianbao. Kid, don't pester endlessly. It doesn't matter whether He Sha attacked you or not because you are still alive and well. Now we are discussing the loss of the miniature Fengqi world. Because of you, the miniature Fengqi world has been completely destroyed. This is a loss that the immortal court cannot measure. You must be punished. Huang Tianbao said loudly. He didn't want to be entangled with Jiang Chen on the issue of He Sha. His current focus was on the miniature Fengqi world. Huang Tianbao, whether I should be punished for the destruction of the miniature Fengqi world or not, it's not up to you to point your finger. I Jiang Chen will definitely not allow anyone to ride on my neck and piss on me. You Huang Tianbao can't do the same. Don't you want to kill me? Then I'll give you a chance now. I want to challenge you. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Huang Tianbao. His attitude was extremely arrogant. In front of countless people of the immortal court, he didn't give Huang Tianbao any face at all. It was clear that he wanted to go all out. Now Jiang Chen had to use Huang Tianbao as an excuse to create havoc. Other than creating an opportunity for De Huang Dog to go to Heaven's Sovereign Palace, he also wanted to attract the attention of the entire immortal court to himself. He wanted everyone to be unable to move their eyes away from him in the following days. In that case he could create time for Heaven's Sovereign to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Jiang Chen was very clear that even if Heaven's Sovereign had obtained the ancient elephant bloodline, it would still take a certain amount of time for him to refine it. What? Is this Jiang Chen crazy? How dare he challenge Huang Tianbao? The youngsters nowadays are too impetuous and too arrogant. This Jiang Chen thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a genius. He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He really thinks that he's invincible. That's right. He's too arrogant. After all, he has just advanced to second-grade Great Sovereign while Huang Tianbao is a powerful fifth-grade Great Sovereign. The gap between them isn't small. If they really fight, Jiang Chen has no chance of winning. Everyone began to shake their heads, feeling that Jiang Chen's behavior was ridiculous. Even if Jiang Chen was still brooding over the fact that he was killed by He Sha, directly challenging the Hall Master of Leopard Hall was still a very stupid action. Kid, what did you say? Huang Tianbao doubted that he had heard wrongly and couldn't help but ask again. I said that I want to challenge you, a battle of life and death. In the future, in the immortal court, there will only be one of us. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky, as if he swore to defend his dignity with his life. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen was just blinded by anger and was too confident in himself. In fact, Jiang Chen was very confident. After advancing to second-grade Great Sovereign, he no longer put Huang Tianbao in his eyes. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Huang Tianbao. Huang Tianbao was a follower of Star Sovereign and was determined to be his enemy. Such a person must be eliminated sooner or later. Jiang Chen took this opportunity to attack Huang Tianbao. As long as he killed Huang Tianbao, the entire immortal court would fall into a great shock. The death of a hall master was no small matter. In this way, the entire immortal court's attention would be on him. Heaven's Sovereign could take this opportunity to refine the ancient elephant bloodline and restore his cultivation base as soon as possible. Chapter 2039. Jiang Chen, stop messing around. We're on the same side. Ling Likun couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to stop Jiang Chen. On the same side? I, Jiang Chen, don't want to be on the same side as someone who wants to kill me. This is a private matter between me and Huang Tianbao. Elder Ling, don't get involved in it. Jiang Chen wasn't going to compromise. It seemed like he was going to have a life-and-death battle with Huang Tianbao today. Elder Ling, there's no need to say more. This kid has humiliated me in public. I have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how can I, Huang Tianbao, survive in the immortal court in the future? Huang Tianbao was infuriated. Given his identity and status in the immortal court, everyone had to be respectful to him. Even Star Sovereign had to give him some face. It was the first time that a disciple of his didn't put him in his eyes and even humiliated him. If he let this matter go, he wouldn't be able to survive in the immortal court in the future. Jiang Qin, don't you want to have a life and death battle with me? I'll accept it. Huang Tianbao looked over at Jiang Qin. A life and death battle was exactly what he wanted. He would use all his strength to kill Jiang Qin later, to get rid of any future troubles. Since you've accepted it, bring it on. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin soared to the sky and instantly opened up an extraterritorial battlefield. Everyone was shocked to see Jiang Qin challenging the Hall Master of Leopard Hall without hesitation. Putting everything aside, Jiang Qin's boldness was very admirable. In the entire immortal court, they were afraid that only Jiang Qin dared to challenge the Hall Master of Leopard Hall to a life and death battle. This bastard really doesn't want to live anymore. I like his guts. If I were him, I would do the same. He has already sent someone to kill you secretly. Aren't you going to fight back? That's right. Moreover, Jiang Qin has the capital now. However, even though he's powerful, there's still a huge gap between him and Huang Tianbao. There's a difference of 3 whole levels. This gap is very hard to make up for. Let's see. This is going to be a great show. This is the first time that a disciple of the immortal court dares to challenge a hall master. No matter what the outcome is, it's worth watching. I also want to see how heaven-defying the unification of the heavenly Tao can be. Can it really be used to fight a person who is so many levels higher than him? Those who were here to watch a good show would never be afraid of things getting out of hand, especially those disciples like Jiang Qin. Young people were all hot-blooded, and they were all subdued by Jiang Qin's courage and lofty sentiments. In any case, if it was them, they would definitely not dare to do this. Master, do you think junior brother Jiang is a match for Huang Tianbao? Yu Huafan asked with a low voice. This junior brother of yours is not ordinary. Let's not talk about other things. He will never fight a battle that he has no confidence in. Since he dares to attack Huang Tianbao, he must be very confident. Based on his previous battles, his current strength is enough to fight against a 5th-grade great sovereign. Feng Jingyang said with a smile. He wasn't worried at all. He was very confident in Jiang Qin. Putting aside whether Jiang Qin could defeat Huang Tianbao, there was one thing that he was sure of. Jiang Qin would never joke around with his life. In the sky above the immortal court, Huang Tianbao soared into the sky and came to the opposite of Jiang Qin. His qi was unparalleled. After all, the strength of a 5th-grade great sovereign wasn't just for show. Currently, Huang Tianbao looked extremely angry, but he was also very happy because Jiang Qin had given him a chance to kill Jiang Qin. Otherwise, given his identity and status, he wouldn't do it himself even if he wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't be courteous. Moreover, Jiang Qin had humiliated him today. It could be said that Huang Tianbao didn't give him any face at all. Huang Tianbao's words were constantly humiliating him. If he didn't punish Jiang Qin today, he would become the first laughingstock of the immortal court in the future. He wouldn't be able to stay in the immortal court anymore. Jiang Qin, since you are determined to court death, I will fulfill your wish today. Huang Tianbao said loudly with unparalleled qi. Old dog, isn't this what you want? But if you want to kill me, you still need to see if you have the capability to do so. Jiang Qin's face was cold. An incomparably powerful qi wave surged out from his body. He immediately cast the dragon transformation and entered his battle state. Boasting shamelessly, Huang Tianbao could no longer tolerate this young man in front of him. He was too arrogant. Huang Tianbao struck. Terrifying great sovereign law was revealed, condensing into a Dharma image. He waved both of his hands, striking out a powerful qi wave. The qi wave fused with the Dharma image, crashing towards Jiang Qin with an earth-shattering momentum. Countless eyes were fixed on the battlefield in the sky. No one noticed that a dog had already disappeared without a trace. The Huang dog's speed was unparalleled, and his movement technique was unpredictable. Now that Jiang Qin had absorbed all the attraction force, he wouldn't beat a Huang dog if he couldn't sneak towards Heaven's sovereign palace without anyone noticing. Facing Huang Tianbao's powerful attack, Jiang Qin remained expressionless and indifferent. With a jerk of his feet, a terrifying giant foot materialized and stomped on the brilliant image. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. As Jiang Qin's cultivation base continued to improve, This true dragon combat skill became more and more terrifying. Rumble. Jiang Chen's foot landed squarely on the gigantic Dharma idol. The sky was immediately smashed. Destructive waves of qi filled the entire battlefield, sending shivers down people's spines. Bang. After Jiang Chen took the first step, he immediately took the second step. Crack. The huge image was crushed on the spot by Jiang Chen's giant foot. This was only the second step of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He hadn't even taken the remaining 3 steps. What? Huang Tianbao, who was originally full of confidence, couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. He widened his eyes and couldn't believe it was true. In order to show his strength, he didn't hold back when he launched the attack just now. He intended to kill Jiang Chen with a single move. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, he didn't expect that his powerful attack would be crushed by Jiang Chen's foot so easily. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Huang Tianbao. Look, Jiang Chen is so powerful. He destroyed Huang Tianbao's attack in an instant. This guy is truly heaven-defying. He's indeed a monstrous genius who has comprehended the myriad Dao unification. He's too powerful. He has a transformation skill that can increase his combat strength by 10 times. I guess that Jiang Chen has the strength to suppress a 5th-grade great sovereign. I'm afraid it's hard to tell who will win this battle. Everyone was shocked. The battle had just begun, but the suspense had already been drawn. Those from the immortal court who thought that Jiang Chen was no match for Huang Tianbao immediately withdrew their thoughts. Chapter 2040. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. His usual style was to not attack, but once he attacked, it would be like a thunderbolt, and his attacks would never stop, knocking down his opponent. Especially the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Once it was executed, the 5 steps must be executed continuously. Each step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was scarier than the previous, especially the last step. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it was enough to shatter a part of the sky. Huang Tianbao, who was still in a state of shock, did not dare to be negligent when he saw Jiang Chen pouncing towards him. One flower, one world. Huang Tianbao had already sensed Jiang Chen's strength. He knew that even though Jiang Chen was just a 2nd-grade great sovereign, his true strength was not to be underestimated. Jiang Chen was almost at the same level as him, or even more powerful than an ordinary 5th-grade great sovereign. Huang Tianbao yelled, exerting all of his strength. The great sovereign law rippled continuously above his head, forming a petal in front of his chest. The petal was covered with mystical runes as if it contained a universe, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth. This was Huang Tianbao's strongest attack. He was incomparably adept in the control of spatial energy, thinking that he had comprehended the true essence of one flower, one world. Little did he know that such an attack was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of Jiang Chen. One flower, one world was an incomparably profound of the great Tao. It was not something that ordinary people could comprehend. Those who could comprehend the profound of it must be a genius of the heavens and earth. Obviously, Huang Tianbao was not qualified to do so. Jiang Chen was the one who had truly comprehended the great Tao. First, it was the Tao of slaughter, and now he had comprehended the true essence of the myriad Tao unification. Therefore, in his eyes, every profound could be seen through at a glance. Huang Tianbao's one flower, one world attack was merely in the form of it. He had merely instilled his powerful energy into it, evolving the embryonic form of one flower, one world. It was still miles away from the true profound. This attack was good enough to intimidate others, but it was far from being able to intimidate Jiang Chen. In the eyes of Jiang Chen, this was merely the most ordinary combat skill. Bang! Without stopping, the 3rd step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on the mystical petal in an incomparably ferocious manner. The petal, which originally contained the energy of the universe, actually shattered under Jiang Chen's feet. It posed no threat at all. Thud, 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 they were not on the same level at all. This time Huang Tianbao suffered an extremely strong shock from this attack. Under such shock, Huang Tianbao retreated more than 10 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. His expression had completely changed. In addition to shock, he was also a little pale. It was obvious that Huang Tianbao had suffered serious injuries from the collision just now. However, compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. He finally understood what Black Sand had told him when he first came out. He said that Jiang Chen was too powerful and he was no match for him. At that time, Jiang Chen was only a quasi-emperor. Huang Tianbao finally knew that a monster like Jiang Chen couldn't be judged with common sense. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand. Bang! Without giving Huang Tianbao any chance to react, Jiang Chen immediately took the fourth step. The terrifying energy contained in the fourth step was countless times stronger than the third step. Huang Tianbao's countenance turned pale with fright. At this moment he started to feel a boundless pressure from Jiang Chen. That was an absolute suppression of energy. As the Hall Master of Leopard Hall and a powerful 5th grade Great Sovereign, he had not felt this kind of suppression for a long time now. Damn it, how can this bastard be so powerful? Huang Tianbao's eyes were bloodshot. If he was defeated by the disciple of a 2nd grade Great Sovereign, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. However, he couldn't care less if it was shameful or not, he might even lose his life. Clang. Huang Tianbao swung his arm and took out a leopard-headed battle blade. The leopard-headed battle blade was incomparably mighty, emitting an incomparably bright light that was extremely dazzling. This was an extremely terrifying Great Sovereign weapon, Huang Tianbao's natal weapon. The leopard-headed battle blade could increase Huang Tianbao's lethality by a lot. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. Huang Tianbao didn't even have the chance to fully display the leopard-headed battle blade. Just as Huang Tianbao's saber was about to unleash its divine might, Jiang Chen's foot stepped on it. Bang! This was the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Moreover, Huang Tianbao's current condition wasn't as good as when he first started the battle. Therefore, when the terrifying energy of the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps landed on the battle blade, the earth-shattering energy actually kicked the battle blade away. What? Huang Tianbao had the urge to spurt out blood. The moment the battle blade was kicked away, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood was not from anger, but from the shock of Jiang Chen's terrifying energy. Huang Tianbao, you're just SOSO. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. The 5th step was taken in an instant. He appeared above Huang Tianbao's head like a peerless demon king. The terrifying giant foot was manifested once again. The tide-like chi had completely enshrouded Huang Tianbao, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. No. Facing the terror of Jiang Chen's 5th step, Huang Tianbao's face was finally filled with deep fear, because he could feel the taste of death. At this moment, Huang Tianbao finally understood the terror of Jiang Chen. This heaven-defying monstrous genius had truly grown up. A 5th grade Great Sovereign like him was no match for Jiang Chen. In the entire immortal court, perhaps only a 6th grade Great Sovereign like Star Sovereign could suppress Jiang Chen. Oh my god. This is too terrifying. Huang Tianbao is no match for Jiang Chen. This is too shocking. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Not good. Jiang Chen wants to kill Huang Tianbao. The lethality of his terrifying step is too strong. I'm afraid that Huang Tianbao will die for sure if he really steps on him. This is too brutal. If a Hall Master of Leopard Hall dies like this, it will be a great loss to the immortal court. No one had thought that the result of this battle would be like this. It could be said that it was beyond everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen's strength had taken everyone by surprise. Now Jiang Chen wanted to kill Huang Tianbao. If Huang Tianbao died, it would absolutely be a huge matter for the immortal court. Jiang Chen let people off when possible. Ling Likun spoke. The shock on his face was even more intense. Chapter 2041. Let people off when possible? Old Ling, if today's ending was reversed and I fell into Huang Tianbao's hands, do you think you would let people off when possible? Jiang Chen sneered. What a joke. It was impossible for him to stop at this moment. Jiang Chen would never leave behind any future troubles when he did things, let alone someone who wanted to kill him. Huang Tianbao was the most unforgivable person. First, he asked He Sha to go to the miniature Fengqi world to kill him. Now that he had come out from the miniature Fengqi world, he made things difficult for him again. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. More importantly, if he was in Huang Tianbao's position, he would definitely die. There was no possibility of him surviving. Huang Tianbao would never let him go. Jiang Chen's words made Ling Likun swallow his words, because there was nothing wrong with what Jiang Chen said. Not only Ling Likun, but everyone from the immortal court felt that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. Now that Jiang Chen had won and defeated Huang Tianbao, one could imagine what the consequences would be if he was defeated by Huang Tianbao. Given Huang Tianbao's character, he would never let him live. This was a life-and-death battle. Whoever died could only blame himself for his own incompetence. There was no rule that only Huang Tianbao was allowed to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was not allowed to fight back. On the battlefield in the sky, Jiang Chen's face was cold and ruthless. He stomped the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. No, Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Huang Tianbao felt the real crisis of death and immediately yelled loudly. At this last moment, identity and dignity were no longer important. The most important thing was to survive. Therefore, even if he begged for mercy in front of so many people, Huang Tianbao wouldn't care. Go and talk to King Yama. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. He didn't give Huang Tianbao any chance. His terrifying foot stomped on Huang Tianbao's head in an incomparably brutal manner. Along with a blood-curdling scream, half of Huang Tianbao's body was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot under countless horrified gazes. Jiang Chen's foot carried an enormous amount of power, enough to destroy a fifth-grade great sovereign. The remaining half of Huang Tianbao's body fell from the sky, and Ling Likun sent out a force to catch it. Unfortunately, Huang Tianbao could only be a corpse. His life force had been completely severed, and his life had come to an end. At this point, the dignified Hall Master of Leopard Hall, a powerful fifth-grade great sovereign, had fallen. This was a great loss to the immortal court. The most important thing right now was not the death of a fifth-grade great sovereign, but the person who caused the death of a fifth-grade great sovereign. Everyone fell into deep shock, especially the people of Leopard Hall. The way they looked at Jiang Chen wasn't filled with hatred but fear. When one's strength had reached a certain level, hatred would no longer have any meaning. This is heaven-defying. A second-grade great sovereign killed a fifth-grade great sovereign. I feel that Jiang Chen hasn't even used his full strength. If he used his full strength, Huang Tianbao would have died even faster. This is unbelievable and brutal. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Although they have lost a fifth-grade great sovereign, I'm afraid that even Star Sovereign wouldn't punish Jiang Chen. To the immortal court, Jiang Chen's value is much higher than a fifth-grade great sovereign. Of course. According to my estimation, with Jiang Chen's current combat strength, even Star Sovereign might not be able to kill him. Therefore, there's no point in punishing him. It will only force Jiang Chen to rebel. This madman is capable of anything. Everyone was shocked by the battle just now. To the entire immortal court, Jiang Chen had become famous after this battle. Feng Jingyang's eyes widened. He knew that Jiang Chen would be very powerful after advancing to the second-grade great sovereign realm, but he had never thought that he would be this powerful. In Feng Jingyang's opinion, Jiang Chen could guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated in the battle, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen could kill Huang Tianbao so easily. In other words, even if he were to fight against Jiang Chen now, he wouldn't be a match for him. His disciple had completely surpassed his master. Elder Ling, this Jiang Chen is extremely daring. He killed our hall master. Elder Ling, you must give us justice. One of the people of Leopard Hall shouted. This is a battle of life and death. How do you expect me to give you justice? Ling Likun glared at the disciple. Before the battle between Jiang Chen and Huang Tianbao started, they had already agreed that it would be a battle of life and death. Everyone on the scene had heard it clearly. Even if Huang Tianbao died, he would die in vain. He could only blame himself for not having enough cultivation base. More importantly, Ling Likun had no intention of punishing Jiang Chen. It was a good thing for the immortal court to have such a heaven-defying genius. Moreover, Ling Likun had already seen how powerful Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen could kill a fifth-grade great sovereign so easily. Even if he were to punish Jiang Chen would definitely be dissatisfied and leave in anger. The immortal court would suffer a greater loss. If Jiang Chen wanted to leave, Ling Likun had no confidence in stopping him. At this moment, an extremely tyrannical chi wave rushed out from the inner part of the immortal court. The chi wave was like intense starlight, quickly turning into a human figure in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had blue hair and wore a long blue robe. His eyes were incomparably bright like a star. More importantly, his chi was at the peak of the sixth-grade great sovereign realm. There was no other person like him in the immortal court, except for one. Star Sovereign. That's right. The blue-haired man in blue robe was Star Sovereign, the lord of the immortal court. Sovereign Lord. Seeing Star Sovereign, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone bowed to Star Sovereign. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Star Sovereign. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. Star Sovereign was truly powerful. With his current cultivation base, he had almost no chance of winning if he were to fight Star Sovereign. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for Star Sovereign to kill him. Jiang Chen, follow me. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen and said. Then he turned into a ray of blue light and left. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and chased after Star Sovereign. Jiang Chen had already guessed what Star Sovereign was going to do. Jiang Chen knew that Star Sovereign had already appeared when he killed Huang Tianbao. Star Sovereign watched him kill Huang Tianbao without doing anything to stop him. Undeniably, Star Sovereign was a very ruthless person. In order to win Jianghu over, he gave up a loyal 5th grade Great Sovereign. Now that Star Sovereign had summoned Jianghu, what Jiang Chen had to do was to react accordingly and buy as much time as possible for Nangong Wentian. Chapter 2042. Master, do you think that Star Sovereign will punish Junior Jiang? Yu Huafan asked. What do you think? Feng Jingyang looked at Yu Huafan. I don't think so. The value that Junior Jiang has displayed now is much higher than Huang Tianbao's. Anyway, Huang Tianbao is already dead. Star Sovereign will not punish a peerless genius for a dead person. Moreover, if he wanted to punish someone he would have done so just now. Why would he need to talk to Junior Jiang alone? Yu Huafan said. You're not stupid. Feng Jingyang smiled, but his heart was cold at this moment. Star Sovereign's action was too cruel. In order to win over Jiang Qin, Star Sovereign watched Huang Tianbao being killed without doing anything. No matter what, Huang Tianbao was the Hall Master of Leopard Hall and Star Sovereign's most trusted confidant. If Star Sovereign had intervened at the last moment, even if he couldn't save Huang Tianbao from Jiang Qin, he would still have intervened. Unfortunately, Star Sovereign did not do so. He only valued a person's value. In order to win over Jiang Qin and consolidate his position, he did not hesitate to use Huang Tianbao to vent his anger on Jiang Qin. Feng Jingyang's heart was as clear as a mirror. Many people were not fools and could see it. Even Ling Likun frowned as if it was the first time he met Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign Palace. This was built after Star Sovereign took control of the Immortal Court and became the Sovereign Lord. It was twice as luxurious and mighty as the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. When did such a genius appear in the Immortal Court? I didn't even know about it. It's a pity. Jiang Qin, you're already an extraordinary figure to be able to reach the realm of myriad Dao unification and successfully pass the Heavenly Dragon Great Tribulation. I'm very pleased that such a figure has appeared in the Immortal Court. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Qin and said with satisfaction. His tone was full of praise. Sovereign Lord is too kind. I have killed Huang Tianbao this time. Please punish me, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Qin clasped his fists at Star Sovereign. Punish? What did you do wrong? This is a battle of life and death. Life and death are determined by fate. Huang Tianbao can only blame himself for his lack of cultivation. I have always been a very fair person. If it's not your fault, I won't punish you. Star Sovereign smiled and said. Then why did the Sovereign Lord summon me here? Jiang Qin pretended to be curious and asked. In fact, he knew very well why Star Emperor had called him. It was obvious that he was trying to rope him in. Jiang Qin, if I'm not mistaken, you were recruited by Han Feng, right? Also, you've been to the Heavenly Emperor Palace and met that Heavenly Emperor. Star Sovereign asked tentatively. This disciple has indeed met the Heavenly Emperor, but this disciple's cultivation was still weak at that time, and the Heavenly Emperor only casually said some words of encouragement to this disciple. Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin, if you had to choose between me and the Celestial the Arch to be the Emperor, who would you choose? Star Sovereign asked. He had no doubts about the relationship between Jiang Qin and Sky Sovereign. Why do you ask, Sovereign Lord? You're the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court now. Jiang Qin said. If the Heavenly Emperor didn't come back, this Sovereign Lord would naturally be the rightful Sovereign Lord. Unfortunately, he has come back now, making my position as the Sovereign Lord unsteady. Jiang Qin, you're a smart person, you should understand what I mean. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Qin with a threatening gaze. The meaning he wanted to express was very clear. Sovereign Lord wants to abolish Heaven Sovereign and replace him completely. Jiang Qin said, but he was sneering in his heart. It seemed like Star Sovereign was about to make his move. The existence of Heaven Sovereign Palace was like a thorn in Star Sovereign's flesh, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't get rid of it. Today Star Sovereign wanted to rope Jiang Qin in to win the hearts of the people. As long as he could win the hearts of the people to his side, then Heaven Sovereign Palace could be destroyed at any time, and Heaven Sovereign could be killed at any time. This Sovereign likes to talk to smart people. You're right. The reason I came out of seclusion this time is to abolish Heaven Sovereign Palace completely. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. It's impossible for an immortal court to have two sovereign lords. If that's the case, the hearts of the people will be divided. During the absence of Heaven Sovereign, the immortal court has been in good order under my management. It's enough to compete with the other immortal courts. Now that Heaven Sovereign has returned, the people will be disunited. I am abolishing Heaven Sovereign now for the sake of the immortal court. After all, Heaven Sovereign is only a third-grade great sovereign. He's not qualified to be the Sovereign Lord. Star Sovereign said. His words were full of determination. It could be seen that he had already made up his mind to abolish Heaven's Sovereign for a long time. This time he was going to carry out his plan. Sovereign Lord is right. An immortal court shouldn't have two Sovereign Lords. Jianghu nodded and said. He didn't comment on Star Sovereign's words, but he didn't voice out the other thought in his heart. The Sovereign Lord shouldn't be Star Sovereign. This Sovereign is going to abolish Heaven's Sovereign. Jianghu, do you support me? Star Sovereign looked at Jianghu and asked in a serious manner. If it was before, he wouldn't need to discuss with Jianghu if he wanted to abolish Heaven's Sovereign, let alone seek Jianghu's support. However, Jianghu wasn't the same as before. Even Huang Tianbao died in his hands. His future achievements would be limitless. Even Star Sovereign had to pay attention to him. Once he obtained Jianghu's support, he wouldn't have any scruples anymore. Of course, this disciple is a member of the Immortal Court. I will naturally listen to Sovereign Lord's arrangement. Moreover, Sovereign Lord's actions are all for the sake of the Immortal Court. Jianghu nodded and said. Good. Jianghu, you are a sensible person. I didn't misjudge you. Now even you support me. There is no need for Heaven's Sovereign to continue to exist. Tomorrow, I will gather all the higher-ups of the Immortal Court to discuss the matter of abolishing Heaven's Sovereign. Star Sovereign said. He felt relieved after obtaining Jianghu's support. He believed that no one would dare to go against him in the meeting tomorrow. Moreover, the Immortal Court had been under the control of Star Sovereign all these years. Most of the people in the Immortal Court were his trusted followers. If he wanted to abolish Heaven's Sovereign Palace, he just needed to give an order. However, abolishing Heaven's Sovereign was a big deal after all. Star Sovereign had to be fully prepared. Before he took action, he wanted everyone in the Immortal Court to support him. In this way, the Immortal Court wouldn't fall into chaos. Only then he wouldn't need to worry about his prestige after he abolished Heaven's Sovereign. He didn't want to see anyone opposing him. Sovereign Lord, don't worry. I Jianghu will support you with all my strength. Jianghu said in a serious manner. It was a psychological battle between him and Star Sovereign. He had already seen through Star Sovereign's ruthlessness. In order to achieve his goal, Star Sovereign would do anything. He didn't even care about the life and death of his trusted follower Huang Tianbao. Chapter 2043. Very well, Jianghu. After Heaven's Sovereign is removed, I will give you Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a gift. It will be your residence in the Immortal Court. Star Sovereign looked at Jianghu with admiration and gave him Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a gift. In the entire Immortal Court, perhaps only he, Jianghu, could receive such a reward. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Disciple has a question. Jianghu pretended to be surprised and excited. Go ahead. Star Sovereign was in a good mood. He found Jianghu very pleasing to the eye. Sovereign Lord, I want to know if the others in the Immortal Court will object if you want to remove Heaven's Sovereign? Jianghu asked. No one will object, but this is not what I want. What I want is for everyone to support me. However, in the Immortal Court there are some old antiques who are neutral. In their eyes, it doesn't matter who becomes the Sovereign Lord between me and Heaven's Sovereign. For example, Elder Ling and your master Feng Jingyang, Star Sovereign said. He felt a headache when Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang was mentioned. These two were upright people and it was hard to change their minds. Star Sovereign's action was not only to remove Heaven's Sovereign. He also wanted everyone to respect and revere him. He wanted to be the true master of the Immortal Court and there should not be any objection from his subordinates. Sovereign Lord, why don't you let disciple act like my master and Elder Ling? Jianghu said with a smile, as if he was willing to share Star Sovereign's burden. Oh, Jianghu, it would be great if you could represent me to persuade them. It would be much better than me doing it myself. Plus, your cultivation base has skyrocketed, your identity and position are different now. Plus, you've been summoned by me today. Everyone knows that you're going to be one of my favorites in the future. Plus, you're talented and your future is limitless. Feng Jingyang and Elder Ling won't be able to see this. So, it's best if you represent me. Jianghu said. Star Sovereign was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect Jianghu to be so sensible. If Jianghu could really persuade Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang, it would be a piece of cake for him to get rid of Heaven's Sovereign. It is my duty to share Sovereign Lord's burden. Moreover, Sovereign Lord is blessed by the heavens. Elder Ling and Master have no reason not to support you. Jianghu flattered Star Sovereign Lord. Alright Jianghu, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope that there will be no opposing voices in tomorrow's meeting, and no one will remain neutral. I hope that no one will oppose or remain neutral in the meeting tomorrow. Star Sovereign patted chin. Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Star Sovereign and left. After leaving the Star Sovereign palace, Jiang Chen's face started to show a sinister smile. He promised Star Sovereign to look for Ling Likun, just to find an excuse to see Ling Likun. He had already convinced Feng Jingyang. Since Ling Likun was a neutral like Feng Jingyang, it was necessary to rope him in. Moreover, Ling Likun's influence was much greater than Feng Jingyang's. More importantly, he was a powerful 6th grade great sovereign. He would be a great help in a war. Jiang Chen had already obtained some information from Feng Jingyang about the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. There were 3 6th grade great sovereigns in the Immortal Court. Other than Star Sovereign there were 2 more. One was Ling Likun and the other was Hu Yong. Hu Yong had a good relationship with Star Sovereign. He would definitely support Star Sovereign unconditionally. When Heaven Sovereign had just returned, Hu Yong had suggested Star Sovereign to cripple Heaven Sovereign. Star Sovereign did not do it because he wanted to influence Heaven Sovereign. Basically, if Ling Likun was roped in and together with Heaven Sovereign, there would be 2 6th grade great sovereigns on their side. They would have the power to fight. If it could be resolved within the Immortal Court, it must be resolved internally. If it could be resolved without the help of Tianping Evil Emperor, he would definitely not do it. Jiang Qin understood that the change in the Immortal Court was not just a matter of battle. It also had a great impact. If Heaven Sovereign defeated Star Sovereign with the help of an outsider, even if he regained control of the Immortal Court and became the Sovereign Lord, his prestige would be greatly affected. In the Dragon Hall, Jiang Qin met Feng Jingyang. Jiang Qin, why did Star Sovereign look for you? Feng Jingyang asked. He asked me to support him, and also asked me to convince you and Elder Ling. Jiang Qin told Feng Jingyang about his conversation with Star Sovereign. It seems like Star Sovereign is getting impatient. What are you going to do? Feng Jingyang looked at Jiang Qin. It's very simple. I will first agree to support Star Sovereign. During the conference tomorrow you will also choose to support him. I will think of a way to buy time for Heaven Sovereign. The ancient elephant bloodline has already been sent to Heaven Sovereign. After receiving the bloodline, Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base will quickly recover to its peak, and he will then fight against Star Sovereign. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. He and Heaven Sovereign had been waiting for this day for a long time. The reason why he came to Fengqi Immortal Court was also for this day. It'll be great if we can rope an Elder Ling. Star Sovereign has 2 6th grade great sovereigns, including Hu Yong. Moreover, Star Sovereign has almost controlled the entire Immortal Court's resources. Whether it's the Leopard Hall, the Tiger Hall, or the higher-ups, they are all under Star Sovereign's complete control. We only have the Leopard Hall now. Compared to our opponents, we are weak. Feng Jingyang said. His words were filled with medicinal pills. Master, let's go to Elder Ling together. Jiang Qin said. All right. Feng Jingyang nodded. Without wasting any time, he brought Jiang Qin and flew towards Ling Likun's residence. This time, Jiang Qin had obtained Star Sovereign's permission. Therefore he could look for Ling Likun openly without any suspicion. This was Jiang Qin's shrewdness. It was impossible to deal with someone like Star Sovereign without some tricks. Ling Likun's residence was an independent mountain peak. There was a luxurious palace built on top of it. With his identity and status, he could have anything he wanted in the Immortal Court. At this moment, Ling Likun stood in front of the palace with a gloomy expression. He was greatly disappointed by Star Sovereign's performance today, which directly affected the old man's mood. 2 silhouettes flew over and landed in front of Ling Likun. Greetings, Elder Ling. Jiang Qin and Feng Jingyang greeted Ling Likun. Why have you 2 master and disciple come to my place? Chapter 2044. Elder Ling, Star Sovereign came to me just now to discuss about removing Heaven Sovereign's position. What do you think? Jiang Qin did not like to beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. Ling Likun's body shook after hearing Jiang Qin's words, and his expression changed slightly. This day will come sooner or later. It was destined from the moment Heaven Sovereign returned. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Star Sovereign will do anything to achieve his goal. He has been the Sovereign Lord for so many years, how can he allow others to take everything away from him? Ling Likun shook his head and sighed. He was a smart man. He knew that there would be a battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign sooner or later. Before that, he had always maintained a neutral attitude towards both Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign. He felt that it didn't matter which of them became the Sovereign Lord, as both of them had the ability to control and lead the Immortal Court. But today Star Sovereign treated Huang Tianbao in such a manner, making Elder Ling feel disappointed. If you came to ask for my opinion, I would still maintain a neutral attitude. Heaven's Sovereign treated me well in the past, so I will not attack Heaven's Sovereign. However, Star Sovereign will not allow Heaven's Sovereign to continue living in the immortal court. Ling Likun continued to speak, expressing his neutral attitude. Jiang Qin and Feng Jingyang exchanged a glance and nodded. As long as Ling Likun remained neutral, as long as he was grateful towards Heaven's Sovereign, there was still hope. Star Sovereign's judgment is right. Elder Ling chose to remain neutral. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Jiang Qin, looks like you've been convinced by Star Sovereign. Star Sovereign sent you here to persuade this old man, am I right? Ling Likun looked at Jiang Qin with a smile. He was a smart man. Jiang Qin immediately came to him after leaving Star Sovereign's place. His intention was obvious. Elder Ling is only half right. Jiang Qin said. Oh. Ling Likun looked at Jiang Qin curiously. Star Sovereign did send me here to persuade Elder Ling to remove Heaven Sovereign's position. However, I am not here to ask you to help Star Sovereign but Heaven Sovereign. At the mention of the Sky Sovereign, Jiang Qin's tone suddenly became extremely solemn. Hearing this, Ling Likun's expression changed drastically. He looked at Jiang Qin and saw that Jiang Qin was calm and composed. His eyes were like the abyss and he did not seem to be joking at all. Jiang Qin, what are you trying to do? Ling Likun frowned. He realized that he couldn't see through this young man at all. Now that Star Sovereign is going to take action against Heaven Sovereign, I have to stand up for him. Elder Ling is a person who values friendship and righteousness. That's why I'm telling you my purpose of coming here. You should know that no one in the immortal court can really stay out of the battle between Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign, especially someone like Elder Ling. I believe Elder Ling is very clear about this point. You have to choose a side. Elder Ling said with a smile. Elder Ling, I'm not going to hide it anymore. Back then when Heaven Sovereign fell, he was reincarnated into the lower world and became my sworn brother. The reason why I, Jiang Qin, came to the immortal court was to help Heaven Sovereign solve his crisis. Now that Star Sovereign is going to attack Heaven Sovereign, I have to stand up for him. You have to choose a side, said Jiang Qin. He knew that there was no need to hide anything when talking to an expert like Ling Likun. He would tell him the truth and what choice he should make. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Ling Likun's face was full of astonishment. He could see that Jiang Qin wasn't joking. He was telling the truth. Moreover, he finally knew the real purpose of Jiang Qin's visit to the immortal court. Jiang Qin, although Heaven Sovereign treated me well, I, Ling Likun, don't want to joke around with my life. Even if I support Heaven Sovereign, I won't have the slightest chance of winning. Given my strength, I won't be able to defeat Star Sovereign. Moreover, Star Sovereign has Huyong. Ling Likun said, shaking his head. Elder Ling, I, Jiang Qin, never do things that I'm not confident about. If I wasn't fully prepared, I wouldn't have come to Elder Ling rashly. To tell you the truth, I have found the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world. Now that it is in the hands of Heaven Sovereign will recover to his peak state in a very short period of time. At that time, you don't need to deal with Star Sovereign, Heaven Sovereign will deal with him. Jiang Qin said, this is also the reason why I promised Star Sovereign. I promised Star Sovereign on the surface just to buy time for Heaven Sovereign to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Elder Ling, what Jiang Qin said is right. The ancient elephant bloodline is in the hands of Heaven Sovereign. You have seen what happened today. Star Sovereign is willing to give up on Huang Tianbao for his own position. It's really disappointing. If he treats Huang Tianbao like this, I'm afraid that it's not hard to imagine how he will treat us in the future. Feng Jingyang said. Ling Likun knitted his brows as if he was thinking. Jiang Qin's words had greatly affected him. If Heaven Sovereign could really recover to his peak state, the situation would be completely different. Ling Likun knew a little about the ancient elephant bloodline. He knew that Heaven Sovereign had fallen because he failed to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. Not only that, Elder Ling should have heard about the relationship between me and Tianping Evil Emperor. If the critical moment comes, I will ask Tianping Evil Emperor for help. In other words, even if Elder Ling stands on Star Sovereign's side, Heaven Sovereign and I will still emerge victorious in the end. At that time, when the demonic immortal island comes to help, Heaven Sovereign and Tianping Evil Emperor will join hands. Who can resist them? You should have seen my current combat strength. Even a 5th grade Great Sovereign is no match for me. However, I don't want outsiders to interfere in the matters of the immortal court. That's why I came to you, Elder Ling. Your position is very important. If you follow Heaven Sovereign, we will emerge victorious in the end. At that time, your position in the immortal court will be even higher than now. I have said what I need to say. The rest is up to you. Jiang Qin said word by word. In order to convince Ling Likun, he did not hesitate to use the name of Tianping Evil Emperor. Ling Likun stopped talking and fell into contemplation. Jiang Qin's words weren't boasting but stating a fact. Chapter 2045. Jiang Qin and Feng Jingyang stopped talking and looked at Ling Likun calmly. They had said what they needed to say. Ling Likun was a smart man, he would make the best choice for himself. All right, I promise you that I will support Heaven's Sovereign. Ling Likun thought for a moment and said. His expression was solemn. Obviously he had made a great decision. However, just like what Jiang Qin had said, Ling Likun wasn't a fool. He was able to judge the situation. Following Star Sovereign wouldn't end well. It was impossible for him to remain neutral. Good. It seems like old Ling has grasped the situation. With your support, Heaven's Sovereign will definitely be able to reverse the situation. At that time, you will be the greatest contributor to the immortal court. Jiang Qin's eyes brightened. He was relieved to have obtained Ling Likun's support. Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang's participation also proved the fact that Star Sovereign wasn't popular. Jiang Qin, what's your plan for the conference tomorrow? Ling Likun asked. The real purpose of Star Sovereign's conference tomorrow is to gain everyone's approval and have everyone support him in deposing Heaven's Sovereign. In that case we will follow his lead. Tomorrow the three of us will agree to support Star Sovereign. At that time I will naturally help Heaven's Sovereign by some time. What we need the most now is time. Star Sovereign's decision to remove Heaven's Sovereign's throne is irreversible. If we don't agree he will most likely take action immediately. Only by agreeing to support Star Sovereign on the surface will we be able to buy some time for Heaven's Sovereign. Jiang Qin said. This was also his plan. All right, we'll listen to you. Ling Likun nodded. Since he had made his decision, he couldn't be hesitant anymore. He had to make his stand clear. At this moment, both Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang had already regarded Jiang Qin as their backbone. Jiang Qin had come for Heaven's Sovereign and had been working hard and planning for this day. More importantly, both of them had an inexplicable trust and confidence in Jiang Qin. He was a man who was good at creating miracles. Whatever he wanted to do would definitely not go wrong. In that case it's decided. After Jiang Qin finished his words, he left with Feng Jingyang, leaving Ling Likun who was still in a daze. Even though he was the supreme elder of the immortal court, he didn't expect that the peaceful immortal court was already filled with undercurrents. The real turmoil was about to arrive. Jiang Qin returned to his place of residence. De Huang Dog had already returned after completing his task. De Huang, how is it? Jiang Qin asked. I've already given the ancient elephant bloodline to Anan. Anan said he needs 7 days. De Huang Dog said. 7 days, no problem. Jiang Qin nodded. He could help Nangong Wenyan fight for 7 days. Little Qinzi, you're amazing this time. You've advanced to 2nd grade Great Sovereign and killed a 5th grade Great Sovereign with ease. Can you handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign with your current combat strength? De Huang Dog asked curiously. It's still a little difficult to handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign, but it's not impossible. However, it'll be much more difficult to handle a 6th grade Great Sovereign like Star Sovereign. As the Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court, Star Sovereign's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary 6th grade Great Sovereign. Jiang Qin shook his head. He was very clear about his own combat strength. He could easily kill a 4th grade Great Sovereign and fight an ordinary 5th grade Great Sovereign without transforming into a dragon. He could easily kill a 5th grade Great Sovereign and fight an ordinary 6th grade Great Sovereign if he transformed into a dragon. However, he had no chance of winning against a 6th grade Great Sovereign like Star Sovereign. It's already monstrous. De Huang Dog said from the bottom of his heart. By the way, the benefits I've gained from this advancement are far more than these. The 66th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. According to the advancement standard of the Zulong Tower, there should be some good stuff in the space of the 66th floor. Jiang Qin said. For God's sake, what are we waiting for? Let's open it and have a look. De Huang Dog's eyeballs almost popped out. He had not forgotten about the mysteriousness of the Zulong Tower. The 33rd floor's time law was already extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't related to the time law, there must be some good stuff in the 66th floor. There was no doubt about it. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Qin immediately tore open the door of the Zulong Tower and brought De Huang Dog to the 66th floor. Jiang Qin was already impatient to explore the 66th floor, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Rumble. Under the control of Jiang Qin's divine sense, the door of the 66th floor opened with a loud rumble. An ancient aura instantly filled the air, causing Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog to tremble uncontrollably. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked into the space. This space wasn't big, but it was very small. It was only the size of a palace. There was no ripple of the time law in the void, nor was there any strong spatial fluctuation. There was only a blood-red armor floating in the air. It was an ancient battle armor with dragon patterns carved on it. It was surrounded by a strong dragon aura. No one knew how long the ancient aura had existed. What a brave battle armor. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but praise the extraordinariness of the battle armor in front of him. This should be a defensive battle armor, but I don't know how strong its defense is. Seeing that there was only a battle armor here, Jiang Chen's expression was full of disappointment. He originally thought that there would be some heaven-defying stuff in the 66th floor, but it was just a battle armor. Refine the battle armor first, then you will know everything about it, De Huang Dog reminded. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. Although he was disappointed, this battle armor was something from the Zulong Tower after all. It must be extraordinary. Jiang Chen stretched out his palm and waved at the battle armor. As if it had received some kind of summon, the battle armor immediately came to Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen moved his divine sense and the battle armor disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already covered Jiang Chen's body. At the moment when the battle armor covered his body, an extremely strong sense of security instantly filled the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. He only felt that he was surrounded by walls, and nothing from the outside could attack him. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, defend the world. Information about the battle armor poured into Jiang Chen's mind like a tide, so that Jiang Chen immediately had a full understanding of this battle armor. After receiving the complete information, Jiang Chen's disappointment disappeared completely and was replaced by boundless excitement. The ancient Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor is said to be refined from the skin of a divine dragon. Its defense is extremely amazing. If I wear this battle armor, I can withstand an attack from an 8th grade Great Sovereign. Jiang Chen was excited. Chapter 2046. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This powerful defensive armor could actually allow him to withstand a powerful strike from an 8th grade Great Sovereign. This was definitely a powerful life-saving trump card. More importantly, the defensive power of this battle armor would continue to increase along with his combat strength. The defensive power would also become stronger. In other words, with this armor and the Great Void technique, he could go anywhere in the heavens and earth. Even if he went to the barbarian world, he could still deal with everything with ease. With this powerful trump card, Jiang Chen was even more confident in dealing with Star Sovereign this time. With the protection of the armor, he was confident that he could fight against Star Sovereign. When he and Heaven Sovereign joined forces, Star Sovereign wouldn't be a match for them no matter how powerful he was. For God's sake, what the hell is this Zulong Tower? Why is it so heaven-defying? A 30-fold time rule is already terrifying enough, and now there's a battle armor that doesn't belong to the immortal world. This is fucking crazy. De Huang Dog said speechlessly. He had seen abnormal people, but he had never seen such an abnormal one. Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower could no longer be described as abnormal. De Huang, you said that this doesn't belong to the immortal world. Does that mean that there's a higher world above the immortal world? Jiang Chen asked curiously. In fact, he already knew that the immortal world was definitely not the end of cultivation. Because he had yet to discover the secret of the dragon transformation skill, the Zulong Tower had only reached the 66th floor. There was still a huge gap between it and the 99th floor at its peak. Therefore, Jiang Chen concluded that there must be a higher world above the immortal world. That's right. The immortal world is not the end. There's still the divine world above it. That's the world where the gods reside. It's above the myriad of worlds. In ancient times, the peak immortal sovereigns of the immortal world would be summoned to a mysterious place for a selection. Those who were selected could ascend to the divine world directly. De Huang Dog said. Ascending to the immortal world through selection is really rare. Is there no such selection anymore? Jiang Chen was curious. They disappeared a long time ago. The emissaries of the divine world haven't appeared in the immortal world for a long time. Ever since the barbarian world attacked, the connection between this place and the divine world has been completely cut off. Some people say that it's because of the missing heavenly Tao. I don't know the details, but I think Immortal Slayer King and Great Sovereign Xianxia have entered the divine world through some mysterious method. De Huang Dog said. So there's actually such a secret. Jiang Chen sighed endlessly. Looks like there are still many things that I don't know about the immortal world. You don't have to think so much now. Just focus on preparing what you need to do next. As for the God realm, even if there is a selection, you don't have the qualifications. Deal with the barbarian world first. De Huang Dog said. That's true. Jiang Qin shrugged. He felt that what De Huang Dog said was very reasonable. After all, he was still too weak. It was useless to think too much. He was still far away from the supreme realm. Let's go. We shouldn't stay in the Zulong Tower all the time. It's easy to arouse Star Sovereign's suspicion. Now that I have the battle armor, I'm more confident. Once Heaven Sovereign recovers his cultivation base, we'll start a war with Star Sovereign. Jiang Qin said. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the Zulong Tower with De Huang Dog. As for the Heavenly Dragon battle armor, it was still placed on the 66th floor. Anyway, he had already fused with the Zulong Tower. When he needed to use it, he just needed to send his divine sense over and the Heavenly Dragon battle armor would be attached to him. The next day. Dong dong dong. Early in the morning, the bell that hadn't rung for a long time rang again. It alarmed all the elders and disciples of the Immortal Court, because it meant that something big was going to happen in the Immortal Court. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Immediately after that, powerful silhouettes rushed towards the Star Sovereign Palace from different directions. This was the summon from Star Sovereign. All great sovereigns above the 4th grade of the Immortal Court were qualified to enter the Star Sovereign Palace. The huge Star Sovereign Palace was soon filled with more than 100 people. The lowest cultivation base among them was a 4th grade Great Sovereign. One could imagine how big the camp of the Immortal Court was. There were so many 4th grade Great Sovereigns and above. Do you know why Star Sovereign summoned us so early in the morning? I'm afraid that the only thing that could make Star Sovereign pay attention to and make such a big move in the Immortal Court is Heaven Sovereign Palace. That's right. It seems like Star Sovereign is going to take action soon. What should we do if Star Sovereign decides to abolish Heaven Sovereign? Isn't that obvious? Of course we will support Star Sovereign. The era of Heaven Sovereign has long passed. Now Star Sovereign is in power. The Immortal Court has long been under Star Sovereign's control. Most of the higher-ups are Star Sovereign's trusted subordinates. We must stand up and support Star Sovereign. As 4th grade Great Sovereigns and above, none of them were fools. They could guess what Star Sovereign was going to do today and they had already made up their minds. At this moment, Jiang Qin, Feng Jingyang and Old Ling walked in. Everyone immediately bowed and greeted Ling Likun when they saw him. There were 3 6th grade Great Sovereigns in the Immortal Court, and Ling Likun was one of them. He had a supreme position and no one dared to disrespect him. As for Jiang Qin, he was probably the only one who had yet to reach the 4th grade Great Sovereign realm in today's conference. However, no one was suspicious of his arrival. No one even rejected or dissatisfied him. Jiang Qin was now a celebrity in the Immortal Court. No one dared to look down on him. Even though he was only a 2nd grade Great Sovereign, he was the one who killed Huang Tianbao. Then another 2 silhouettes appeared. One of them was a blue-haired, blue-clothed middle-aged man. He was Star Sovereign. Beside Star Sovereign was an old man. He had a sturdy build and seemed to be around the same age as Ling Likun. He had a pair of tiger-like eyes that were brimming with vigor. His beautiful face was filled with a domineering aura. This old man was another 6th grade Great Sovereign of the Immortal Court, Hu Yong. Everyone knew that he was a loyal supporter of Star Sovereign. When Heaven Sovereign had just returned, he had suggested Star Sovereign to abolish Heaven Sovereign. Greetings, Sovereign Lord. Everyone bowed to Star Sovereign. The leader of the Immortal Court possessed supreme authority. Yes, I've gathered everyone here today because there's a very important matter to discuss. All of you know that the one who's currently living in Heaven Sovereign Palace is just a 3rd grade Great Sovereign. I'm not sure if he's the real Heaven Sovereign. It's been so many years since the fall of Heaven Sovereign, but a kid who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pretended to be Heaven Sovereign has always been suspicious of his identity. In addition, in my opinion, the fall of Heaven Sovereign represents the passing of an era. The era of Heaven Sovereign has already become history. We can't live in history forever. This was what he wanted to see the most. Elder Ling Jingyang, what do you two think? Star Sovereign then looked at Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang. Everyone in the hall looked at the two of them. Everyone knew that the weight of these 2 people was too great. As long as they expressed their support for Star Sovereign, there would be no one who would oppose it. In other words, Sky Sovereign's death was near. I also support Star Sovereign. I also support you. Feng Jingyang and Ling Likun expressed their opinions at the same time. Ah, good. Star Sovereign, I'm afraid no one here will oppose it. Hu Yong laughed. Very well. Is there anyone who opposes the abolition of Heaven Sovereign? If there is, say it now. Star Sovereign looked around and continued to ask. No one said anything. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even if there were some who were dissatisfied, they dared not show it. Now that Feng Jingyang and Ling Likun had expressed their support, how would they dare to oppose it? Wouldn't that be looking for trouble for themselves? Very well. Since no one opposes it, I have decided to abolish Heaven Sovereign and turn Heaven Sovereign Palace into Jiang Chen's residence. Star Sovereign said loudly. What? Jiang Chen is really lucky. Star Sovereign even gave him the Heavenly Sovereign Palace as a reward. Actually, this is normal. Star Sovereign is trying to win people's hearts. Jiang Chen's potential is obvious. He killed Huang Tianbao, a 5th-grade Great Sovereign, when he was only a 2nd-grade Great Sovereign. It's natural for Star Sovereign to value him. That's right. It's only natural. Jiang Chen is truly capable. Many of them were incomparably shocked by Star Sovereign's generous reward. Although they were shocked, they still expressed their understanding. After all, Jiang Chen's performance was too outstanding. A young man like him should be valued by the immortal court. Thank you, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Star Sovereign, looking extremely excited. If that's the case, Jiang Chen, I will send you to Heaven Sovereign Palace to abolish Heaven Sovereign. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen and said, Sovereign Lord, although Heaven Sovereign is destined to become history, he was once a Heaven Sovereign. If we abolish him without any reason, it will show that the immortal court is too heartless. Why don't I go there and give him 7 days to abolish his own great sovereign law and never step into the immortal court again? This way it will show your magnanimity, Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen said loudly, putting Star Sovereign on the moral high ground. Upon hearing this, Ling Likun and Feng Jingyang secretly gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This was indeed a good way to buy more time. Jiang Chen said this in front of so many people. It was hard for Star Sovereign not to agree. After all, Huang Tianbao's incident had already disappointed some people. Now was the time for him to rebuild his prestige. Moreover, Jiang Chen's words were not harmful to Star Sovereign at all. Although Heaven Sovereign was not killed, Heaven Sovereign could abolish his own great sovereign law. From then on, Heaven Sovereign would only have the cultivation base of an immortal venerable. What could an immortal venerable do? Sovereign Lord Jiang Chen is right. Give him 7 days and let him leave on his own. This will show your magnanimity. Chapter 2048. Alright Jiang Chen, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll give you 7 days, I hope you won't let me down. Star Sovereign nodded without a shred of doubt. Star Sovereign didn't know that he was fooled by a nobody despite being smart all his life. He wondered if Star Sovereign would vomit blood after 7 days. Sovereign Lord, don't worry. I Jiang Chen will never let Sovereign Lord down. Jiang Chen said with a clear voice, giving his guarantee. Feng Jingyang and Ling Likun looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying with a straight face and sighed in their hearts. This fella's acting skills were too good. Moreover, Jiang Chen was meticulous and his body was radiating a powerful radiance of confidence. It was easy to be influenced by him. At the same time, Feng Jingyang and Ling Likun also felt that it was not a good thing to be enemies with someone like Jiang Chen. Alright, everyone can leave now. If Heaven Sovereign still doesn't give in after 7 days, Elder Hu and Elder Ling will attack together and break the defense of Heaven Sovereign Palace. Star Sovereign's aura fluctuated as he said loudly. After that, he disappeared in a flash. Although Jiang Chen was in charge of this matter, Heaven Sovereign Palace was still protected by Heaven Sovereign's defense. Jiang Chen alone wouldn't be able to break through the defense. If Heaven Sovereign didn't give in after 7 days, Jiang Chen would have to attack by force. The reason why Star Sovereign didn't attack Heaven Sovereign Palace these days was because he cared about Jiang Chen's influence. Now that the entire immortal court didn't oppose him, Star Sovereign was unscrupulous in his actions. After Star Sovereign left, Hu Yong walked towards Jiang Chen with a cold face. After sizing him up, he said, "Boy, hurry up and go to Heaven Sovereign Palace to be your lobbyist. I hope you can succeed and don't trouble me again." Of course, Disciple doesn't want Elder Hu to do it because it's really unpleasant. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This fella in front of him was definitely an enemy. 7 days later, there might be a life and death battle. All the experts flew out of Star Sovereign Palace. Jiang Chen went straight to Heaven Sovereign Palace. At this moment, there was only Han Feng guarding outside the Heaven Sovereign Palace. This old man had already reached the 1st-grade Great Sovereign Realm. To Han Feng, there was nothing else he desired as long as he could advance to the Great Sovereign Realm in this lifetime. Seeing Han Feng, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile. This old man was probably the only person in the entire immortal court who was loyal to Heaven Sovereign. Young Master Jiang. Han Feng was pleasantly surprised to see the arrival of Jiang Huang. There was no way that he wouldn't be shocked. He had also heard about how Jiang Qin killed Huang Tianbao. When he first met Jiang Qin was merely an early immortal venerable. It had only been a short period of time, but Jiang Qin had already grown so much. Han Feng hadn't forgotten what Heaven Sovereign had said. In this world, there was no one who could save Heaven Sovereign other than Jiang Qin. Now Han Feng had no doubt about it. How's Heaven Sovereign now? Jiang Qin asked. He's working hard to refine the ancient elephant bloodline. According to what Heaven Sovereign said before he went into seclusion, he will need 7 days. Han Feng said. Don't disturb him. I have bought him 7 days. 7 days later, Star Sovereign will strike. At that time, there will be a great turmoil in the immortal court. A life and death battle will break out. Jiang Qin said. Han Feng was very trustworthy. What's coming will come sooner or later. Han Feng shook his head and sighed. He wasn't too shocked because he had already expected this day to come. Elder Han, let me ask you. Apart from you, is there anyone else in the immortal court who truly supports Heaven Sovereign? Is there anyone on Heaven Sovereign's side? Jiang Qin asked. He knew that Heaven Sovereign had a great influence in the immortal court. There was definitely more than one person like Han Feng. There are some who are loyal to Heaven Sovereign. There are a few high-ranking great sovereigns among them, but they can't show their loyalty to Heaven Sovereign. Han Feng said. Look for them secretly these next few days and tell them about the situation 7 days later. Tell them that Ho Tiandi will truly return in 7 days and settle things with Star Sovereign. If they want to make a move, then make a move. If they don't want to make a move, then they should remain neutral. When the time comes, they just need to quietly observe the changes to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Jiang Qin said solemnly. All right. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. I will certainly tell them. Han Feng nodded. He could sense the seriousness of the situation 7 days later from Jiang Qin's tone. At that time, the immortal court would face the greatest turmoil. Under such turmoil, it would be hard for anyone to stay out of it, especially those great sovereigns. After that, Jiang Qin pushed open the gate of Heaven Sovereign Palace and strode in. After all, he still had to put on an act. If Jiang Qin didn't even enter the palace, it would be too suspicious. Jiang Qin stayed in Heaven Sovereign Palace for half an hour, then walked out with a beaming face. For the next few days, the entire immortal court was in a premonition of an impending storm. As the days went by, there was still no movement from Heaven Sovereign Palace. Heaven Sovereign didn't show any signs of coming out. There was no sign of him. It seems like Heaven Sovereign isn't going to come out. In my opinion, there shouldn't be a deadline of 7 days. That's unnecessary. 7 days it is. Anyway, these 2 days don't matter. Many people began to discuss. At this time, most of them felt that Heaven Sovereign wouldn't come out by himself, and wouldn't abolish the great sovereign law according to Jiang Qin's 7 days. Soon 7 days had passed. There was still no movement from Heaven Sovereign Palace. Within these 7 days, there was another good thing that happened on Jiang Qin's side. De Huang Dog's cultivation base had reached the 3rd grade demon sovereign realm. This was an incomparably powerful combat strength. One should know that a 3rd grade demon sovereign like De Huang Dog could already suppress an ordinary 5th grade great sovereign. On this day, early in the morning, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was filled with people. Countless experts surrounded the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Star Sovereign also appeared, but at this moment, Star Sovereign's expression was not good. He originally thought that the Heavenly Emperor would be sensible, but he didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to be so stubborn. However, since Heaven Sovereign wouldn't come out, Star Sovereign had a real reason to get rid of Heaven Sovereign. Sovereign Lord, 7 days is up. Heaven Sovereign hasn't come out yet. We don't need to be courteous anymore. Wu Yong said. His chi surged and he was ready to attack. Elder Hu, Elder Ling, let's do it. Star Sovereign said expressionlessly. Sovereign Lord, why don't you let me go in again? Heaven Sovereign doesn't know my true combat strength, so he won't take any precautions against me. The defense of Heaven Sovereign Palace isn't activated against me either. If he continues to be stubborn, I can take action in Heaven Sovereign Palace. Chapter 2049. Alright, I'll give him one last chance. If he still doesn't come out, you can just take action. That kid is no match for you. Star Sovereign said. Until now, he still had absolute trust in Jiang Qin without a shred of doubt. It was mainly because Jiang Qin's performance was too good that no one could see any flaws. Yes, Sovereign Lord. Jiangchen responded, then nodded at De Huang Dog. The two then flew towards Heaven's sovereign palace. At this moment, apart from Feng Jingyang and Ling Likun, there were a few higher-ups in the crowd whose expressions had changed slightly. It was obvious that these people had been briefed by Han Feng and knew that something big was going to happen today. Moreover, they had already made ample preparations. As soon as the Sky Emperor returned, they would immediately stand up and make their stand clear. The disciples of the Dragon Hall did not come. Only xuanhuan stayed beside Feng Jingyang. Those who besieged Heaven's sovereign palace were the higher-ups who participated in the conference that day. They were all powerful fourth-grade great sovereigns. Even if there were some newcomers, they were at least third-grade great sovereigns. Xuanhuan's cultivation was the lowest among them. However, Xuanhuan was gifted. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of second-grade great sovereign realm, his combat strength was enough to fight against a third-grade great sovereign. Moreover, his aura was fluctuating violently. It was possible for him to advance to the third-grade great sovereign realm at any time. Inside Heaven's sovereign palace, when Jiangchen and De Huang Dog walked in, Heaven's sovereign had already tidied up everything and was about to walk out of the palace. Little Qinzi De Huang, you're here. Nangong Wentian's face revealed a warm smile when he saw the two brothers whom he had not seen for a long time. Star Sovereign has besieged Heaven's sovereign palace. Anan, how's your cultivation? Asked Jiangchen. I have completely refined the ancient elephant bloodline. My cultivation has recovered to its peak. I'm now at the peak of the 6th grade great sovereign realm, comparable to Star Sovereign. Nangong Wentian's face was full of confidence. The aura that was emitted from his body was terrifying. Alright, if that's the case, we'll settle this with Star Sovereign today, said Jiangchen with a smile. His battle intent began to rise. Although I have recovered my cultivation, there are too many experts on Star Sovereign's side. We don't know if we have any chance of winning. Nangong Wentian said worriedly. What's there to worry about? We brothers have seen all kinds of situations, and haven't we come this far? You just have to deal with Star Emperor later, and Ling Likun will deal with Hu Yong. Leave the rest to me and Feng Jingyang. Jiangchen had a heroic look on his face. In his mind, there was no such thing as fear. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. That's right. You're right. Us brothers have never been afraid of anything. We've encountered even the largest camps. Today, let's turn the world upside down. Nangong Wentian laughed out loud. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Kaka, let's go. This Lord Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog cackled. No matter when it was, he would never be afraid of trouble. It had been a long time since he had a passionate battle. Celestial the Arch, what about me? Han Feng, who was at the side, couldn't help but ask. Right now he was also very excited. The day of Celestial Thearcha's return had finally arrived. Han Feng's heart was burning with excitement. Han Feng, you stay in Celestial the Arch Palace. No matter what happens, don't go out. Nangong Wentian said solemnly. I understand. Han Feng nodded. At such a time when his blood was boiling, he really hoped that he could participate in the battle. However, Han Feng also knew his own limits. He knew that with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications to participate in such a battle. Not only would he not be of any help, but he would also become a burden. With so many experts joining forces to fight, even the slightest shockwave would be able to take his life. Little Qinzi, let's go. Nangong Wentian smiled. His body flashed and he flew up to the sky above Celestial the Arch Palace. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog stood on his left and right. This scene stunned Star Sovereign, who was waiting outside. Not only him, everyone else was stunned as well. Star Sovereign, it's been a long time since we last met. Your performance has really disappointed me. However, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to kill me today, because my cultivation base has fully recovered. Heaven Sovereign looked at Star Sovereign and said with a cold smile. At the same time, he unleashed his powerful aura. That was the aura of a peak 6th grade great sovereign, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiangchen, it's you? Star Sovereign wasn't an idiot. At this moment, how could he not know that this matter was related to Jiangchen? Star Sovereign, I forgot to tell you my true identity. Heaven Sovereign and I are sworn brothers. The purpose of me coming to Fengqi Immortal Court is to help Heaven Sovereign. I was the one who helped Heaven Sovereign find the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world. I was also the one who helped Star Sovereign gain 7 days of time. Now 7 days have passed and Heaven Sovereign has returned. You can abdicate now. Jiangchen said with a smile, without the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. Good. You're good, Jiangchen. I, Star Sovereign, have been dominating the world. I never thought that I would be tricked by a nobody. Star Sovereign was furious. He had never thought that this was the truth. He thought that he had Jiang Chen under his control. He never thought that Jiang Chen was just playing with him. Boundless killing intent spread out from Star Sovereign's body. In this world no one could trick him. Jiang Chen must pay a heavy price for doing this. Star Sovereign, you and I are not the same kind of people. You are cold-blooded and ruthless. You will do anything to achieve your goal. A person like you is not suitable to be the Sovereign Lord. Jiang Chen said loudly. Star Sovereign, I've said it before. There's no need to wait for 7 days. We can directly attack Heaven Sovereign Palace. But it's not too late now. The Immortal Court is still in your hands. So what if Heaven Sovereign's cultivation base has recovered? He and Jiang Chen are not our match. Wu Yonglunglung said. Just like Star Sovereign, he hated Jiang Chen to the core. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Heaven Sovereign would have been eliminated a long time ago. Elder Hu, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid it's not just the two of us today. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as his voice fell, silhouettes rushed towards Heaven Sovereign's camp like a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people stood in Heaven Sovereign's camp. Heaven Sovereign, since you've recovered your cultivation base, let me see how powerful you are after refining the ancient elephant bloodline. Star Sovereign pointed his finger, and a bright light rushed towards Heaven Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign struck out a punch, shattering the light of Star Sovereign. Then his body swayed and flew up to the sky. As his hands turned into a blur, a battlefield was drawn out. Onglong. This was a battle of life and death. The 4 6th-grade Great Sovereigns of the Immortal Court had started a fierce battle, causing the sky above the Immortal Court to darken. Everyone, don't show any mercy later. If the Immortal Court wants to transform, it must undergo the baptism of blood. You can kill anyone who dares to attack you. Remember, the fall of Star Sovereign is the fall of a force, not an individual. The Immortal Court will certainly suffer a great loss in today's battle, but we must be the ones who survive, not the sacrificial victims and stepping stones for others. Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form and the heavenly dragon sword appeared in his hand. He was ready for a bloody massacre. Rumble. Feng Jingyang and the others also unleashed their aura. They understood what Jiang Chen meant. Today's battle was a battle of life and death. Compared to their opponents, they were already at a disadvantage, so they dared not to be careless. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, all battles were incomparably cruel. Jiang Chen, Feng Jingyang, you two have chosen to rebel recklessly. You will pay a heavy price. Hall Master of Tiger Hall, Jianghu, shouted and was the first to attack. Let me deal with him. Feng Jingyang's movement was swift. Waves of qi rolled out from his body and he instantly clashed with Jianghu. Hong. In the next moment, hundreds of powerful airwaves rolled out, trapping Jiang Chen and the others within. There were only a dozen people beside Jiang Chen. Compared to their opponents, the ratio was 10-1. Each of their faces turned ugly. Under such a disparity, they had almost no chance of winning. However, since they had already made their decision, they could only fight with their lives on the line. This battle was a battle between all the higher-ups of the Immortal Court. Ordinary elders and disciples were not even qualified to participate in this battle. The turmoil of the Immortal Court today had alarmed everyone in the Immortal Court. However, to the others they could only play the role of a spectator. Heaven Sovereign has returned. I wonder who will win and who will lose. Never thought that Jiang Chen is actually Heaven Sovereign's man. Even Star Sovereign was fooled. Even if Heaven Sovereign has returned, it's still hard for him to win. Star Sovereign has already taken control of most of the Immortal Court. Look at the disparity between them. Too huge. There's almost no suspense. Don't judge too early. That Jiang Chen is a super abnormal monster. He can easily kill a 5th-grade Great Sovereign. Almost no one is a match for him now. Everyone was paying attention to this battle. Everyone knew that this battle represented an extraordinary significance in the Immortal Court. The battle for the position of Sovereign Lord was destined to be a bloodbath. From today onwards, the Immortal Court was destined to undergo a great change. Kill them. A 5th-grade Great Sovereign shouted. Hundreds of people pounced towards Jiang Chen and the others at the same time. Haha, how can Master Monkey miss out on such an exciting battle? Chapter 2051. His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing many people's ears to buzz. Everyone looked at the uninvited guest. Haha, Monkey, you've come at the right time. Jiang Chen had already transformed into his dragon form. The battle was about to begin. Little Chinzi, you always make people worry no matter where you go. It's not easy for me to come and see you, but you're in the middle of a battle. But this is exactly what I want. Ah. Long Shisan laughed heartily and descended to the side of Jiang Chen. Damned monkey, how did you improve so fast? You've already become a third-grade demon sovereign. De Huang Dog said speechlessly. It's just luck. Long Shisan smiled mischievously. After becoming the holy son of demonic Immortal Island, Long Shisan had nothing to do in demonic Immortal Island. Therefore he decided to come to Fengqi Immortal Court to have some fun with Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Court was in chaos, which made Long Shisan very excited. After advancing to the third-grade demon sovereign realm, Long Shisan couldn't wait anymore. Today was the perfect opportunity for him to practice. Jiang Chen gave Long Shisan a thumbs up. He knew that the reason why Long Shisan could improve so fast was not only because of his powerful bloodline, but also because of the cultivation resources of demonic Immortal Island. Long Shisan had not only obtained the inheritance of the Saintess of the first generation, but also became the holy son of demonic Immortal Island. Tianping Evil Emperor would definitely nurture him vigorously. In any case, he was the first-generation holy son of demonic Immortal Island. If he was too weak, he would become a laughing stock. To Jiang Chen, the arrival of Long Shisan was definitely a great help. Given Long Shisan's strength, killing a fifth-grade great sovereign was not a problem at all. Long. Endless airwaves rolled. A great upheaval broke out in the Immortal Court. All the experts displayed their most powerful killer moves, pouncing towards Jiang Chen and the others. One of the fourth-grade great sovereigns struck out a ray of light, shrouding Long Shisan. Motherfucker, a fourth-grade great sovereign is looking down on Master Monkey? Long Shisan was infuriated. A fourth-grade great sovereign dared to pick a fight with him? Do I look that weak? Couldn't there be a fifth-grade great sovereign? Whoosh, without saying a word, Dragon Shisan swung his iron staff. The attack launched by the fourth-grade great sovereign was completely destroyed by Dragon Shisan's iron staff. The attack was destroyed in an instant. Long Shisan's killing intent soared to the sky. His speed was extremely fast. An ordinary fourth-grade great sovereign could only be crushed by him. Not good. Seeing his opponent's iron staff appearing above his head at lightning speed, the fourth-grade great sovereign knew that it was not good. He could feel an extremely dangerous aura, even the aura of death. He knew that he had been careless and underestimated his opponent. He thought that a third-grade great sovereign was a pushover, but he never thought that he would meet a tough opponent. It was too late to dodge now. Under the absolute suppression of strength, what awaited him was only death. Arg! Long Shisan's iron staff smashed on the fourth-grade great sovereign's body mercilessly. The elder let out a blood-curdling screech and was smashed into minced meat, dying on the spot. So powerful. Where did this young man come from? Someone exclaimed. This man is terrifying. Let me deal with him. A fifth-grade great sovereign shouted and charged towards Long Shisan. It's more interesting to fight with you. Long Shisan's face was filled with arrogance. He did not even put a fifth-grade great sovereign in his eyes. Kill? The battle had completely broken out. The entire sky above the Immortal Court was filled with countless battlefields. The impact caused by the battle of so many great sovereigns was like the end of the world. Great sovereigns had fallen just as the battle began. Blood floated in the void, creating a great pressure on the people. The disciples and elders of the Immortal Court were paying close attention to the battle. Every one of their faces was filled with sorrow. Those who were engaged in a life-and-death battle were usually on the same side, but now they could only fight each other to the death. However, everyone understood that the Immortal Court had not been peaceful since the return of Heaven's Sovereign. Undercurrents were surging. It was impossible for there to be two sovereign lords in the Immortal Court. Between the two sects, there would be a battle sooner or later. De Huang Dog's strength was boundless. Two fifth-grade great sovereigns couldn't even cause any damage to him. On the contrary, the two fifth-grade great sovereigns paled in comparison. They were suppressed by De Huang Dog to the point that they could hardly breathe. Not to mention Long Shisan. After killing a fourth-grade great sovereign, the fifth-grade great sovereign was severely injured by him. 3 more fifth-grade great sovereigns came to Long Shisan's aid, causing him to be able to fight against 4 fifth-grade great sovereigns all by himself without losing the upper hand. Motherfucker, where did all these freaks come from? Even a 5th-grade great sovereign with self-restraint couldn't help but curse out loud when facing such an opponent. The most important thing for both sides was the difference in strength and number. On Jiang Chen's side, There were only two fifth-grade great sovereigns, each of them fighting against a fifth-grade great sovereign. However, the remaining fifth-grade great sovereigns on Star Sovereign's side had already been taken over by Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and Long Shisan. All the fifth-grade great sovereigns were fighting against the three of them, which reduced a lot of pressure on the others. However, for the fourth-grade great sovereigns on Heaven Sovereign's side, the pressure was still very great. The difference in numbers between both sides was too great. They were not on the same level at all. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they still wouldn't be a match for so many experts. Arg! Yu Huafeng let out a blood-curdling scream. One of his arms was torn off and his life was in danger. He was only a second-grade great sovereign after all. Even though he was known as the #1 genius of the Dragon Hall, he couldn't handle such a battle. Yu Huafeng, hurry up and come in. Jiang Qin couldn't just watch Yu Huafeng get killed. He opened the gate of Zulong Tower. A black portal floated above Yu Huafeng's head and sucked him in with a strong suction force. Jiang Qin, you have betrayed Star Sovereign. You deserve to die. A fifth-grade great sovereign elder, Lung Lung, who was standing opposite Jiang Qin, said. There were 5 fifth-grade great sovereigns surrounding Jiang Qin. He was in a situation where he had to fight against 5 of them alone. Betray? I, Jiang Qin, have nothing to do with Star Sovereign. How could I betray him? Star Sovereign betrayed Heaven Sovereign. You bunch of stubborn old fogies still want to die with Star Sovereign. You're really hopeless. If you surrender now, Heaven Sovereign might let bygones be bygones due to his magnanimity. Jiang Qin said loudly. Jiang Qin, you're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You and Heaven Sovereign won't have a good ending. Another fifth-grade great sovereign said. Haha, looks like you guys have forgotten how Huang Tianbao died. Chapter 2052. When Jiang Qin was fighting against Huang Tianbao, he did not use his full strength. Today's situation was urgent. Jiang Qin would not hold back. The heavenly dragon sword that had just undergone a transformation was destined to follow Jiang Qin and kill everything in its path. The heavenly dragon sword let out a deafening dragon roar. In Jiang Qin's hand, the heavenly dragon sword had completely turned into a blood-red battle dragon. The violent sword chi was like a storm, shrouding the fifth-grade great sovereign in an instant. What? The fifth-grade great sovereign shouted. Just a single strike had made him feel an endless sense of danger. Only now did he understand that Jiang Qin did not use his full strength when he killed Huang Tianbao. The sword strike in front of him had completely terrified him. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. One should know that the combat strength of the fifth-grade great sovereign was weaker than Huang Tianbao. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to withstand Jiang Qin's terrifying heavenly dragon sword. Let's attack together. The other 4 also felt the terror of Jiang Qin. Their facial expression changed drastically and they did not dare to be careless. They knew very well that none of them was a match for Jiang Qin. They would only be easily killed by Jiang Qin. There was no doubt about it. At this point, the only way they could fight Jiang Qin was if the 5 of them worked together. Unfortunately, they had still underestimated Jiang Qin. Facing the attacks from 4 different directions, Jiang Qin did not even look at them. He locked onto one of them and wanted to kill him in one move, causing a great psychological blow to the others. Moreover, Jiang Qin's great void technique had reached the point of perfection. He only needed a thought to avoid the attacks of the others. Wuxiarg. The heavenly dragon sword was too powerful. After experiencing the great tribulation of heavenly dragon, it had completely transformed. It almost had the momentum of becoming the #1 sword in the world. The fifth-grade great sovereign was caught off guard and his great sovereign law was shattered. Then he was cut into 2 halves. The blood of a great sovereign splattered everywhere. The whole scene looked extremely bloody. Rumble. At this moment, the attacks of the other 4 fifth-grade great sovereigns had arrived. Unfortunately, their violent attacks did not cause any damage to Jiang Qin. Haha, you guys are too weak. Jiang Qin laughed wildly. Then he transformed into a true dragon. The dragon and sword had fused into one. He was going to unleash a deadly attack. Next, every strike of his sword would lock onto a target and kill a person. Oh my god. How can Jiang Qin be so terrifying? Even a fifth-grade great sovereign is not even a match against him. This is too terrifying. If the battle continues like this, he alone will be able to turn the situation around. There's also that dog and the yellow rogue youth. Although they are only third-grade great sovereigns, each of them is more abnormal than the other. This is too heaven-defying. The immortal court is Qin. The disciples and elders who were watching the battle were shocked speechless. They knew how terrifying Jiang Qin was. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Huang Tianbao. But they had never thought that he would be this terrifying. Not only were the 5 fifth grade great sovereigns unable to cause any damage to him, he even killed one of them in an instant. That terrifying battle sword had already reached a level where there was nothing it could not break and nothing it could not destroy. On the other battlefields, Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign were locked in battle. These two were the most powerful existences in the Immortal Court. Both of them had reached the peak of the 6th grade Great Sovereign realm. It was almost impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Hu Yong was fighting against Ling Likun, and Li Yanghu was fighting against Feng Jingyang. Both of them were evenly matched. It was difficult to cause any substantial damage to their opponents in a short period of time. From the looks of it, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were the deciding factors. Arc. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Another 5th grade Great Sovereign died under Jiang Chen's sword. The scene was too bloody and shocking. 5th grade Great Sovereigns were falling one after another. The death of each 5th grade Great Sovereign was a great loss to the Immortal Court. However, there was nothing that could be done about this loss. The Immortal Court was going to experience a great upheaval and a great revolution. It needed a baptism of blood. Only then would there be a qualitative transformation and rapid development. More importantly, Jiang Chen and Nangong Wenyan didn't have the time to think too much right now. They needed to stay alive, and these people in front of them wanted to kill them. That made them their enemies, their mortal enemies. When dealing with one's enemy, it was always a matter of life and death. The tragic death of 2 5th grade Great Sovereigns had caused an invisible deterrence to the entire battlefield. Under such deterrence, the morale of the Star Sovereign side had started to weaken. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper, fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Star Sovereign, do you see this? Jiang Chen alone can fight against thousands of troops. To be honest, no matter how many 5th grade Great Sovereigns you have, they will all be killed by Jiang Chen alone. Heaven Sovereign said with a smile. Jiang Chen had always been the creator of miracles. From the day he entered the Immortal Court, he knew that the only one who could save him was Jiang Chen. The only one who could change the situation of Fengqi Immortal Court was Jiang Chen. That was why he asked Han Feng to find Jiang Chen at all costs. Damn it. Star Sovereign's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally saw Jiang Chen's strength. Apart from anger, he also felt regretful. If such a peerless prodigy were to be used by him, then no one would be able to shake his position as Star Sovereign. Unfortunately, not only could such a person not be of use to him, but he had also become his enemy. This was what Star King did not want to see the most, and it was also what he did not want to face the most. Arc. As he spoke, another blood-curdling scream was heard. The 3rd 5th grade Great Sovereign died in the hands of Jiang Chen. The remaining 2 5th grade Great Sovereigns were already trembling with fear. They stood not far from Jiang Chen, trembling with fear, and even forgot to attack. Swoosh, swoosh. They were stunned, but Jiang Chen did not have the slightest intention of holding back. He swung his sword twice at lightning speed, chopping off an arm of each of the 2 5th grade Great Sovereigns. Their faces were pale, but they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, Jiang Chen only chopped off one of their arms and not cut them in half. In fact, after Jiang Chen killed 3 5th grade Great Sovereigns, the remaining 2 5th grade Great Sovereigns had completely lost their courage to fight. They felt that they would definitely die under Jiang Chen's sword if they were to attack. The two of you have one chance to surrender to Heaven Sovereign. Only one chance. Make your choice now. Chapter 2053. A lone survivor, we surrender. The two of them did not dare to hesitate and agreed to surrender without any hesitation. Death was too far away for them when they had reached their level of cultivation. Facing death would be infinitely terrifying. Moreover, in many people's hearts, this was not a battle that concerned the life and death of the Immortal Court or the glory of the Immortal Court. It was just a battle between the Sovereign Lords. In many people's eyes, it was not important who the Sovereign Lord was. Moreover, Heaven Sovereign was the former Sovereign Lord of the Immortal Court. This was an internal battle of the Immortal Court. There was no need to throw away their lives for such a battle. Perhaps such a battle was meaningless in the first place. Both of you retreat from the battlefield and recuperate. Jiang Chen said. Yes. The two of them immediately retreated from the battlefield as if they were granted amnesty. The moment they made their decision, they felt extremely relaxed. They knew that the era of Star Sovereign was about to end and the Immortal Court would usher in a new era. Jiang Chen alone was enough to change the entire situation of the Immortal Court. The one who obtained Jiang Chen would obtain the world. He was a peerless genius. There was no way to experience his terror, because it was a gamble with one's life. No one could afford to gamble because there was no second life. The surrender of the two fifth-grade great sovereigns had caused a huge impact. The morale of Star Sovereign's camp had fallen to the lowest point. This kind of blow to the morale could seriously affect the other party's mood. This kind of surrender could spread, planting the seed of surrender in everyone's heart. Jiangchen would let them know that the outcome of not surrendering was death. This was also one of the reasons why Jiangchen wanted the two fifth-grade great sovereigns to surrender. One should know that no matter if it was an ordinary force or a battle between great sovereigns, as long as it was a war, morale and mentality were extremely important. Ah, they have all surrendered. Is there any need for you to persist? Long Xuan laughed and said to the four fifth-grade great sovereigns who were completely suppressed by him. If this was said at the beginning, it would definitely be countered by the other party. But now none of the four of them spoke. No one would have thought that the battle that was supposed to be without suspense would develop to such an extent. Dragon roars shook the sky. Jiangchen dragged the body of a mad dragon and charged towards the chaotic battle below. Because there were too many experts on Star Sovereign's side, it had already created a great deal of pressure on Sky Sovereign's side, causing all the people on Sky Sovereign's side to suffer light or heavy injuries. The fact that Jiangchen was charging towards Heaven Sovereign's side at this moment was a great boost to their morale. In addition to the fact that two fifth-grade great sovereigns had surrendered, all of their despair had disappeared. Rumble, Jiangchen didn't make any unnecessary movements. He waved his hand and the terrifying sword chi turned into a shocking dragon. Boundless sword chi rained down, enveloping a large area of the void. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. At least 7 or 8 people had died from Jiangchen's slash. The remaining martial monarchs were scared out of their wits and started to flee in all directions. They didn't even have the desire to fight against Jiangchen, who was a madman who valued life. Everyone listen up. Surrender or die. Jiangchen unleashed his 5-elemental sphere, shrouding everyone within it. Boundless divine mightiness surged out of his body. At this moment he was like a peerless devil king, a devil of slaughter. Every move of his could shake people's souls. Looking at Jiangchen's blood-red cold eyes, countless people were frightened and their faces turned pale. They had no doubt that even if all of them attacked together, they wouldn't be able to kill Jiangchen. In front of Jiangchen, these 4th-grade or 3rd-grade great sovereigns were just ants. As long as Jiangchen wanted to, he could crush them at any time. We surrender. We don't want to fight anymore. It's a meaningless fight between our own people. It's meaningless to die in a war like this. I don't want to fight anymore. I surrender. Surrendering was a thing that would spread, especially when most people were in despair. Once one person surrendered, a large number of people would follow suit. It was still the same saying, no one wanted to die. The better one lived, the more they didn't want to die, and the more they knew how precious life was. An earth-shattering battle between great sovereigns was about to end so quickly. Everyone on Heaven Sovereign's side was pleasantly surprised. Before they made their decision, they had never thought that such a turn of events would happen. Jiangchen alone had turned the situation around. Let's not talk about who would win the battle between Heaven Sovereign and Star Sovereign in the end. Jiangchen already had complete control over the situation, and Star Sovereign was about to become a loner. Since you've surrendered, retreat from the battlefield immediately. Stand there and don't move. Jiangchen shouted. Those people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They didn't dare to disobey Jiangchen's order and began to retreat from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Swoosh. Jiangchen moved again. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at De Huang Dog's side. The two 5th-grade great sovereigns who were fighting against De Huang Dog had been injured by De Huang Dog. When they saw Jiangchen's arrival, they were instantly terrified. I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. One of the 5th-grade great sovereigns immediately kept his sovereign weapon. The other one quickly followed suit. To them this was the wisest choice. If they continued to fight, they would be torn apart by their opponents. There was no meaning in such a battle anymore. Only idiots would continue to fight knowing that they would die. After the two 5th-grade great sovereigns surrendered, the other 4 5th-grade great sovereigns who were fighting against Long Xuan also wisely gave up. They were all smart people. They didn't need to wait for Jiangchen's arrival. At this stage of the battle, it was no longer something that they could control or fight for. Heaven Sovereign had obtained Jiangchen's support. He had obtained almost everything. The era of Star Sovereign was destined to pass. They didn't want to lose their lives in vain in a battle like this. There was no value in it. At this point, the pinnacle battle had ended in the shortest time possible. The noisy battlefield had stopped, leaving only 3 battles. Getting rid of these people was very important for this battle. All of Star Sovereign's people had surrendered, causing Star Sovereign to immediately become isolated. Only Hu Yong and Li Yanghu were still fighting, but their expressions had already become very ugly. Jiang Qin is too powerful. He settled the battle so quickly. Now let's see who's more powerful, Star Sovereign or Heaven Sovereign. Chapter 2054. The current situation of the battle was very clear. The era of Star Sovereign was coming to an end, and the new era of the Immortal Court was coming soon. After all the experts had surrendered, Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto Hu Yong, who was fighting against Ling Likun, and Li Yanghu, who was fighting against Feng Jingyang. Monkey, you go and kill Li Yanghu, I'll go and kill Hu Yong, Jiang Chen said to Long Shisan. He wanted Star Sovereign to become a loner, and then deal with him after wiping out everyone. Hu Yong and Li Yanghu were the absolute confidants of Star Sovereign. These two must not be left alive and must be killed. All right. Long Shisan responded and rushed towards Li Yanghu with his iron staff. On the other side, Jiang Chen also rushed towards Hu Yong with his battle sword. Li Yanghu and Feng Jingyang did not gain any advantage in the battle. As the Hall Master of the Dragon Hall, Feng Jingyang's strength was definitely the #1 expert below the 6th grade Great Sovereign of the Immortal Court. Now that Long Shisan had joined the fray, Li Yanghu instantly had the urge to spurt out blood. Li Yanghu had witnessed Long Shisan's strength with his own eyes. Even when fighting against 4 opponents, he was still able to defeat them. Now that Long Shisan and Feng Jingyang had joined the fray, he was afraid that he would only be killed. No more fighting, I surrender too. Li Yanghu shouted angrily. How could he continue fighting? You don't have the right to surrender. Long Shisan did not say anything and smashed his iron staff down. Jiang Qin told him to kill Li Yanghu. According to his understanding of Jiang Qin, Li Yanghu was on the list of people who must be killed. Long. Feng Jingyang also attacked without any mercy. A person like Li Yanghu must not be left alive. Even if he surrendered today, he might become a scourge in the future. He might even become the 2nd Star Sovereign in the future. Motherfucker, you are forcing me? Li Yanghu cursed. So what if I force you? Long Shisan sneered. He didn't put a 5th grade Great Sovereign in his eyes at all. In a one-on-one fight, even without Feng Jingyang's help, Long Shisan could still easily kill Li Yanghu. Moreover, he could guarantee that Li Yanghu wouldn't even have the chance to escape. On the other side, after Jiang Qin joined the battle, Hu Yong's performance immediately paled in comparison. He dared not look down on Jiang Qin at all. He had witnessed how Jiang Qin killed those 5th grade Great Sovereigns with a single slash. Although Jiang Qin was only a 2nd grade Great Sovereign, his performance was enough to prove that he had the strength of a 6th grade Great Sovereign. Hu Yong's cultivation was on par with Ling Likun's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been unable to determine a victor after fighting for so long. However, now that an anomaly like Jiang Qin had joined the fray, the outcome would most likely change immediately. Swoosh. Jiang Qin did not waste any time and immediately launched his strongest attack. He immediately executed the fusion of dragon and sword. The terrifying sword dragon was enough to destroy everything in the heavens and earth, madly rushing towards Hu Yong. Even Hu Yong had to pay attention to such a fierce attack. Damn it, how can this bastard be so powerful? Hu Yong cursed in his heart. The long spear in his hand danced vigorously, thrusting towards Jiang Chen's dragon sword. Rumble. Jiang Chen's dragon sword and Hu Yong's spear collided. Terrifying chi waves immediately rolled. With Jiang Chen's strength, even if he executed the fusion of dragon and sword, it was still very difficult for him to cause any damage to Hu Yong, who was a 6th grade Great Sovereign. Of course, Jiang Chen's aim was not to cause any substantial damage to Hu Yong. What he wanted was to attract all of Hu Yong's combat strength. That was indeed the case. Ling Likun also attacked decisively at the moment when Hu Yong and Jiang Qin collided. Ling Likun's sovereign weapon was also a sword. His sword technique was strange. The sharp sword was like a poisonous dragon, piercing Hu Yong's body in an instant. Puchi. Ling Likun's sword pierced through one of Hu Yong's arms. Then the destructive sword chi exploded. Hu Yong was caught off guard and couldn't withstand it at all. One of his arms was shattered on the spot. Bastard. Hu Yong cursed, but there was nothing he could do. Both Jiang Qin and Ling Likun were too strong. Their attacks were very strange. He couldn't afford to split his attention to deal with both of them at the same time. This gave one of them an opportunity to attack. How? Jiang Chen did not give Hu Yong any chance at all. After Ling Likun shattered his arm, Jiang Chen's dragon sword struck again with extreme speed. This was not the only scary thing. Ling Likun's attack came from another direction, causing Hu Yong to fall into an extremely passive state. Star Sovereign, I'm sorry? Hu Yong shouted at Star Sovereign. Then his body flashed, preparing to escape. At this critical moment of life and death, nothing was more important than preserving his life. Hu Yong knew that it was impossible to surrender. Based on his previous actions, his opponent would never accept his surrender. The only thing he could do now was to escape. With his 6th grade Great Sovereign cultivation base, even if he couldn't win, escaping was not a problem. Unfortunately, this was only Hu Yong's wishful thinking. In an instant, Hu Yong tore through the void and disappeared with a swoosh. Don't let him escape, Ling Likun exclaimed. His strength was on par with Hu Yong. If Hu Yong was determined to escape, it would not be a problem for him to escape even if he had lost one of his arms. Don't worry, he can't escape. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. With a sway of his body, he entered the void. In the next moment, a rumbling sound could be heard from the void. Hu Yong, who had escaped, was forced out from the void once again. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. How is this possible? Hu Yong turned pale with fright and looked at Jiang Chen. He couldn't believe that his opponent could accurately predict his escape route. A 6th grade Great Sovereign could escape in the blink of an eye, but Hu Yong failed to do so. Hu Yong, let alone you, even if it's Star Sovereign, do you think he can escape from the Great Void Technique? Jiang Chen sneered. What? Void Sovereign's Great Void Technique? You've learned the Great Void Technique? Hu Yong exclaimed once again. He thought of the movement technique that Jiang Chen used just now. If it wasn't the Great Void Technique, what else could it be? Just like what Jiang Chen said, if Jiang Chen really had the Great Void Technique, not to mention Hu Yong, even Star Sovereign would not be able to escape. In this world, there weren't many people who could escape from the Great Void Technique, unless there was a huge gap in strength. Unfortunately, Hu Yong was not one of them. The gap between his and Jiang Chen's cultivation base was not huge. Hu Yong, surrender. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Chapter 2055. Arc. 2 blood-curdling screams were heard almost at the same time in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hu Yong's chest was pierced by Ling Likun's long sword. At the same time, he was attacked by Jiang Chen's terrifying dragon seal and died on the spot. On the other side, Xianhu was also in a terrible state. His head was smashed by Ling Likun's staff. Following the tragic deaths of Hu Yong and Xianhu, Star Sovereign had become completely isolated in the entire immortal court. He no longer had a capable general by his side. Countless people of the immortal court were speechless. None of them had expected that today's war would end up like this. Jiang Chen's sudden emergence was just too abnormal. Other than Star Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign, who were still fighting fiercely, Jiang Chen had completely turned the tide of the battle. He alone had turned the situation around. Star Sovereign was finished. At this moment, no one had any hope for Star Sovereign. The best outcome for Star Sovereign was to escape and look for a chance to rise again in the future. However, there was no place for Star Sovereign in the immortal court anymore. Old Ling, let's besiege Star Sovereign together. Don't give him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen said to Ling Likun. All right. Ling Likun nodded. The two of them headed towards the highest point of the battlefield. Ling Likun wasn't a fool. He naturally knew how dangerous Star Sovereign was. If they couldn't eliminate Star Sovereign today, the immortal court would never have a peaceful day in the future given Star Sovereign's ruthlessness. Moreover, this was the best time to eliminate Star Sovereign. 2 silhouettes flashed past. Jiang Chen and Ling Likun rushed into the battlefield. The two of them and Heaven Sovereign surrounded Star Sovereign from all directions. The entire battlefield was completely locked down, not giving Star Sovereign any chance to escape. Star Sovereign, you're done for. Just surrender. Considering our past relationship, I can spare your life. Heaven Sovereign said. Ah. Star Sovereign heard this and burst into laughter. However, his laughter was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Star Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you are the key to my failure. I can only blame myself for trusting you. If I had acted earlier, you and Sky Sovereign would have died tragically, and today's ending would not have happened. The person Star Sovereign hated the most now was not the Sky Emperor but Jiang Chen. All his plans were ruined in the hands of Jiang Chen. At this moment, Star Sovereign's heart was filled with unwillingness and regret. Yes, he was very regretful. He regretted not paying attention to Jiang Chen earlier. When he wanted to pay attention to Jiang Chen, he still treated Jiang Chen as one of his own. If he had chosen to kill Jiang Chen when he first entered the immortal court, he would have definitely gotten rid of all the troubles and obstacles in his path. Unfortunately, regret was the only thing that could not be solved in this world. Regret was useless unless time could be reversed. Unfortunately, even if he, Star Sovereign, had the ability to reverse time, he did not have the ability to do so. Winner takes all. Star Sovereign, you should know this principle. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had nothing to say about Star Sovereign's ending. He had experienced too many wars ever since he was in Saint Origin World. In this world where strength was respected, there was no logic. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. People would only worship the strong, and at most they would only reminisce about the dead. Heaven Sovereign Jiang Chen Ling Likun, do you think that the three of you can kill me by joining hands? You're too naive. You can't stop me from leaving this place. Star Sovereign Lung Lung said. Is that so? I wonder if Star Sovereign has heard of the Great Void technique. However, at this moment, Star Sovereign was bent on killing Jiang Chen. Even if he would suffer serious injuries, he would drag Jiang Chen to hell with him. Facing Star Sovereign's peerless attack, Jiang Chen understood that even if he resisted with all his strength, he would still be no match for Star Sovereign. However, Jiang Chen's face did not show any signs of panic, because he still had a trump card that he had yet to display. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. At the moment when Star Sovereign's Starlight Sword was about to hit him, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. A layer of blood-red battle armor immediately appeared on the surface of his body. The battle armor was flickering with the shadow of a dragon, looking very mighty. Countless disciples and elders of the immortal court shouted in unison. All the gloomy atmosphere disappeared along with their cheers. The era of Star Sovereign was destined to become history, to disappear in the river of history. Nangong Wendian looked at the crowd of people in the immortal court, but his face didn't show much joy or excitement. After his rebirth, he was only Nangong Wendian, no longer Celestial the Arch. What he pursued was no longer supreme power. He wanted to live a carefree life, but fate played tricks on him. Since fate had pushed him to this height again, he had no reason to retreat. Nangong Wendian was in the process of accepting his new identity in his previous life and this life. In the end, Nangong Wendian buried Star Sovereign in the Star Sovereign Palace. He only sealed the Star Sovereign Palace but did not destroy it. Celestial the Arch was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Such an act was enough to show his magnanimity. This alone made many people accept this new Sovereign Lord. A Sovereign Lord that valued friendship and righteousness was more reassuring than a cold and heartless Sovereign Lord. In the Celestial the Arch Palace, Jiang Chen, Celestial the Arch, Long Shisan and De Huang Dog were gathered together. An ordinary table was placed in the middle. The four of them chatted happily while drinking. Monkey, let me introduce someone to you. This is Nangong Wendian, the reincarnation of Celestial the Arch. He is also my sworn brother. The reason why I came to Fengqi Immortal Court is because of him. Jiang Chen said. Anan, this is Long Shisan. He possesses the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape. This fella has an even more powerful identity, the first-generation holy son of the demonic immortal island. After Jiang Chen's introduction, Nangong Wendian and Long Shisan quickly familiarized themselves with each other. They were very clear that those who could be sworn brothers with Jiang Chen were definitely not weak. Most of them were people from the passageway. The conversation between the two of them was filled with joy. In the end, the two of them even put their arms around each other's shoulders and called each other brothers. It was as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. These two fellas, why are they so annoying? De Huang Dog said speechlessly. Anan, there's a very important matter that I have to tell you guys. Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. What is it? Nangong Wendian asked. The three of them could feel that the matter that Jiang Chen paid so much attention to was definitely not a small matter. Previously, when I obtained the ancient elephant bloodline in the miniature Fengqi world, I met someone who was also interested in the ancient elephant bloodline. This person tried to snatch the ancient elephant bloodline and was killed by me in the end. Jiang Chen said. Oh. Celestial the Arch was startled. In this world, other than himself, he believed that no one else would know where the ancient elephant bloodline was hidden. What made him even more confused was that there was actually someone who was interested in the ancient elephant bloodline and did not hesitate to enter the miniature Fengqi world to snatch it. Moreover, this person was obviously unrelated to Star Sovereign. It's someone from the barbarian world. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a cold light. What? Barbarian world? Chapter 2057. Why are the barbarian world trying to snatch the ancient elephant bloodline? Long Shersan was puzzled. The barbarian elephant is the totem of the ancient barbarian race, a supreme existence. The bloodline of the barbarian elephant is unimaginably attractive to the barbarian race. Unfortunately, the current barbarian race has lost its true meaning. The bloodline of the barbarian race is sacred, but the current barbarian race is just a bunch of evil barbarians. They have lost their sacred taste. However, if they could obtain the bloodline of the barbarian elephant, they would be able to cleanse their bloodline and make the barbarian world stronger. At that time, I'm afraid that even the immortal world would not be a match for the barbarian world. Heaven's Sovereign said. The barbarian world has started to meddle in the affairs of the immortal world. They have their eyes on the Fengqi immortal court. I feel that the new catastrophe is not far away. Could happen at any time. Jiang Qin said. Little Qinzi is right. Ancestor Green Lotus and Sister Ning have also said the same thing. The Buddhist sect and the Golden Clan are the nemesis of the barbarian world. Their words are not without reason. Looks like we have to prepare ourselves. De Huang Dog said. If the barbarian world were to attack the immortal world again, Anan will most likely be their main target. The ancient elephant bloodline in your body is too attractive to them. Jiang Qin looked at Nangong Wentian and said. Haha, let them come then. I Nangong Wentian have never been afraid. I was not able to participate in the previous catastrophe, but this time I will definitely not miss it. Nangong Wentian laughed. The pressure from the barbarian world did not scare him at all. Instead, it stimulated his strong battle intent. All along they were battle maniacs. They had never been afraid of anything. Now that their cultivation base had reached such a level, there was nothing for them to be afraid of. Little Qinzi, the barbarian world will soon launch a new catastrophe. It has been a long time since the desolate ancient land. I'm worried that Ling Air will be in danger. De Huang Dog said. Thinking of Zhuoling Air, he Jiang Chen and Long Shersan felt heavy. Little Qinzi, what's wrong with Ling Air? Nangong Wentian asked hastily. He wasn't unfamiliar with Zhuoling Air. They had both ascended from the same place and were the most important people around Jiangchen. Ling Er has the complete barbarian god's bloodline. To the barbarian race, her bloodline is as important as the barbarian elephant bloodline. After Ling Er ascended, she ascended to the barbarian world because of her bloodline. She's now the saintess of the Wuxia family. However, the intention of the Wuxia family to nurture her is very obvious. As long as Ling Er becomes a great sovereign, her bloodline will be extracted by the higher-ups of the Wuxia family. I'm worried that Ling Er has already become a great sovereign. Barian King Jiang said. King. The Wuxia family is one of the top families in the barbarian world. There's a 9th grade great sovereign guarding them. It's impossible to save Ling Er from the Wuxia family. It's impossible to save Ling Er from the desolate ancient land, said De Huang Dog. He understood the barbarian world very well. He knew that the Wuxia family was too powerful for them to handle. We can't wait any longer. Even if there's no chance of winning, I have to go. If it wasn't for Ling Er, we wouldn't have been able to walk out of the desolate ancient land. Jiang Qin said. They could have brought Zhuoling Air out of the desolate ancient land, but the experts of the barbarian world came. Even the patriarch of the Wuxia family, Wuxia Manjun, had to take action personally. If it wasn't for Zhuoling Air, Jiang Qin, Long Shersan and Yang Junlong would have been buried in the desolate ancient land. I'll go with you. Long Shersan said. No, I'll go alone this time. I'll act according to the situation when I get to the barbarian world. I have the heavenly dragon battle armor and the Zulong Tower. It shouldn't be a problem for me to stay alive. Jiang Qin stopped Long Shersan. This time he was going to the barbarian world alone. He wouldn't even bring De Huang Dog along. It would be more convenient for him to do things alone. Saving Zhuoling Air was an urgent matter. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. The more he delayed, the more dangers Zhuoling Air would face. With the Wuxia family's methods and abundant resources, it was very easy for them to nurture a great sovereign. Moreover, Zhuoling Air possessed the powerful barbarian god bloodline. Her speed of improvement was incomparable to others. Of course, Zhuoling Air was also very smart. She understood her situation very well. She knew that as long as her cultivation base reached the great sovereign realm, it would be the time of her death. Therefore, in order to preserve her life, Xuanhuan would definitely think of some methods to suppress her cultivation base. This was probably Jiang Chen's only chance. However, the three of them were still worried about Jiang Chen going to the barbarian world alone to save Xuanhuan. Even if Jiang Chen had the ability to transcend the heavens, it was still too dangerous for him to enter the barbarian world like this. Just when everyone was frowning, Han Feng walked in from the outside. After killing Star Sovereign, Heaven Sovereign made Han Feng stay in Heaven Sovereign Palace to cultivate. Sovereign Lord, there's a woman outside who wants to see Jiang Chen. Han Feng said. What kind of woman? Jiang Chen asked curiously. She said that she's the saintess of the Golden Clan. Han Feng said. Sister Ning. Everyone said in unison. Why aren't you inviting her in? Heaven Sovereign was anxious. There's no need for that. I'm already here. While speaking, a woman in fiery red battle armor walked in. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. There was a golden crow halo on her head. The tight-fitting battle armor made her look extraordinarily noble, adding another kind of beauty to Wu Ningzhu. Sister Ning. They stood up at the same time. They couldn't be more familiar with Wu Ningzhu. Naturally, they were overjoyed to see Wu Ningzhu here. The bloodline of the Golden Clan is really powerful. Sister Ning has already reached the third grade Great Sovereign realm. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue in amazement. Sister Ning has obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao. It's only natural for her to improve so quickly. Long San said. When we were still in St. Origin World, we never thought that such a day would come. Nangong Wendian couldn't help but sigh. Not only him, Jiang Chen and the others also felt the same. Now that they thought about it, what happened in St. Origin World was like yesterday. Little Qinzi, the reason why I'm here is to invite you to the Golden Clan as a guest. Wu Ningzhu said. What? The Golden Clan has reappeared? Everyone was shocked. Judging from Wu Ningzhu's tone, the Golden Clan had already reappeared in the world, and the reappearance of the Golden Clan meant that a new catastrophe was coming. Yes, the Golden Clan has reappeared in the world. A new catastrophe is coming. Little Qinzi had protected the Golden Clan previously and made an unimaginable contribution to the clan. Therefore, the Golden Clan has specially invited Little Qinzi as a guest to discuss how to resist the coming catastrophe. Chapter 2058. Little Qinzi, it just so happens that you are planning to go to the barbarian world to save Ling Er. The Golden Clan is the biggest nemesis of the barbarian race. Now that the Golden Clan has reappeared, you can go to the Golden Clan first. Maybe it will be of great help to you when you go to the barbarian world. Nangong Wendian said. The entire immortal world knew about the contributions of the Golden Clan during the last catastrophe. It was no exaggeration to say that without the Golden Clan, the immortal world would have fallen in that catastrophe. As the nemesis of the barbarian race, the Golden Clan definitely had something that could restrain the barbarian race. Since Jiang Chen wanted to go to the barbarian world, it was necessary for him to visit the Golden Clan first. Back in the Golden Horizon, Jiang Chen had helped the Golden Clan fend off all the invaders and obtained the Sun Divine Feather. His body even contained the fire of the Golden Crow. He had already gained the recognition of the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen was indebted to the Golden Clan. He had contributed greatly to the Golden Clan's re-emergence. Furthermore, his wife was now the Golden Clan's holy maiden. Jiang Chen and the Golden Clan could be said to be inseparable. In addition, Jiang Chen's talent was extraordinary and he was the #1 genius in the world. The Golden Clan would definitely attach great importance to him. It could be said that in the eyes of the Golden Clan, Jiang Chen was a solid force that could resist the barbarians in the future. You want to go to the barbarian world to save Ling Er? It's too dangerous. When Wu Ningzhu heard Jiang Chen's plan, she immediately revealed a worried expression. After becoming the saintess of the Golden Clan, Wu Ningzhu was already quite familiar with the barbarian world. It was also because of this familiarity that she felt the horror of the barbarian world. If Jiang Chen went to the barbarian world alone to save Ling Er, it would be 100 times more dangerous than going through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. There was almost no possibility of success and hope. If things went wrong, even Jiang Chen would not be able to come out and would die in the barbarian world. Sister Ning, Ling Er is in danger. How can I not save her? If it wasn't for Ling Er, we wouldn't have been able to walk out of the desolate ancient land. So, even if the barbarian world is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, I still have to go. Jiang Chen's momentum shook. Sigh. Wu Ningzhu couldn't help but let out a sigh. She knew that Jiang Chen was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Jiang Chen would definitely not sit idly when Ling Er was in trouble. It was just like how Jiang Chen came to Fengqi Immortal Court without hesitation when Nangong Wenyan was in trouble. Nobody could change the decision that Jiang Chen had made. Moreover, if Zwillinger was really in trouble, Wu Ningzhu had no reason to stop Jiang Chen. Even she herself was worried about Zwillinger. Since you're determined to go, follow me to the Golden Clan first. You might be able to get some help there. Wu Ningzhu said. All right, then let's not delay any further. Let's go. Jiang Chen said. Then I'll also return to the demonic immortal island for the time being to prepare for the upcoming catastrophe. Da Huang Dog will stay behind to help Anan deal with the matters of the immortal court. Little Chenzi, be careful in the barbarian world. But I believe that no one in this world can kill you. I hope that you can create another miracle. Long Shisan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't die. Jiang Chen smiled. There were some things that needed to be done. Jiang Chen had fought against the barbarian race before, so he was very experienced. Afterwards, Jiang Chen followed Wu Ningzhu to the Golden Clan, Long Shisan returned to the demonic immortal island, and Da Huang Dog stayed behind to help Heaven Sovereign manage the immortal court. The heaven and earth were calm, but it gave people the feeling of undercurrents surging. If the catastrophe came, this beautiful immortal world would once again become a purgatory on earth. After walking out of the immortal court, Wu Ningzhu took out a reddish-golden talisman. The talisman was branded with a dancing golden crow, looking extremely mystical. Wu Ningzhu struck out a golden energy into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman turned into an illusory portal. Behind the portal was a void passage that led directly to the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu's bodies flickered and vanished into the portal. Then, the portal vanished, and the void returned to its tranquil state as if nothing had happened. The Golden Clan was still in the original Golden Horizon, but the current Golden Horizon was completely different from before. In the past, the Golden Horizon was filled with murderous chi, lifeless chi, and all kinds of demons and devils ran amok. Now that the Golden Clan had reappeared in the world, the environment of the entire Golden Horizon immediately underwent earth-shattering changes. The entire space was filled with a sacred aura. There was a scorching sun in the sky that would never set, regardless of day or night. Golden mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. 7-colored divine birds flew across the sky from time to time. The air was filled with blazing immortal chi. The Golden Horizon looked nothing like before. After the reappearance of the Golden Clan, the entire Golden Horizon was filled with the brilliance of the Golden Clan. All the existing devils were completely destroyed. Now the entire Golden Horizon has become the holy land of the Golden Clan. There will no longer be any talk of opening the Golden Horizon in the future. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. This clan is really scary. Jiang Chen sighed. In the past, Golden Sovereign had used a supreme technique to seal the Golden Clan. After countless years, the Golden Clan has reappeared in the world, and the living forces of the past have been preserved. Wu Ningzhu said. How many great sovereigns does the Golden Clan have now? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I'm not sure about the exact number, but there are at least a few hundred great sovereigns. The one who controls the Golden Clan now is Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign. His cultivation base has reached the peak of the 8th grade Great Sovereign Realm, and he's only a step away from the 9th grade Great Sovereign Realm. He's extremely terrifying. Wu Ningzhu said. After listening to Wu Ningzhu's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A peak 8th grade Great Sovereign, plus the special bloodline of the Golden Clan. Wouldn't that mean that they could fight against a 9th grade barbarian sovereign of the barbarian world? It seemed like the living forces of the Golden Clan had been preserved. It was imaginable that the Golden Clan would play an important role in the upcoming second catastrophe. Currently, no one knows about the reappearance of the Golden Clan. Not even the experts of Sovereign Domain know about it. Otherwise, the Golden Clan would have been crushed by those supreme great sovereigns of Sovereign Domain. Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Jiang Chen nodded. She wasn't boasting at all. The reputation of the Golden Clan wasn't just for show. If the rulers of Sovereign Domain knew about the reappearance of the Golden Clan, they would come to congratulate them. However, the first thing the Golden Clan did after their reappearance was to invite a nobody like him. This made Jiang Chen's heart filled with pride. Let's go and meet the patriarch. Wu Ningzhu said and brought Jiang Chen to the gate of the Golden Clan. Chapter 2059. On both sides of the Golden Gate were 2 pillars that pierced through the clouds. The pillars were engraved with ancient runes and diagrams. At the top of the gate, there was a lifelike divine bird hanging in the air. The divine bird had a pair of golden wings, and it raised its head to the sky. It gave off an incomparably noble aura, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of awe and reverence. At this moment, there were at least 20 powerful golden warriors standing in front of the gate of the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen looked over and found that these guards were all at the Immortal Emperor realm. This showed how powerful the Golden Clan was. "Welcome, benefactor." A guard captain strode towards Jiang Chen and clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. His tone and attitude were extremely respectful. "Benefactor." This form of address stunned Jiang Chen. It was true that he had contributed to the Golden Clan, but it wasn't to the extent of being a benefactor. Even though all the geniuses had entered the remains of the Golden Clan that day, they still couldn't stop the reappearance of the Golden Clan. Moreover, Jiang Chen had also obtained the Sun Divine Feather, which could be considered as a great benefit. More importantly, the way the guard captain looked at him seemed to be very familiar with him. At the very least, the guard captain knew him, but this was the first time that Jiang Chen met this guard captain. "Little Qinzi, do you still remember those golden warriors in front of the gate of the Golden Clan that day?" Wu Ningzhu said with a smile. Jiang Chen came to a sudden realization. That day he and a Huang dog were guarding in front of the gate, stopping everyone from entering. At that time there was a group of golden warriors here. However, these golden warriors were in a sealed state, so Jiang Chen could only see their rough figures. He didn't pay special attention to their appearance. Now, it seemed that these guards were the golden warriors of that day. "Benefactor, if it weren't for your help that day we would have lost our lives. We were in a sealed state at that time and couldn't display much of our strength. If those people wanted to barge into the clan, we would have died to stop them." The guard captain spoke. The incident that happened in the Golden Horizon had been recorded in a special video. After the Golden Clan reappeared, this video was passed to every clansman. Therefore, almost everyone in the Golden Clan knew who Jiang Chen was. In other words, Jiang Chen had never been to the Golden Clan, but he had already become a very famous person. "This is what I should do." Jiang Chen smiled, not daring to claim credit. "Alright, I'm going to take him to see the patriarch." Wu Ningzhu said. "Yes, Saintess." The guard captain bowed to Wu Ningzhu, then made an inviting gesture. Wu Ningzhu was now the Saintess of the Golden Clan with the terrifying cultivation base of a third-grade great sovereign. These guards would naturally show respect to her. Wu Ningzhu brought Jiang Chen into the Golden Clan. There were golden mountains everywhere. The palaces and ancient pagodas were also golden. The main color of this place was golden. Anyone who came in would feel as if they were bathing in a golden ocean. There was only one palace in the center of the Golden Clan. It was where the patriarch resided. Wu Ningzhu brought Jiang Chen and flew towards the palace. The palace was 10 meters high and golden in color. There was a plaque hanging above the palace. On it were 4 big words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Scarlet Heaven Main Palace. This was the Palace of Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign, the most honorable place in the Golden Clan. At this moment, the gate of the palace was not closed. Jiang Chen followed Wu Ningzhu into the palace. The huge palace seemed a little spacious. Currently, there were more than 10 higher-ups of the Golden Clan sitting in the main hall. As soon as they stepped into the palace, Jiang Chen immediately felt an extremely powerful pressure pouncing on him. However, Jiang Chen was still as calm as a mountain under this terrifying pressure. Upon seeing this, the higher-ups of the Golden Clan nodded secretly, their eyes showing a hint of admiration towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked around and found that the weakest among them was a 7th-grade great sovereign. There were 5 to 6 8th-grade great sovereigns. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had seen such a terrifying lineup. These people were definitely not the full strength of the Golden Clan. According to Jiang Chen's attack, there was a high possibility that there were 9th-grade great sovereigns behind the Golden Clan. The Golden Clan was not under the control of Sovereign Domain. Therefore, there was no need for experts above the 6th-grade great sovereign to enter Sovereign Domain. This was an independent clan that belonged to the pinnacle of the immortal world. There was no force in the immortal world that could demand the Golden Clan to do anything. Patriarch. Wu Ningzhu bowed to a middle-aged man who was sitting at the head of the table. He seemed to be in his 40s. He had a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and tiger-like eyes. His eyes were constantly emitting golden light. Just by sitting there without moving, he gave people a great pressure. He was wearing a golden robe that was embroidered with various kinds of divine golden crows. He was the patriarch of the Golden Clan, Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign Jin Qishao. Jiang Chen greets the patriarch, greets the seniors. Jiang Chen also cupped his fists. He knew that these people in front of him were people that had lived for countless years. They had existed since the ancient times. However, they were sealed and had only reappeared now. However, Jiangchen understood that the overall strength of the Golden Clan had been increasing after being sealed for tens of thousands of years. This could be seen from the strength of these people in front of him. Facing these people who had made great contributions to the immortal world, even Jiangchen had to show his respect. Jiangchen, don't be shy. We all know about your contributions to the Golden Clan. That's why you were the first to be invited after the reappearance of the Golden Clan. From now on, you are the distinguished guest of the Golden Clan. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign said. He had seen the strength and talent that Jiangchen had displayed in the video. Moreover, Jiangchen's calm and composed performance had given Jin Qishao a very good impression of Jiangchen. You flatter me. Jiangchen smiled. Jiangchen, the Golden Clan has already prepared a residence for you. You can live here in the future. You can also use the cultivation resources of the Golden Clan as you please. A new catastrophe is coming. Only by continuously increasing your strength can you deal with it, Jin Qishao said. His words were filled with the intention to rope in Jiangchen. He had even prepared a residence for Jiangchen. It seemed that he was prepared to let Jiangchen join the Golden Clan directly. Moreover, he could use all the cultivation resources of the Golden Clan as he pleased. Anyone in the immortal world would have fainted from such temptation. Chapter 2060. The other great emperors looked at Jiangchen calmly. From their point of view, Jiangchen was an outsider. It was definitely a supreme honor for Jiangchen to be able to join the Golden Clan. Jiangchen would definitely be extremely excited and grateful to Jin Qishao. To Jiangchen, it didn't matter if he joined the Golden Clan or not. Anyway, it was to fight against the barbarian race. Moreover, Wu Ningzhu was the saintess of the Golden Clan. As Wu Ningzhu's husband, Jiangchen could be considered as half a member of the Golden Clan. However, Jiangchen couldn't agree to stay in the Golden Clan as he still had something important to do. Clan leader's kindness, Jiangchen can only appreciate it. After coming to the Golden Clan as a guest, I will be going to the barbarian world. Jiangchen said. He couldn't hide the fact that he was going to the barbarian world from the Golden Clan, because he wanted to obtain some benefits from the Golden Clan. What? After hearing Jiangchen's words, more than a dozen high-class great emperors exclaimed. They were angry that Jiangchen dared to reject Jin Qishao. However, when they heard that Jiangchen was going to the barbarian world, all their anger immediately turned into shock. Jiangchen, you want to go to the barbarian world? Are you joking? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you will die immediately if you go to the barbarian world. One of the great emperors said impolitely. Jiangchen, why are you going to the barbarian world? Jin Qishao asked. To save someone. Jiangchen said faintly. Save someone? Jin Qishao was stunned. That's right. I have a very good friend. She's the saintess of the barbarian world's wuxia family. We are sworn brothers. We ascended from the next batch. Jiangchen said. Why would your friend ascend to the barbarian world? Moreover, how did you know that your friend is in the wuxia family? A great emperor asked. Seniors, listen to me. My friend possesses the complete bloodline of the barbarian god. That's why she automatically entered the barbarian world when she ascended. You all should know the importance of the bloodline of the barbarian god. That's why the wuxia family nurtured her as a saintess. However, the intention of the wuxia family is very clear. They'll extract the bloodline of the barbarian god once she reaches the great sovereign realm. If the barbarian race obtains the bloodline of the barbarian god, the strength of the barbarian race will skyrocket. It'll be very disadvantageous to the immortal world. Not long ago, I went to the desolate ancient land to rescue someone and coincidentally met my friend. I killed too many of the geniuses of the barbarian race that day, causing a huge commotion. In the end, the patriarch of the wuxia family, Wuxia Manjun, personally took action. If it wasn't for my friend threatening me with her life, I'm afraid I would have died in the desolate ancient land. Jiangchen told them everything he knew. He believed that these people knew very well how important the barbarian god's bloodline was. Barbarian god's bloodline. Everyone's expression changed, including Jin Qixiao's. They suddenly realized that Jiangchen was not only going to the barbarian world to save people, but also to prevent the barbarian god's bloodline from falling into the hands of the barbarian race. Once the higher-ups of the barbarian race obtained the bloodline of the barbarian race, the consequences would be dire. A terrifying figure that the immortal world couldn't deal with might appear in the barbarian race. At the same time, everyone's gaze fell on Jiangchen. The way they looked at Jiang Chen changed. A person who could escape from Wuka Manjuan's hands, no matter what method he used, was already something to be proud of. They knew very well what kind of terrifying existence Wuka Manjun was. It has been quite some time since the last time we went to the desolate ancient land. I'm guessing that my friend is about to reach the great sovereign realm. Therefore there's no time to lose. Even if the barbarian world is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, I will still go there. Jiang Chen said resolutely. His tone was so firm that there was almost no room for negotiation. Jin Qishao and the others were moved once again. The way they looked at Jiang Chen changed again. The initial admiration had now turned into respect. This young man valued friendship and righteousness. For the sake of his friend, he didn't hesitate to risk his life to go to the barbarian world. Putting aside whether Jiang Chen could complete the mission in the end, his courage alone was enough to convince everyone. Jiang Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you're only a second-grade great sovereign, right? How can you go to the Wuka family to save people with such a cultivation realm? Jin Qishao said. Naturally, I'll act according to the circumstances. I've fought with the barbarian race before and I know their characteristics very well. It won't be difficult for me to disguise myself and sneak into the Wuka family. Moreover, the cultivation method that I'm cultivating is very effective against the barbarian race. Of course, it's not about how I'm going to do it, but I must do it. No matter what, I'm definitely going to the barbarian world. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and continued, of course I should go to the barbarian world directly. Before that, I'll visit the Golden Clan to see if I can get any help. After all, the Golden Clan is the bane of the barbarian race. They should have some means to help me. Jiang Chen, do you want the experts of the Golden Clan to go with you? One of the great sovereigns said. Of course not. The aura of the Golden Clan is too thick, it can't be concealed at all. The barbarian race must be very familiar with you guys. I'm afraid that we'll be discovered the moment we reach the barbarian world. By then, it'll be hard for us to stay alive, let alone save people. The barbarian world is the base camp of the barbarian race. Even if Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign comes with me, I'm afraid that it'll be useless. I can still hide myself if I go alone, said Jiang Chen. He didn't need to go to the Golden Clan if he only wanted to seek help. With the strength of the Wuka family, not to mention Jin Qishao, even a 9th-grade great sovereign of the Golden Clan wouldn't be able to save Xuanhuan from the Wuka family easily. Even if he could save Xuanhuan, he wouldn't be able to leave the barbarian world. Jiang Chen, your trip to the barbarian world will be filled with danger. However, the barbarian god bloodline must not fall into the hands of the barbarian race. Therefore, the Golden Clan will definitely support you. I can give you a treasure that can help you, but you must fight for it yourself if you have the capability. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign said. Please speak, Patriarch. Jiang Chen said. In the past, Golden Sovereign sealed the Golden Clan with a heaven-defying technique, protecting the lifeline of the Golden Clan. However, he died and left behind the Golden Clan's treasure, the Golden Feather Fan. However, the Golden Feather Fan has its own spirituality. Not just anyone can control it, not even I can. Therefore, the clan has decided to hold a competition among the younger generation 2 days later to choose a person who can obtain the recognition of the Golden Feather Fan. Jin Qishao said. Patriarch, Jiang Chen isn't from our clan. He's not qualified to participate in the competition for the Golden Feather Fan. Oh right, Patriarch. Jiang Chen is an outsider after all. It had a total of 9 floors, and was specially opened for all the clansmen of the Golden Clan. Whether it was the young geniuses or the supreme elders of the great sovereign realm, anyone could enter the Golden Pagoda to cultivate. Of course, being a member of the Golden Clan was the only requirement to enter the Golden Pagoda. Chapter 2062. Within a sealed space in the 9th floor, Jiang Chen was sitting on top of a huge cushion. He quickly adjusted his condition to its peak. The entire space was filled with dense golden qi. Just a breath of it would make one feel relaxed and indescribably comfortable. However, no amount of golden qi was of much use to Jiang Chen. Even if he were to crazily absorb it for 2 days, he would only be able to condense 2,000 dragon marks at most. 2,000 dragon marks were of no use to a 3rd-grade great sovereign like him. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body was 1.78 million. He still needed 20,000 dragon marks to advance to the 3rd-grade great sovereign realm. According to Jin Qishao, the golden pagoda that represented the symbol of the golden clan should contain a true bloodline inheritance. This bloodline was purer than most of the golden clan's bloodline. One should know that although the golden clan was the descendant of the golden crow clan, there was almost no one who possessed the complete golden crow bloodline. At most, they were only related to the golden crow bloodline. That was why they were called the golden clan. The bloodline in their body was also called the golden bloodline, not the golden crow bloodline. Even the bloodline in Golden Sovereign and Empress Xiaoyao's body was not the complete golden crow bloodline. It was just that the composition of the bloodline was higher. The golden feather fan was the only one in the golden clan who possessed a strong and pure bloodline. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to advance to the third grade great sovereign realm, he not only needed to absorb the golden qi here, but also the bloodline inheritance. Only by absorbing the powerful bloodline could Jiang Chen advance to the third grade great sovereign realm in 2 days. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to advance to the third grade great sovereign realm. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated and he casted the great soul derivation technique. Soul power spread to every corner of the golden pagoda like tidal waves. A large amount of golden qi entered Jiang Chen's body and was quickly refined and absorbed by the circulation of the dragon transformation skill. 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Chen had casted the great soul derivation technique to the extreme, but he still did not absorb anything related to the golden crow bloodline. This made Jiang Chen very disappointed. Voila! Jiang Chen retracted his soul power and frowned. If there was no progress after 3 hours, then even if he used the same method for 3 more days he would still end up with nothing. This was almost certain. Since this method didn't work, Jiang Chen changed to another method. Jiang Chen took out the Sun Divine Feather and activated the Sun Fire. These two things were related to the inherited bloodline so they might be useful. Buzz buzz. The moment the Sun Fire and the Sun Divine Feather appeared, the golden qi in the space instantly became restless. Jiang Chen once again released his soul power and immediately sensed the invisible bloodline power. This made Jiang Chen very excited. It seemed that this method was very effective. Traces of bloodline power entered Jiang Chen's body. This was the power of the origin. It directly integrated with Jiang Chen's origin. Under the absorption of the dragon transformation skill, the bloodline power quickly became pure energy and condensed into dragon marks. Jiang Chen had a lot of bloodlines in his body. Therefore he could absorb any bloodline very quickly, almost effortlessly. Buzz buzz. There was a buzzing sound in his qi and it became restless. New dragon marks were condensed one after another. In the blink of an eye there were 10,000 dragon marks. Unfortunately, the bloodline power absorbed by the Sun Fire and the Sun Divine Feather could only help Jiang Chen condense 10,000 dragon marks. It was impossible for him to condense more dragon marks. The bloodline power was still too little. It was not enough. However, the Sun Fire and the Sun Divine Feather seemed to be so attractive. Jiang Chen tried to use them to continue to absorb the bloodline power hidden in the dark, but he found that there was nothing. Helplessly, Jiang Chen kept the Sun Divine Feather and the Sun Fire. Here came the problem. He was still 10,000 dragon marks away from the third grade great sovereign realm. It was almost impossible to condense 10,000 dragon marks in a short period of time, unless he could absorb more bloodlines. Jiang Chen pondered for 2 hours, but he still couldn't find a way to absorb more bloodlines. Suddenly, there was a throbbing sound in the depths of his qi. This movement immediately attracted Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen noticed that the throbbing sound was the immortal mark that had been silent for a long time. This immortal mark had not been used for a long time. As time passed, Jiang Chen had almost forgotten about it. However, Jiang Chen knew that this immortal mark was extraordinary. It had helped Jiang Chen a lot in the past. Back in Saint Origin World, the immortal mark was able to deceive the Heaven's secret, preventing the immortals of Shao family from ascending. When he ascended, it was also because of this immortal mark that he was able to escape the attack of the northern and southern dynasties. To put it bluntly, this immortal mark had contributed a lot to Jiang Chen. It had saved his life. At this moment, the throbbing sound of the immortal court immediately attracted Jiang Chen's attention. I don't know where this immortal mark came from. Even though my cultivation base has reached this level, I still have no way to explore its mysteries. Now I can't communicate with more bloodline power. Perhaps this immortal mark can help me. Jiang Chen thought. Therefore he took out the immortal mark with the mentality of giving it a try. The moment the immortal mark appeared, the entire golden pagoda trembled violently. The golden qi in every space from the 1st to the 9th floor was agitated, making whistling sounds as if a storm was set off. Howl! In the next moment, An illusory golden crow appeared at the top of the golden pagoda. The divine sense seemed to have come from the inside of the golden pagoda. It was the representative of the golden clan, the symbol of the totem. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The deafening howl seemed to have come from the ancient times. It immediately alarmed everyone in the golden clan. Powerful figures flew out from different directions and looked at the golden pagoda. Look, that's the golden crow. It's the pure bloodline hidden in the golden pagoda. It's the totem of our golden clan. The golden pagoda has existed for countless years, but the true ancient bloodline has never appeared before. Today it has appeared. Someone must have been cultivating in the golden pagoda and activated the power of the bloodline. My God! Who's in there? Could it be Xuanhuan? This is unbelievable. No one was not shocked. Everyone's eyes fell on the golden raven without blinking, and their faces were filled with excitement. Chapter 2063. Patriarch, this kid is really extraordinary. He can actually activate the bloodline power in the golden pagoda. Even we can't do that. No wonder he can get the recognition of the sun divine feather. An elder exclaimed in horror. Let's continue watching. This Jiangchen is not simple. He has great luck and great fortune that surpasses everyone else. The Scarlet Firmament Emperor said. He had heard about Jiang Chen's previous achievements. Therefore, the Scarlet Firmament Emperor had always thought highly of Jiang Chen. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen could control the Sun Divine Feather indirectly meant that he had gotten the recognition of the Golden Emperor. This was very important. Otherwise, the Scarlet Firmament Emperor wouldn't have allowed an outsider to join the Golden Clan so easily. On top of the Golden Pagoda, the cave with the Golden Raven's shadow was filled with brilliance, attracting the attention of all the clansmen of the Golden Clan. Such a scene undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the Golden Clan. After all, the power of the bloodline was the most important thing in the Golden Pagoda. All along there had been members of the Golden Clan who had obtained the power of the bloodline, but there had never been anyone who could activate the power of the origin of the bloodline. Therefore, everyone wanted to see who the person who could activate the bloodline power of the origin was. Just when everyone was guessing who was inside, an earth-shattering dragon roar came from the Golden Pagoda. In the next moment, a young man in white flew out like a ghost and hovered in the air above the Golden Pagoda. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen. Who is this? I've never seen him before, but he looks so familiar. It's Jiang Chen. He's the Jiang Chen who once guarded the ruins of the Golden Clan. I didn't expect him to come to the Golden Clan. Could it be that the bloodline power in the Golden Pagoda was activated by him? How is that possible? He's not a member of the Golden Clan at all. It's Jiang Chen. I've seen his image before. He obtained the recognition of the Sun Divine Feather and has the bloodline of the Golden Clan in his body. That's why he can activate the bloodline power. This is too heaven-defying. Even Xuanhuan couldn't activate the pure bloodline power, but Jiang Chen actually did it. This is simply a miracle. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the person who could activate the bloodline power of the Golden Pagoda was not Xuanhuan of the Golden Clan, but it was actually an outsider. Everyone was very familiar with this outsider. To the Golden Clan, Jiang Chen was a legend. Everyone had seen the video of Jiang Chen protecting the Golden Clan. Regardless of whether they knew Jiang Chen or not, their impression of Jiang Chen was very good. On the top of the Golden Pagoda, Jiang Chen clenched his hand and the illusory divine bird immediately entered his body. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the bloodline power began to be refined at a crazy rate. In his chi-si, thousands of dragons roared and new dragon marks began to form. Very soon, 10,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. Kacha. Everyone heard a cracking sound. That was the sound of a breakthrough. In other words, Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced from second-grade Great Sovereign to third-grade Great Sovereign in an instant. Awesome. I knew that this guy wouldn't disappoint us. Wu Ningzhu was incomparably excited. All along, Jiang Chen had created too many miracles. No matter where he went, there would always be miracles. On the first day of his arrival in the Golden Clan, he had already activated the bloodline power in the Golden Pagoda, causing such a huge commotion. This was Jiang Chen, Wu Ningzhu's man. In the sky, Jiang Chen continued to absorb the bloodline power. After reaching the third-grade Great Sovereign realm, the bloodline power did not stop. In just a few minutes, another 30,000 dragon marks were condensed for Jiang Chen. As a result, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 1,830,000. He was only one step away from the fourth grade great sovereign realm. The bloodline power was completely exhausted. This time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had advanced from the peak of second grade great sovereign realm to the peak of third grade great sovereign realm. Such a huge improvement made him more confident in the competition 2 days later. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign looked at Jiang Chen, whose luck was soaring to the heavens. His eyes shone with passion. This is a true heaven's favored son. In the coming catastrophe he will play an extremely important role. Even the fate of the immortal world lies in his hands. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with excitement. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign's words shocked the surrounding higher-ups of the Golden Clan. They had never heard Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign speak so calmly to a person. He even said that the future of the immortal world lies in this young man's hands. This made them look at Jiang Chen from a deeper level. They might not understand Jiang Chen, but they knew Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign very well. His words were not without reason. Among the crowd, a young man in golden battle armor looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, admiration, jealousy, and unwillingness. This young man was the #1 genius of the Golden Clan, Xianhuan. Among the younger generation of the Golden Clan, he was the one who absorbed the most bloodline power from the Golden Pagoda. However, compared to Jiang Chen there was a huge gap. This made Xianhuan very uncomfortable. In his point of view, the bloodline power in the Golden Pagoda should belong to the Golden Clan. Although Jiang Chen had done the Golden Clan a favor, he was still an outsider after all. At the same time, Xianhuan really admired Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen had done something that he couldn't. People like Xianhuan were usually arrogant and conceited. They wouldn't submit to anyone and would only admire those who were stronger than them. Brother Tianyuan, looks like you have a strong opponent in the competition 2 days later. One of them said with a smile. He's indeed extraordinary to be able to absorb the bloodline power in the Golden Pagoda. However, he's just a third-grade great sovereign after all. He won't be a threat to me. The gold feather fan is still mine. Jin Tianyuan said with incomparable confidence. Brother Tianyuan, it's better to pay more attention to him. This guy is a super abnormal monster. You've seen the images that he left behind. Killing someone 3 levels higher than him is like child's play to him. Although you're 2 levels higher than him, you must not be careless. Someone reminded. Jin Tianyuan nodded secretly. He had seen the images that Jiang Chen left behind. He knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. However, Jiang Chen was only a third-grade great sovereign. Jin Tianyuan was still not worried about him. He was very confident in his own strength. Chapter 2064. 2 days later. The martial field of the Golden Clan was very spacious. There were a total of 9 golden battle platforms on the field. Each platform was 100 zhang tall and towered into the clouds. There were powerful seals on the platforms that could withstand the attacks of great sovereigns. Today was the most important day since the reappearance of the Golden Clan. The martial field was already crowded with people early in the morning, especially those young people. Their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at the battle platforms. The geniuses of the Golden Clan were going to compete on the battle platforms today. The most powerful one would receive the inheritance of the gold feather fan. Of course, it was only a qualification. Whether he could receive the recognition of the gold feather fan was another matter entirely. Of course, if it was just to find the inheritor of the gold feather fan, this battle wouldn't be so necessary. Everyone knew that if they really fought, no one in the younger generation of the Gold Clan would be a match for Jin Tianyuan. Since that was the case, what was the point of competing? Therefore, the competition this time had another meaning, and that was to stimulate the fighting spirit of the geniuses. The top 10 in the competition would all receive great benefits from the clan, and this was the main reason why the geniuses were so excited. I must become famous after today's battle. I dare not say that, but I must perform well. As for the inheritor of the gold feather fan, don't even think about it. It must be Brother Tianyuan. I'm afraid it's hard to say this time. There's a very strong competitor. Are you talking about that Jiang Chen? Although he's talented, he's only a third-grade great sovereign. He can't possibly be a match for Brother Tianyuan. Not necessarily. It's better not to come to this conclusion too early. Jiang Chen has stimulated the bloodline power of the Golden Pagoda. His luck is above Brother Tianyuan's. Plus, we've seen his battle before. He killed an enemy 3 levels higher than him. He can be said to be a formidable opponent for Brother Tianyuan. The competition had yet to begin, but the sounds of discussion were already rising and falling. Regarding the competitors for the gold feather fan, Jin Tianyuan and Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become the focal point of everyone's attention. Before Jiang Chen had arrived, Jin Tianyuan had basically already been determined to be the successor of the gold feather fan. Now that Jiang Chen had arrived, there was even more suspense to this battle, causing everyone's attention to increase even more. Very soon, the Scarlet Heaven Emperor and the higher-ups of the Golden Clan appeared. The Scarlet Heaven Emperor casually explained the rules of the competition. It was nothing more than a competition of strength, and the winner was king. When the competition started, the geniuses of the Golden Clan were all eager to participate. They were locked in a fierce battle on the battle platform. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu stood below and watched the exciting battle. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly nod. I have to say that the Golden Clan is indeed too powerful. Their geniuses are not something that ordinary geniuses can compare to, Jiang Chen said. That's for sure. The number one clan in the ancient times isn't just an empty title. Wu Ningzhu smiled. Her tone was filled with pride. She was now the saintess of the Golden Clan. Naturally, she was happy to see the strength of the Golden Clan. Little Chenzi, today's biggest focus is on the battle between you and Jin Tianyuan. How confident are you? Wu Ningzhu looked at Jiang Chen. 100%. Jiang Chen smiled. His body emitted a strong sense of confidence. In this world, Jiang Chen had never met anyone that he couldn't defeat despite being 2 levels higher than him. He didn't care how much of a genius Jin Tianyuan was. Unless Jin Tianyuan advanced to the 6th grade Great Sovereign, otherwise Jiang Chen was absolutely confident that he could defeat his opponent. He had already understood the bloodline of the Golden Clan very well. The reason why this clan was so powerful was because their bloodline was even. Every member of the Golden Clan had this kind of bloodline, so their overall strength was great. In addition, the bloodline of the Golden Clan greatly restrained the barbarians, which was why the Golden Clan was so famous. However, in terms of bloodline, the Golden Clan's bloodline was far inferior to the Battle Saint Ape, Draconic 13. Very quickly the morning had passed. Most of the battles had ended. The person standing on the battle platform was a young man named Jin Tiangang. He was also a 5th grade Great Sovereign. He was the strongest among all the battles that had taken place before this. His cultivation base was at the 5th grade Great Sovereign realm. Swoosh! A figure flew up to the stage. It was Jin Tianyuan. Jin Tiangang grinned and laughed when he saw Jin Tianyuan going up the stage. Brother Tianyuan, I'm not your opponent. I'm not going to compete with you for the inheritance of the gold feather fan. After saying that, Jin Tiangang jumped down from the battle stage. Although they were both 5th grade Great Sovereigns, Jin Tianyuan's strength was too strong. Jin Tiangang had fought with Jin Tianyuan before, but he was no match for Jin Tianyuan. Therefore he did not want to embarrass himself on the battle stage again. The gold feather fan would choose its own inheritor, and it would only choose the strongest one. In other words, the only person in the entire Golden Clan who had the chance to obtain the gold feather fan was him, Jin Tianyuan. Is there anyone who wants to challenge Jin Tianyuan? If not, I'll bring Jin Tianyuan to receive the inheritance of the gold feather fan. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign said loudly. As soon as his voice fell, countless eyes looked at Jiang Chen. Even Jin Tianyuan himself looked at him. Obviously, Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign said those words on purpose. Everyone knew that the only one who could compete with Jin Tianyuan was Jiang Chen. Moreover, many of them knew the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit. It could be said that he was here for the gold feather fan. Therefore Jiang Chen would not back down. Let me. Jiang Chen said loudly and straightforwardly. With a sway of his body, he jumped onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Jin Tianyuan. Just like what everyone had guessed, Jiang Chen gave up his time to go to the barbarian world and stayed here for 2 days. His goal was to fight for the gold feather fan. Therefore the battle between him and Jin Tianyuan was inevitable. Jiang Chen, I've heard of your name. I admire you for being able to absorb the bloodline power of the Golden Pagoda. You're indeed stronger than me. Chapter 2065. Waves of golden chi swept across the entire battle stage like a tidal wave. Jin Tianyuan's body swayed and flew up to the sky. Both of his hands drew in the air, opening up a battlefield. At his and Jiang Chen's level, their battle was extremely fierce. Even if the battle stage was covered with powerful seals, it wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful attacks of these 2 men. Come on, Jiang Chen. Jin Tianyuan shouted. His battle intent was unparalleled. He was the same as Jiang Chen, a battle-hungry person. Now that he was standing on the battle stage, his goal was no longer to obtain the gold feather fan, but to find an opponent that he could enjoy a good battle with. Jiang Chen's appearance had made Jin Tianyuan very excited. If he could obtain the gold feather fan without even fighting, it would be meaningless for him. Jiang Chen let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. He immediately transformed into his dragon form and flew up to the battlefield in the sky. What a monstrous transformation technique! Many of them sighed. However, they weren't surprised by Jiang Chen's transformation. In the images that were imprinted, Jiang Chen's battle strength could be increased by 10 times in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Jin Tianyuan moved. He formed a powerful seal with both of his hands. The moment the seal was formed, it turned into a giant divine bird. It was extraordinarily brave and had blazing flames on its body. Following Jin Tianyuan's shout, the divine bird pounced towards Jiang Chen. Water Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen also moved. He struck out the water dragon seal. A giant water dragon pounced out, roaring across the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, it collided with Jin Tianyuan's divine bird. Rumble. The two terrifying attacks clashed fiercely, completely tearing the void apart, and terrifying large holes appeared one after another. Water Dragon and Fire Bird. Water and fire were incompatible, but in this extreme battlefield, the Fire Dragon obviously had the upper hand. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a third-grade great sovereign. His combat strength was stronger than Jin Tianyuan's. Therefore, Jin Tianyuan could feel a great pressure from the start of the battle. Jiang Chen was a third-grade great sovereign. Rumble. Under the powerful attack of the water dragon, the firebird was completely destroyed. On the other side, Jin Tianyuan revealed an incomparably shocked expression, and his expression was somewhat ugly. It was very obvious that Jin Tianyuan did not expect Jiang Chen to actually be strong to such an extent. However, Jin Tianyuan wasn't the slightest bit discouraged or afraid. He became even more excited. His golden hair fluttered in the wind as he began to prepare an even more powerful attack. Look, Brother Tianyuan is going to use the 9 transformation Golden Crow. This is the strongest attack of our Golden Clan. Brother Tianyuan has already used the 8th transformation. I wonder if Jiang Chen can handle it. I don't think there's a problem. Jiang Chen is too powerful. Although he's only a third-grade great sovereign, his combat strength is extremely fierce. Brother Tianyuan has already fallen into a disadvantageous position in the first collision. That's right. This is really an intense battle. It makes one's blood boil. Jiang Chen is also a member of the Golden Clan now. I have no opinion on who wins. Everyone was extremely excited. Only a battle like this could represent the pinnacle of the younger generation. This was a true battle between geniuses. Moreover, most of them had already subconsciously accepted Jiang Chen. For a genius like Jiang Chen to join the Golden Clan, it was undoubtedly a great thing for them. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Jiang Chen or Jin Tianyuan, the others would be very happy to see the winner of the Golden Feather Fan. Because no matter who obtained the Golden Feather Fan, it would eventually be used to fight against the barbarian race. On the battlefield, 8 giant golden crows were circling above Jin Tianyuan's head. The 8 golden crows were vivid and lifelike as if they were real divine birds. Each of the divine birds contained a terrifying energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. When they launched an attack together, one could imagine how powerful it was. Jiang Chen, this 9 forms golden crow is my strongest technique. I have cultivated it to the 8th form, and its power is terrifying and lethal. You have to be careful, said Jiang Chen. Jin Tianyuan said loudly. Come on, let me see how powerful you are. Jiang Chen's battle intent was unparalleled. He had to admit that Jin Tianyuan was indeed a good opponent. Jiang Chen was very excited to fight with such a person. The 9 transformation Golden Crow was a unique combat skill of the Golden Clan. Jiang Chen was also looking forward to this combat skill. How the 8 golden crows continuously let out sky-shaking roars. Then the 8 golden crows formed a straight line and rushed towards Jiang Chen in a frenzy. But when they were about to reach Jiang Chen, the 8 golden crows suddenly merged into one, and its power increased by more than 8 times. This move could destroy the heavens and earth. Even an ordinary 6th-grade great sovereign would be crippled if not killed by this move. Facing this terrifying 9 transformation golden crow, Jiang Chen shouted. He let out a sky-shaking dragon roar. Terrifying killing intent spread out from his body. It was the charm of the great Tao. A dragon roar was heard. A terrifying blood-red dragon emerged. The dragon's eyes were blood-red without any emotion. It carried an endless killing intent and rushed towards the golden crow. What a powerful guy. Xuanhuan has already lost. A 7th grade great sovereign couldn't help but say. That's right. This Jiangchen is not simple. Look at his attack, he has already comprehended the taste of the great Tao. It's a powerful Tao of slaughter, almost a Tao of destruction. Unless Xuanhuan's 9 transformation golden crow has reached the 9th transformation, he won't be able to withstand it. Another 7th grade great sovereign said. Jin Qixiao's eyes were sparkling with a hint of shock. Obviously, Jiang Chen's performance had given him a pleasant surprise. Rumble. Terrifying chi waves swept across the sky. The mad dragon of slaughter was too ferocious. That kind of killing intent was truly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. There was nothing in the heavens and earth that couldn't be killed. The 8 transformation golden crow was torn apart and completely suppressed when it came into contact with the mad dragon of slaughter. Deng deng deng. Jin Xuanhuan was violently shaken, and he was forced back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His face had become incomparably pale, and his aura had also begun to become chaotic. With just this collision, his battle prowess had been reduced by at least half. In other words, if this was a battle of life and death, he would definitely die today in his current state. Brother Jiang, I've lost. Chapter 2066. Jin Xuanhuan accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He didn't have the slightest bit of stubbornness. At this time, even his previous jealousy was gone. People like him only respected the strong. Jiang Qin defeating him was the greatest form of respect Jin Xuanhuan could muster. In Jin Xuanhuan's eyes, defeat was nothing to be ashamed of. One couldn't help but admit that this mentality was really good. As for the gold feather fan, Jin Xuanhuan didn't want anything else. The gold feather fan originally belonged to the strong. Jiang Qin was stronger than him. Naturally, Jiang Qin was more qualified to obtain the gold feather fan. Jiang Qin retracted his dragon form and secretly nodded to Jin Xuanhuan. This person was really not bad. Amazing. This Jiang Qin is really a heaven-defying fellow. Even Jin Xuanhuan isn't his opponent. He completely suppressed him. I already said that Brother Xuanhuan would be in danger if he met Jiang Qin. The ending was just as I expected. This Jiang Qin is too powerful. Jiang Qin is now a member of our golden clan. We should be happy if he or Brother Xuanhuan obtains the gold feather fan. The people of the golden clan were very surprised that Jiang Qin defeated Jin Xuanhuan. However, most of them immediately accepted the result. Since Jiang Qin was also a member of the golden clan, no one would say anything if he or Jin Xuanhuan won. Jiang Qin, come with me. Jin Qixiao waved his hand at Jiang Qin. Then he drew a line in the void, tearing open a crack in the void. His body flashed and entered the crack. Jiang Qin did not hesitate and entered the crack as well. Many people looked at Jiang Qin with envy. They all knew that Jiang Qin was going to obtain the inheritance of the gold feather fan. Once he succeeded, Jiang Qin's status in the golden clan would become very high. He would directly become the next clan leader. In a completely sealed space, everywhere was filled with golden light. This space wasn't big, only 100 miles in radius. There was nothing else in this space except for a fan. However, this fan was too dazzling. Jiang Qin looked over and saw a huge fan that was emitting flames and golden light hovering in the air. It looked like a scorching sun. This fan had a circumference of 300 meters, and it looked like a huge cattail leaf fan. It was just too big. The fan emitted an ancient aura. It was noble and tall. The 9 golden crows were engraved on it, vivid and lifelike. It also contained a strong sun fire. Is this the gold feather fan? Jiang Qin's gaze fell upon the gold feather fan. He couldn't move his eyes away. The attraction of this huge fan was too great. It was the purest yang qi. One could imagine how much this fan could restrain the barbarian race just from the aura it emitted. That's right. This is the gold feather fan left behind by the golden sovereign. With your current cultivation, you can easily kill a 7th grade barbarian sovereign of the barbarian race if you use this fan. Jin Qixiao said. Of course, the premise is that you can obtain the gold feather fan's approval. Only then can you unleash its full power. Hearing this, Jiang Qin was shocked. He had once experienced the strength of a great sovereign of the barbarian world. With his current cultivation and his body's restraint, killing a 6th grade barbarian sovereign was effortless. However, killing a 7th grade barbarian sovereign was still a little difficult. But with the gold feather fan he could kill a 7th grade barbarian sovereign in a second. He could even fight against an 8th grade barbarian sovereign. If I get the gold feather fan, I'll have another powerful trump card. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he stared at the gold feather fan in the sky. As far as I know, there's an image of golden sovereign left behind in the gold feather fan. This image can symbolically launch an attack. It's a full-force attack of golden sovereign. If it's used properly, this attack can kill a 9th grade barbarian sovereign. Jin Qishao continued. What? Jiang Chen cried out in surprise after hearing this. His eyes widened even more. The attraction was too great. In other words, the gold feather fan contained a peak attack of golden sovereign. A peak attack that could kill a 9th grade barbarian sovereign. It was too terrifying. Of course, there's another title for a great sovereign after reaching the 9th grade. It's called the peerless great sovereign. The reason is that a person would enter another level after reaching the 9th grade. The gap between an 8th grade barbarian sovereign and a 9th grade barbarian sovereign is like night and day. Let me give you an example. You Jiang Chen can kill a strong enemy that's 3 levels higher. But if the opponent is a 9th grade barbarian sovereign, the gap will be greatly reduced. Jin Qishao said. Jiang Chen nodded secretly. He understood this point. Any 9th grade barbarian sovereign was an extremely terrifying existence. For example, if Jiang Chen was a 5th grade barbarian sovereign, he could easily kill an 8th grade barbarian sovereign. But when he became a 6th grade barbarian sovereign, he couldn't even defeat a 9th grade barbarian sovereign. In order to kill a 9th grade barbarian sovereign, his cultivation base must at least reach the 7th grade barbarian sovereign. Alright, Jiang Chen, try to communicate with the gold feather fan. See if you can become its successor. Jin Qishao looked at Jiang Chen. One could see that he was a bit nervous. He also hoped that Jiang Chen could control the gold feather fan. The calamity was coming. If no one could control the gold feather fan, it would be a great loss to the entire immortal world. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and took 2 big steps forward. The Sun Divine Feather appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen held the Sun Divine Feather and threw it upwards. The Sun Divine Feather was absorbed by the gold feather fan as if it was affected by a great attraction force. After absorbing the Sun Divine Feather, the gold feather fan vibrated violently. The buzzing sound was exceptionally ear-piercing. Jiang Chen had added his own will into the Sun Divine Feather. Gold feather fan, come. Jiang Chen shouted at the gold feather fan. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed towards the gold feather fan. Voila! The gold feather fan moved. The huge gold feather fan gradually shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a palm. Then it quickly fell into Jiang Chen's hand. The moment the gold feather fan fell into his hand, Jiang Chen immediately felt that the gold feather fan contained his powerful will. He and the gold feather fan were already inseparable. He could control it completely. Jiang Chen's spiritual will seeped into the gold feather fan. Immediately he saw an image in the depths of the gold feather fan. In that image there was a man wearing a golden battle robe. He was 10 meters tall. He floated in the air with an indomitable spirit. Golden Sovereign. Chapter 2067. Jiang Chen knew that the image of Golden Sovereign in the gold feather fan was the most powerful trump card that the gold feather fan could use at the moment. This trump card might play a great role in the barbarian world. There was no doubt about it. Now that he had mastered the gold feather fan, Jiang Chen could unleash that attack at any time. Unfortunately, he could only unleash that attack once. If he could unleash it endlessly, it would be really awesome. However, this was obviously unrealistic. If he wanted to unleash it endlessly, he would need Golden Sovereign to be reborn. Jin Qishao was very excited when he saw that Jiang Chen had mastered the gold feather fan in such a short period of time and had gained the recognition of the gold feather fan. Good. This is really good. Jiang Chen, you're really the one chosen by Golden Sovereign. No one else can control the gold feather fan except you. Jin Qishao praised Jiang Chen 3 times. After seeing the whole process of Jiang Chen controlling the gold feather fan, Jin Qishao finally understood that this Jiang Chen was the one chosen by Golden Sovereign. This was already determined when Jiang Chen obtained the Sun Divine Feather in the Golden Horizon. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen to master the gold feather fan so quickly. According to Jin Qishao's estimation, Jiang Chen would encounter great obstacles and difficulties if he wanted to control the gold feather fan. However, he never thought that the gold feather fan seemed to belong to Jiang Chen since the beginning. It was so easy for him to control it. Now that I have this gold feather fan, I have another powerful trump card. I'm going to the barbarian world immediately. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to waste any more time. It was urgent to go to the barbarian world. Zuoling Heir's life could be in danger at any time. Alright, since you have made up your mind, then go. The barbarian world is a dangerous place that even I have not been to before. You should be more careful. There are a total of 12 great families in the barbarian world, and each family has a 9th grade barbarian sovereign. Other than the wuxia family that you met last time, there's also the rainbow family, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning families. The rainbow family is composed of 7 families with the word wu in front. For example, the wuxia family, wuxi family, wuxing family. Your main target this time is the wuxia family, so try not to provoke the other families. When you return from the barbarian world, I'm guessing that the barbarian world will launch an attack. At that time, the calamity will be the same as last time. Barbarian experts will descend from every space in the immortal world, not just the sovereign domain. After listening to Jin Qixiao's words, Jiang Chen was shocked. The strength of the barbarian world was much more terrifying than what he had imagined. The wuxia family was already very powerful. He initially thought that there would only be 3 or 4 families like the wuxia family, but he never thought that there would be 12 of them. I wonder how many 9th grade great sovereigns there are in the immortal world. Jiang Chen asked. I won't hide it from you. The Golden Clan has a supreme elder, a 9th grade great sovereign. As for the sovereign domain, I'm not too sure. The Golden Clan had already disappeared when the sovereign domain was created. But I'm sure that the number of 9th grade great sovereigns in the immortal world is not as many as the barbarian world. So, Jiang Chen, you need to grow quickly. We don't have much time left. Jin Qixiao patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and said earnestly, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded and bid farewell to Jin Qixiao. He tore open the spatial passageway to the sovereign domain and disappeared in a flash. Cultivators in the immortal world could sense the existence of the sovereign domain once they reached the great sovereign realm. They could open the spatial passageway and enter the sovereign domain. The great sovereign realm was the basic requirement to enter the sovereign domain. It was easy to enter but difficult to return. Since the establishment of the sovereign domain, the great sovereigns who entered the sovereign domain were not allowed to return. Yang Junlong was a good example. When the great Qin Empire was in trouble, Yang Junlong only sent a clone. Sovereign domain, Quicksand City. This was the border of the sovereign domain. It was peaceful as always. The first place that Jiang Chen came to was the Quicksand City. In order to save De Huang Dog, Yang Junlong risked his life to follow them into the desolate ancient land. Now that he came to Quicksand City again, Jiang Chen felt that it was necessary to pay a visit to this senior. 2 first-grade great sovereign elders were guarding the gate of Quicksand City. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately went forward to stop him. Aren't you the young man who came with Lord last time? Why are you here again? Yes, I remember you too. But you were just an immortal venerable at that time. I didn't expect that you have already reached the great sovereign realm in such a short time. Both of them said. As great sovereigns, their memory was incomparably terrifying. Even though they had only met once, Jiang Chen had already left a deep impression on them. After all, the people they met in this hell were all great sovereigns. They would naturally remember someone who wasn't a great sovereign when he suddenly appeared. And I'm here to see Senior Yang. Jiang Chen smiled at them. Whooshed as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a light figure rushed out of Quicksand City and landed beside Jiang Chen in a blink. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Junlong? The current Yang Junlong had already reached the 7th grade Great Sovereign Realm, which was a level higher than before. When he sensed the arrival of Jiang Chen, he immediately came out. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Yang Junlong was at the same level as his substitute. A person like Yang Junlong had a limitless future. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised, but Yang Junlong was shocked. He stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Senior, why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Kid, you're really heaven-defying. 3rd grade Great Sovereign? How long has it been? Yang Junlong was speechless. He rarely admired someone, but Jiang Chen was definitely the most heaven-defying and abnormal genius he had ever seen. By the way, you must have something to do in Sovereign Domain this time, right? Asked Yang Junlong. He knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen wouldn't come to Sovereign Domain so quickly if it wasn't for something important. After all, 3rd grade Great Sovereigns hadn't reached the point where they had to come to Sovereign Domain. I'm here to save Ling Er, said Jiang Chen. You mean the little girl with the complete barbarian god bloodline? Yang Junlong's expression changed. He remembered Zuoling Er very clearly. If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't be able to stand here and talk. That's right. I have a premonition that Ling Er is in danger, so I have to save her. Jiang Qin said. What's your plan? Ling is in the barbarian world in the Wuxia family. How are you going to save her? Chapter 2068. I plan to sneak into the barbarian world and infiltrate the Wuxia family. Jiang Qin said. No way. Yang Junlong rejected on the spot. Jiang Qin, you're not a fool. You've seen the strength of the Wuxia family. Not to mention you, even a 9th grade great sovereign won't be able to save Ling Ling. Moreover, your aura is very obvious. It's completely different from the barbarian race's aura. You'll be easily recognized. I have my own ways to deal with this, but Ling must be saved. We have to risk it all. I didn't come here to discuss this with you, I just came to see you. Jiang Qin said in a firm tone, leaving no room for consideration. Jiang Qin, this matter needs further consideration. Why don't I meet the 8 great domain lords and discuss countermeasures? Yang Junlong said. He knew Jiang Qin's character very well. Jiang Qin was a man of his words. It's hard to change a decision that has already been made. He had already experienced this when he saved a Huang dog. Jiang Qin was willing to sacrifice everything and even his own life to save his friend. 8 great domain lords? Jiang Qin asked. The domain lords who control the sovereign domain. They're all 9th grade great sovereigns. The barbarian god bloodline is very important. We'll talk to the domain lords, they'll definitely pay attention to it. Yang Junlong said. It seems like Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign is right. The number of 9th grade great sovereigns in the immortal world is not as many as the barbarian world. Jiang Qin thought. Scarlet Heaven Great Sovereign had told him before. Although he didn't understand the situation in the sovereign domain, he was sure that the number of 9th grade great sovereigns in the immortal world was less than the barbarian world. From Yang Junlong's words, there should be 8 9th grade great sovereigns in the sovereign domain. Including the supreme elder of the Golden Clan, there's only 9 of them, while the barbarian world has 12. Although it's only a difference of 3, when the difference increases to the number of 9th grade great sovereigns, not to mention 3, even 1 would be a huge difference that could change the situation. Jiang Qin could imagine how terrifying the coming catastrophe would be. For the immortal world, it might be the end of the world. Thinking of this, Jiang Qin was even more eager to improve his strength. With his current situation, he could only rely on the Zulong Tower to quickly improve his cultivation. The good thing was that the barbarians of the barbarian world were nourishment for the Zulong Tower. In other words, if Jiang Qin wanted to improve his cultivation quickly, he would have to wait for the calamity to descend and improve his cultivation during the calamity. Senior, I'm afraid that Ling would have been sent to the altar by the time the 8 domain lords make their decision. Plus, you've said it before, even a 9th grade great sovereign might not be able to rescue Ling from the Wuxia family. I'm more confident if I go alone. As for the chi problem you mentioned, I have my own way to solve it. Jiang Qin said and waved his hand towards the void, cutting a big hole in the void. A cold chi came out from the hole. It was the spatial zone that led to the desolate ancient land. Alright Jiang Qin, I know that I can't change your decision. I also know that you have heaven-defying abilities and can create miracles, but this time is different from the past. No matter what, you have to be careful and put your life first. Yang Junlong sighed helplessly when he saw that he couldn't stop Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin's fearlessness and indomitable will was what Yang Junlong admired about Jiang Qin. Don't worry, Senior. There have been many people who wanted my life, but I'm still alive and well. Jiang Qin smiled, then clasped his fists at Yang Junlong and entered the desolate ancient land in a flash. The desolate ancient land was a spatial zone that connected the sovereign domain and the barbarian world. In fact, it belonged to the barbarian world's sovereign domain. The entire spatial zone was filled with an ancient and gloomy chi. Barbaric and murderous chi drifted everywhere. After entering the spatial zone, Jiang Qin flew towards the barbarian world with ease. Soon Jiang Qin entered the depths of the desolate ancient land. He found that the barbaric chi here was the same as the last time he came here. It was very strong. Rumble. A fierce battle took place in front of him. Even from a distance, Jiang Qin could see a group of barbarian race fighting fiercely. The barbarian world has come here to train again. Jiang Qin frowned, but he quickly understood. Because the barbarian world was going to launch an attack on the immortal world, they would hold a training session every once in a while. The purpose was to temper themselves. Even Jiang Qin had to admit that the training in the barbarian world was cruel. Once the two sides met, it would be a life and death battle. However, such training could really improve the overall strength of the barbarian world, making the already cruel barbarian race even more bloodthirsty and crazy. After experiencing this life and death training, the advantage of the barbarian race would be fully displayed on the battlefield in the future. At that time, the gap between the human race and the barbarian race would be widened. It was imaginable that if the human race and the barbarian race of the same level were to fight one-on-one, the human race would have no chance of winning if they didn't have the element to suppress the barbarian race. Jiang Qin sighed. He was really worried about the upcoming catastrophe. Jiang Qin spread out his soul power and found that the scale of this training was much larger than the last time. However, the strongest cultivator was only a half-step sovereign. Such a scale posed no threat to Jiang Qin. Swish. Jiang Qin executed the Great Void technique and appeared at different places like a ghost. Not far ahead, a barbarian was left alone. Jiang Qin rushed forward and grabbed the barbarian's neck. His powerful qi instantly shrouded the barbarian. "Don't speak if you don't want to die." Jiang Qin's voice was incomparably cold. Although the barbarian was a late immortal venerable, how could he be a match for Jiang Qin? In front of Jiang Qin he was simply an ant. You're a human?" The barbarian looked at Jiang Qin and said in a trembling voice. "Let me tell you, which family are you from?" Jiang Qin asked, ignoring the barbarian's question. "Wuxi family," the barbarian said honestly. "Where are the people of Wuxia family?" Jiang Qin continued to ask. "I don't know. The 12 major families are training at the same time and they're all mixed together. However, I just escaped from a few people of Wuxia family." The barbarian said. "Where are they?" Jiang Qin said. "Over there." The barbarian pointed with his finger. Jiang Qin exerted strength in his palm and slapped the barbarian into pieces. He wasn't going to be polite to the barbarians and there was no such thing as trust. Swoosh. Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast as he headed towards the direction pointed by the barbarian. Not long after, he found 3 barbarians in a valley. The 3 of them were looking for something. Suddenly, 2 rays of light flashed and pierced through the heads of 2 of them. Their heads exploded on the spot and they died miserably on the ground. Who? Chapter 2069. A mountain-like pressure came, causing the man's face to turn pale. Even with his half-step monarch cultivation base, he couldn't move at all. "Answer whatever I ask you or you'll die a horrible death." The white-robed man's tone was extremely cold. The white-robed man who suddenly appeared was Jiang Qin. "You're a human, yet you dare to sneak into the desolate ancient land. You're courting death. Wuxian will never yield to you humans. It won't be long before our barbarian world army invades the immortal world and plunge it into misery." Even though the man was completely suppressed by Jiang Qin, his tone was still filled with the pride of the barbarian race. In their hearts, their barbarian race's bloodline was supreme, much nobler than humans. Boom. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time talking to Wuxian. He waved his hand and a wave of fire instantly engulfed Wuxian. Ark. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard. There was an insurmountable gap between Wuxian and Jiang Qin. Plus, Jiang Qin's flames were extremely effective against the barbarian race. They were like the natural enemy of the barbarian race. The flames could burn Wuxian's soul, causing him to be in excruciating pain. "There's a limit to my patience. You'd better not challenge me," Jiang Qin said coldly. He wouldn't show any mercy to the barbarian race. If it wasn't because he wanted to know about Xuanhuan from this Wuxian would have been a dead man by now. The pain of the flames burning his soul made Wuxian wish he was dead. Under such pain he had no choice but to surrender. "I say, what do you want to know?" Wuxian said. "Wah." Jiang Qin grabbed the flames back into his body and said, "Let me ask you, where is Wuxialover now? Did she come to the desolate ancient land? The saintess has become a great monarch not long ago. She won't appear in the desolate ancient land. 3 days later, the old ancestor of our Wuxia family will conduct a blood sacrifice to extract the barbarian god's bloodline from the saintess." Wuxian didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. Jiang Qin's expression instantly changed when he heard that. His guess was right. Xuanhuan had already advanced to the great sovereign realm. The old ancestor of Wuxia family has begun to take action. Once Xuanhuan's bloodline is extracted, she'll surely end up in a miserable state. Moreover, the barbarian god's bloodline falling into the hands of a great sovereign of the barbarian race would surely be disastrous for the immortal world. "When will your training end?" Jiang Qin continued to ask. Time was running out, he had to sneak into the barbarian world and the Wuxia family as soon as possible. There were still 3 days left before Xuanhuan's blood sacrifice. Jiang Chen had to rescue Zhuoling Heir no matter what. If anything were to happen to Zhuoling Heir, Jiang Chen would blame himself for eternity. It'll end tomorrow. I've told you everything you asked. Can you spare my life? Wuxian said. His eyes were filled with terror and fear. Bah! Jiang Chen slapped Wuxian's head. He already knew what he wanted to know. There's no point in keeping Wuxian alive. If he didn't kill Wuxian, someone might die in Wuxian's hands when the barbarian world's army attacked the immortal world. Then Jiang Chen's face twisted and turned into Wuxian's appearance. Even his bones had changed, becoming the same as Wuxian. Jiang Chen casted the Zulong Tower and absorbed all of Wuxian's barbarian qi. The barbarian qi was not refined by the Zulong Tower, but was used by Jiang Chen to disguise himself. With the barbarian qi covering him, Jiang Chen had completely turned into Wuxian. Whether it was his appearance, physique or the special barbarian qi, everything was exactly the same. This was Jiang Chen's unique technique. He had used it before. However, the duration of this transformation was limited. Even though he was a third-grade great sovereign now, he could only maintain it for 3 to 5 days at most. At that time his true form would be revealed. However, 3 to 5 days was enough for Jiang Chen. With his current appearance, even if Wuxian's most familiar person was standing here, they wouldn't be able to notice him. Jiang Chen had changed into Wuxian's appearance. After the training ends tomorrow, he would be able to successfully sneak into the Wuxia family. The only regret he had towards Jiang Chen was that he didn't know Wuxian's memories. In other words, Jiang Chen only had the appearance of Wuxian, but he didn't know anything about Wuxian's memories of the Wuxia family. However, Jiang Chen was sure that Wuxian must be a famous genius of the Wuxia family. Of course, this genius was only relative to those below the Great Sovereign Realm. After all, Wuxian's cultivation base was already at the peak of the half-step Sovereign Realm. Perhaps it wasn't much in the entire Wuxia family, but to the barbarian race participating in the desolate ancient land, he was absolutely at the top. He was almost the representative of the Wuxia family. After killing Wuxian, Jiang Chen's body vanished in a flash, flying towards the depths of the desolate ancient land. Since this was a training in the barbarian world, he would make use of Wuxian's identity to wreak havoc. At the very least, he would cause some damage to the barbarian world. Otherwise, wouldn't this trip be in vain? In front of him, on a desolate black mountain, there was a battle going on. Jiang Chen looked over and saw at least 30 people fighting fiercely. All of them were immortal venerables and 3 half-step sovereigns. These people were wearing clothes of 3 different colors. In addition to the symbols embroidered on their chests, Jiang Chen could tell that they were from 3 different families. One of them was wearing black clothes, one was wearing purple clothes, and the last one was wearing yellow clothes. The black clothes represented the Wuxia family. According to the Scarlet Heaven Great Emperor, the purple clothes represented the Wuxi family, and the yellow clothes represented the Wuhuang family. At this moment, the 3 parties were fighting over a large pale gray stone. The stone was as tall as a human and contained a powerful energy. Jiang Chen could tell that this was an energy treasure that was useful to the barbarian race, just like the primordial stones of the immortal world. Moreover, it was a supreme great item, which was why it was being fought over. Moreover, the training of the barbarian race was incomparably cruel. As long as the desolate ancient land was opened, the people who came here to train would engage in a life-and-death battle the moment they met. There were a lot of people in the barbarian race. Survival of the fittest had always been the rule that made the barbarian race so terrifying. Chapter 2070. Rumble? Intense battle sounds were accompanied by miserable shrieks. Under the situation where both sides joined forces, the Wuxia family had lost half of their men in just a few minutes. The remaining half were either lightly or heavily injured. "Ha, Wuxiahong, you guys are done for." An expert from the Wuxi family laughed out loud as if he had the upper hand. The young man named Wuxiahong was the leader of the Wuxia family. He possessed the cultivation of a peak half-step emperor. However, his aura was chaotic and his expression was ugly as he fought against 2 enemies at the same time. Seeing that half of the Wuxia family's men were killed, Jiang Chen, who was not far away, was ready to take action. "Wuxi family, Wuhuang family. How dare you join forces to attack our Wuxia family? You guys are courting death." At this moment, a loud shout was heard from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a black-clothed Wuxian charging towards them. "Brother Shan." Seeing Wuxian's sudden appearance, the people of the Wuxia family immediately revealed a joyful expression. No matter what, Wuxian was still a half-step emperor expert. His appearance at this crucial moment gave hope to the people who were already in despair. Great, another one who's seeking death. Wuxian, today is the day to settle the grudge between us. Seeing the newcomer, the two half-step emperors from the Wuxi family and Wuhuang family immediately said Lung Lung. Jiang Qin did not know the half-step emperor genius from the Wuhuang family, but judging from the other party's attitude towards him, Wuxian must have some grudges with this guy. You guys want to kill me? You guys are courting death. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly and took the initiative to attack. He struck out a terrifying black wave that instantly enveloped the half-step emperor genius from the Wuhuang family. At the same time, Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the half-step emperor genius from the Wuhuang family. An intense aura of danger instantly rose from the bottom of that person's heart. It was an extremely dangerous aura that threatened his life. That person cursed inwardly. He didn't expect that Wuxian, who was originally on par with him, would suddenly become so powerful. But at this moment, it was too late to think about it, because Jiang Qin's attack had already arrived. Carrying a black wave of qi, the palm clasped on that person's head. With a bang, that person's head directly exploded and he died on the spot. What? The half-step sovereign from the Wuxi family exclaimed on the spot. He looked at Wuxian as if he was looking at a ghost. His eyes were filled with shock. Killing a half-step sovereign as soon as he arrived was too shocking. Most importantly, Wuxian was a half-step sovereign himself. His cultivation and battle strength were on par with them. They fought against each other more than once. Therefore, they couldn't accept the fact that Wuxian had suddenly become so powerful. Let's die together. However, Jiang Qin didn't stop there. His terrifying qi completely locked onto the prodigy of the Wuxi family, not giving him any chance to escape. He pointed out with his finger. His finger was like the sharpest sword, piercing through the prodigy's head, killing him on the spot. In an instant, Jiang Qin killed two half-step sovereigns. Both sides couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Such a shocking scene was simply too shocking. For a moment, everyone at the scene had their mouths wide open. Even the people from the Wuxia family were the same. They were even more shocked than their opponents. Because they were all from the Wuxia family, they understood Wuxian's strength better. Even though Wuxian was an outstanding young genius of the Wuxia family, he wasn't this powerful. Killing two people in an instant was simply too ridiculous. What are you guys standing there for? Kill them. Jiang Qin shouted at the dazed Wuxiang and the others. Then he took out a battle sword that was filled with brute force out of nowhere. The terrifying combat sword swept across. Immediately, wails filled the sky. At least 7 or 8 of them died under his sword. Given Jiang Qin's strength, killing these immortal venerables was as easy as crushing a few ants to him. Kill? Wuxiang shouted and led the remaining 4 members of the Wuxia family to attack. Now wasn't the time to be shocked by Wuxian's sudden increase in power. The most important thing right now was to kill the enemies and avenge the deaths of their clansmen. Arg! Screams filled the air. In just a few breaths' time, all the members of the Wuxi and Wuhuang families were killed, without a single one of them left. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Jiang Qin's face was emotionless. Killing these barbarians wouldn't affect him in the slightest. These people were the enemies of the immortal world. The death of each one of them would reduce the pressure on the immortal world. Brother Xuanhu, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Wuxiang looked at Wuxian in disbelief. Wuxiang, I have already advanced to the great sovereign realm. Killing them is as easy as killing ants. Jiang Qin glanced at Wuxiang and said coldly. He knew Wuxiang's name from their previous conversation, so he wouldn't call him wrongly. After that, Jiang Qin made a grabbing motion and kept the huge rock. No matter what kind of special energy was contained in the rock, Jiang Qin would be able to absorb it. Wuxiang and the others didn't have any objection when they saw Jiang Qin keeping the rock. After all, Jiang Qin had just saved their lives. Plus, Jiang Qin was one of them and he had just advanced to the great sovereign realm. His status wasn't something they could compare with. The barbarian race had a strict hierarchy. Great sovereigns were high and mighty. Half-step sovereigns and great sovereigns were two completely different concepts. After Wuxian became a great sovereign, he was qualified to join the higher-ups of the Wuxia family. Congratulations, Brother Shan, for becoming a barbarian sovereign. Brother Shan is too powerful. You must have had some kind of fortuitous encounter in the desolate ancient land and became a great sovereign. From now on, your status in the family will skyrocket. We still need to rely on Brother Shan's guidance in the future. That's right. We will follow Brother Shan everywhere in the future. The few of them started to flatter Jiang Chen. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's identity at all. This was normal. Jiang Chen's disguise was too powerful. Whether it was his appearance, voice or aura, they were exactly the same as Shan. No one would suspect anything. That's easy. But the training will only end tomorrow. Since the Wuxi family and Wuhuang family dared to gang up against us today, we will focus on killing the people of the Wuxi family and Wuhuang family to avenge our dead clansmen. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated and said, "Alright, Brother Shan is right. Damn it. The Wuxi family and Wuhuang family are too despicable. We must not let them go. We must let them know how powerful we are." Chapter 2071. In the following period of time, the people of the Wuxia family, under the lead of Jiang Chen, slaughtered the geniuses of the Wuxi and Wuhuang families. After a day, all the geniuses in the desolate ancient land were terrified of Shan's name, especially the Wuhuang and Wuxi families. Nearly 1,000 of their experts died in the hands of Shan. This was the first time such a massacre had happened in the desolate ancient land. Jiang Chen's actions had undoubtedly deepened the conflict between the Wuhuang and Wuxi families. And this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to see. The barbarian world would soon attack the immortal world. If he could stir up an internal conflict in the barbarian world, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the immortal world. The training is about to end. Damn it, this training is so stressful. A freak appeared in the Wuxia family, killing people everywhere. Seriously suicidal. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. No one expected Shan's sudden rise. Luckily, he's only targeting the Wuxi and Wuhuang families. We'll be fine as long as we don't provoke him. Yeah, the Wuhuang and Wuxi families have suffered a great loss this time. So many geniuses have died. I wonder if the two families will let this go after the training is over. Many people were discussing. Shan's name had become the focal point. Before this, Shan was only a decent genius. He wasn't famous among the geniuses in the barbarian world. But after this training in the desolate ancient land, Shan immediately became an existence like the sun in the sky. The training was about to end. Almost all the participants had stopped killing and arrived at a vast flat land. Not long after, a passage would be opened. They would then leave this place and return to their families. The 12 families of the barbarian world were divided into 12 camps. No matter what kind of massacre happened before, everyone had stopped and were waiting for the opening of the passage. This was also the process of training. Those who died before were already dead, which only meant that they were not strong enough. Now that the training was over, all killing would automatically stop. The faces of the Wuxi and Wuhuang families turned pale. Their numbers were obviously much lesser than the other families. This was all because of Shan's sudden rise. Suddenly, dozens of Wuxia families' experts came from afar. The one leading them was none other than Jiang Chen's transformed Shan. Those who followed behind Shan were also filled with an imposing manner. Their faces were filled with unconcealable arrogance. They looked at Shan with eyes filled with admiration. They had been following Jiang Chen to kill all the enemies for the past few days. Today was the best day they've ever had after training for so long. Look, it's Shan. That fella has become too ferocious after becoming a great monarch. Yeah, his methods are extremely brutal. He'll definitely be valued by the Wuxia family when he returns this time. He might even be heavily nurtured. Of course. He was so cruel to us barbarians, so when we attack the immortal world in the future, he'll definitely be even more cruel. He'll be the main force. Seeing that Jiang Chen had arrived, everyone's gazes immediately focused on him. No matter what, Shan had become a real celebrity today. Shan, stop. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Everyone saw two incomparably majestic fellows walking out and standing in front of Shan. The two of them were first-grade barbarian sovereigns. They were from the Wuxi and Wuhuang families. Just like Shan, they had also become barbarian sovereigns during this training. At this moment, the two of them were filled with killing intent. It seemed like they were not going to let this matter rest. If it was in the past, the training would have ended and no more battles and killings were allowed. But this time the situation was different. The Wuxi and Wuhuang families had suffered a great loss and lost their faces. As the great monarchs of the two families, it would be inexcusable if they didn't regain some of their faces. Brother Shan, what should we do? Wukahong asked. His admiration for Shan had reached its peak. You guys go first. I'll deal with them. Jiang Chen said. Be careful, Brother Shan. Wuka Hong waved his hand and led the people of the Wuka family to stand in front of the camp of the Wuka family. Their faces were still filled with arrogance. Every one of them had unparalleled confidence in Jiang Chen. They had seen too much of Jiang Chen's fierceness today. You two better not attack me. Otherwise you'll die miserably. Jiang Chen said to the two people in front of him. Cut the crap. Wuka Shan, you've already become a barbarian sovereign. According to the rules, you're not allowed to attack those below the barbarian sovereign realm. But not only did you attack us, you've also killed so many of our people. We must settle this debt with you. The genius of the Wu Huang family said loudly. Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of me? You're courting death. Jiang Chen did not say anything. His aura fluctuated and a big black hand was suddenly stretched out, slapping towards the first-grade barbarian sovereign. What? That person exclaimed. He did not expect Yi Chen to attack so suddenly. Moreover, it was such a terrifying attack. Just this attack alone had made him feel a real sense of danger. The genius of the Wu Huang family shouted and counterattacked with a strong chi wave, clashing with Jiang Chen's attack. Rumble. Arc. The genius attack was completely vulnerable under the pressure of Jiang Chen's palm. It was easily destroyed. After that, the genius let out a blood-curdling screech. One of his arms was torn off by Jiang Chen and blood was spurting out from his mouth. What? Everyone exclaimed. The scene in front of them was too shocking. They were all first-grade barbarian sovereigns, but Wuka Shan's strength was terrifying. Oh! Violent chi wave and pressure spread out from Jiang Chen's body, emitting the aura of a second-grade barbarian sovereign. Look, Wuka Shan is a second-grade barbarian sovereign, not a first-grade. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this guy have to become a second-grade barbarian sovereign? No wonder he's so powerful. He's actually a second-grade barbarian sovereign. He's a true genius. Countless people could not control their emotions anymore. The gap between a second-grade barbarian sovereign and a first-grade barbarian sovereign was not small. Jiang Chen purposely released the cultivation of a second-grade barbarian sovereign because he was too powerful. This way he would not arouse too much suspicion. Otherwise, everyone would wonder why Wuka Shan became so heaven-defying all of a sudden and could kill the same level as him in an instant. If this was the case, people would associate it with Wuka Shan's talent in the past and be suspicious. Chapter 2072. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen struck again. A giant black palm instantly enveloped the one-armed genius. The giant black palm was like a mountain of death pressing down on him. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the genius of the Wu Huang family let out another blood-curdling scream before he was smashed into pieces by Jiang Chen's palm. Boom, boom, boom. While this scene immediately caused a huge commotion, countless gazes fell onto Jiang Chen. They never thought that Wuka Shan would suddenly become so ferocious, killing without showing any mercy to Jiang Chen. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. It was normal for him to kill the genius as it had always been the training method of the barbarian race. However, according to the rules, killing should be stopped at this time. Wuka Shan's action was equivalent to disregarding the rules. He was too daring. Wuka Shan, you're crazy. You still want to kill at this time? The genius of the Wuzi family was terrified, but he still pointed at Jiang Chen and scolded loudly. You guys were the ones who wanted to kill me first. If you want to talk about breaking the rules, it's you guys. Since you guys dared to attack me, Wuka Shan, only death awaits you. If he dies, you'll die as well. Jiang Chen was extremely ferocious. As soon as his voice faded, he appeared in front of the genius of the Wuzi family. His terrifying black palm struck towards the genius again. After a day of contact, Jiang Chen had completely understood the rules of the barbarian race. At this time, the geniuses of the 12 great families were all gathered here. In fact, they were waiting for the opening of the desolate ancient land, which meant that the training had already ended. At this time, killing was not allowed. Otherwise, the situation would be out of control and the barbarian world would suffer a great loss. Jiang Chen did not intend to attack at first, but these two first-grade barbarian sovereigns gave him a chance to attack. There were thousands of eyes on the scene and they were the ones who attacked first. Therefore he was not the one who broke the rules. That first-grade barbarian sovereign of the Wuzi family was not a match for Jiang Chen. Under Jiang Chen's powerful attack, he did not even have the chance to dodge and was smashed into powder on the spot. Too ferocious, too brutal. This scene had frightened everyone on the scene. No one had expected Wuka Shan to be this brutal. His methods were cruel and ruthless. He was simply a devil. Rumble. At this moment, the passage to the desolate ancient land was opened by an extremely tyrannical power. The passage transformed into a gigantic black gate, and Jiang Qin could see the situation inside the barbarian world through the gate. The extremely dense barbarian aura caused people's hearts to tremble, as if they had entered hell. 12 powerful figures descended and went to the camps of their respective clans. It was 12 old men. Each of them was a 6th-grade barbarian sovereign. With such a cultivation realm, they were definitely existences with a high status in the barbarian world. There was no need to think about it. Wuxian, how dare you break the rules and kill a genius of my clan? You're courting death. After the old man from the Wuxi family descended, his eyes immediately fell on Jiang Qin. Violent chi waves instantly swept towards Jiang Qin. On the other side, the elder of the Wu Huang family was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, they had witnessed the scene of Jiang Qin killing the 2 great geniuses when the gateway of the barbarian world was opened. This had infuriated them. After all, it wasn't easy to nurture a young great sovereign. How could they accept the fact that the 2 geniuses were killed so easily? Boom. The old man from the Wuxia family also took action and stood in front of Jiang Qin. Wu Ziying, what are you doing? Aren't you a little too shameless to attack a junior of my Wuxia family with your identity? The old man from the Wuxia family said loudly. Jiang Qin sneered at the back. He could already see that the barbarian world and the immortal world were the same. There was a great internal strife. It would be a good thing if he could create conflict in the barbarian world before the arrival of the great catastrophe. Wuxian broke the rules and killed our geniuses. You should have seen it, right? Wu Ziying said sternly. Nonsense. It was obviously the 2 of them who broke the rules and wanted to kill Brother Shan. They were killed by Brother Shan because they were not strong enough. Many people here can prove that. Wuxia Hong, who was saved by Jiang Qin, stood out and said. That's right. It was the 2 of them who attacked Wuxian first. Someone said. Did you hear that? It seems like it was your people who broke the rules. Wuxia said with a sneer. All right. We're going to attack the immortal world soon. It's best to be united at this time. An expert from the Wuxi family said. This matter will not end like this. Wuxia, just you wait. Wu Ziying harumphed coldly and left with the people of the Wuxi family. After that, the major forces left one after another and entered the barbarian world. Jiang Qin followed beside Wuxia and flew towards the direction of the Wuxia family. Although the barbarian world was huge, it was still too small compared to the vast immortal world. Moreover, the cultivation environment and resources here were incomparable to the immortal world. If it wasn't for the fact that the barbarian race possessed a strong bloodline, it would be hard for them to become strong. However, there was one thing that Jiang Qin had to admit. The barbarian world was indeed a very suitable place for the barbarian race to live. Wuxian, you've done well this time. You've advanced to 2nd-grade great sovereign. Your position in the family has also risen. Wuxia looked at Jiang Qin and said. It's all thanks to elders' nurturing. Jiang Qin said humbly. The day after tomorrow will be the time to extract the barbarian god bloodline from the saintess. Once the old ancestor obtains the barbarian god bloodline, our Wuxia family will become one of the biggest families in the barbarian world, surpassing the other 11 major families. At that time, we will command the barbarian world to attack the immortal world. Perform well at that time, your future will be limitless. Wuxia said with a smile, seemingly very satisfied with the young man in front of him. You're right, elder. After returning to the family, I will immediately go into seclusion to digest what I've gained in the desolate ancient land. At that time, I hope that elder will not let anyone disturb me. Jiang Qin said. All right, I'll arrange it. You've become famous in the desolate ancient land. There will surely be many people looking for you when you return to the family. Just go into seclusion and leave the rest to me. Wuxia said. Thank you, elder. Jiang Qin clasped his fists and said. The reason why he did this was clear. Firstly, he was not familiar with the Wuxia family. The more people he met, the easier it would be for him to be exposed. Not meeting anyone was the best choice. More importantly, Jiang Qin wanted to find Xuanhuan's location secretly. He wanted to bring Xuanhuan away before the blood sacrifice begins. Chapter 2073. Looking from afar, the Wuxia family looked like a giant ancient castle. The sky was filled with grayish mist. The qi in this place wasn't suitable for humans to live in. Even an immortal venerable would feel an imperceptible pressure here. Jiang Chen followed wuxia to the gloomy wuxia family. According to the previous agreement, Jiang Chen chose to go into seclusion. The place where Jiang Chen went into seclusion was arranged after he advanced to the Great Sovereign Realm. To Jiang Chen this was a good thing because he wouldn't be able to find his previous residence and it would be hard to avoid giving himself away. It was a small enclosed palace. After Jiang Chen entered he didn't go out again. He only left the palace quietly in the middle of the night. When he came during the day, Jiang Chen had already noticed that the buildings of the wuxia family were complicated. In addition to the fact that they were connected by a mysterious formation, it was like a maze. It was undoubtedly impossible to find xuanhuan's location in such a maze. Of course, such an impossible thing was no longer a problem for Jiang Chen. With the great divination art, Jiang Chen had no problem finding xuanhuan's location. Jiang Chen circulated the great divination art, but he couldn't find any trace of xuanhuan's qi. However, this situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Xuanhuan must be locked up in a very secret place. It would be abnormal if he could sense her qi. However, it didn't matter to Jiang Chen whether he could sense xuanhuan's qi or not. The mystical great divination art was far beyond any ordinary technique. Even without xuanhuan's qi as a guide, it wouldn't be a problem for him to determine xuanhuan's approximate location. The great divination art emitted a buzzing sound. Jiang Chen was able to determine xuanhuan's approximate location very quickly. He immediately casted the Great Void technique and flew towards that direction. Jiang Chen turned into a black specter and kept appearing in different places of the wuxia family. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could move around the core of the wuxia family without being discovered. As a third-grade great sovereign, Jiang Chen could go anywhere in the world with the help of the Great Void technique. Even an 8th-grade great sovereign wouldn't be able to track him down. Very quickly, Jiang Chen arrived at the center of the wuxia family. There was a huge black altar in the middle of the square. The altar was filled with a barbaric aura. There were many complicated runes carved on it. At the top of the altar was a huge cross. On top of the cross, there was a ferocious portrait of the barbarian god. Standing below the altar, one would feel an immense pressure that came from the depths of the altar. It was so oppressive that even one's soul would tremble. Ling is inside this altar. Jiang Chen determined xuanhuan's exact location. But he couldn't help but frown his brows. Because it was too difficult to enter the altar and save xuanhuan, Jiang Chen could feel that there was a powerful seal placed by a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign outside the altar. Not to mention going through the seal, the 9th-grade barbarian sovereign would immediately notice him if he touched the seal. At that time, not to mention saving xuanhuan, it would be good if he could escape. However, xuanhuan must be saved. Moreover, this was the best time to do so. If he waited until the next day, it would be almost impossible to snatch xuanhuan away from the hands of the old ancestor of the wuxia family, even if he had the gold feather fan. The gold feather fan could only cast a single attack from a golden sovereign. Even if this attack could injure a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign, it would only injure him. It was impossible to kill him. At that time he would fall into the lion's den and be besieged by countless experts of the wuxia family. The best result would be him escaping with the Great Void technique, but xuanhuan's fate would still be unchangeable. Zulong Tower, I can only rely on you now. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. At this time the only thing he could rely on was the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower had now reached the 66th floor. It was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen had once used the Zulong Tower to snatch the regenerative lotus. Now that the Zulong Tower had grown stronger, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the altar with the help of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's body flashed and entered the Zulong Tower. The shapeless Zulong Tower was like a speck of dust in the void. No one would be able to notice him if he moved around casually. The only pity was that he couldn't move fast in the Zulong Tower. It was like he was moving forward with a huge mountain on his back. Soon, the Zulong Tower was approaching the altar. Jiang Chen became nervous. After all, this was a seal laid down by a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign. He didn't know if the Zulong Tower could be passed through successfully. If it couldn't, everything would be in vain. Let's take a gamble. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. At this time he must take a gamble. Xuanhuan's life must be saved. This was his only chance. Whoosh! When the Zulong Tower came into contact with the seal, it passed through without any hindrance. In the next moment, it appeared in the inner space of the altar. This scene obviously caught Jiang Chen off guard, but it didn't affect the joy in his heart. At the same time, he understood that the 66th floor of the ancestral dragon pagoda was powerful enough to pass through anything. Even the seal of a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign wouldn't be a problem. Looks like I've been worrying too much. I wonder what's the situation after the 99th floor of the Zulong Tower? I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chen was happy. At the same time he was looking forward to the Zulong Tower even more. The inner space of the altar was a circular prison. The prison was connected to the top of the altar. At this moment, Zuoling was sitting in the prison. Her eyes were closed and her face was indifferent. She wasn't as scared as he imagined. The more she was like this, the more distressed Jiang Chen felt. Zuoling didn't know fear anymore. This meant that she had experienced a lot in the barbarian world. These experiences had changed Zuoling's temperament. This process was usually unpleasant. Jiang Chen's body flashed and jumped out of the Zulong Tower. He called out softly, "Ling." This call made Zuoling's body tremble. She opened her eyes and when she saw Jiang Chen, she fell into a state of endless shock. "Big brother." Zuoling jumped up and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. Her tears fell like rain. It was an indescribable joy. It was a ray of light under endless despair. Zuoling had dreamt that Jiang Chen would appear in front of her at the last moment. But it was just a dream. She knew that it was an extravagant hope. Because even if Jiang Chen came, he wouldn't be able to change the truth. He wouldn't be able to save her. But she still longed for it. Chapter 2074. Big brother, how did you find this place? There's a seal placed by a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign outside the altar. How did you get in? Zuoling couldn't help but ask in surprise. I guess that you might have reached the great monarch realm. I was worried about your safety, so I entered the desolate ancient land again. Coincidentally, I bumped into the barbarian tribe training again. I killed Wuxian of the Wuxia family and changed into his appearance to sneak into the Wuxia family. As for this altar, I have my own way to enter. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had returned to his original appearance, so Zuoling could recognize him at first glance. But big brother, this is too dangerous. You should leave by yourself. Linger's life is like this, I can't let big brother die because of me. Zuoling left Jiang Chen's embrace and said seriously. She was very happy now. Jiang Chen risked his life to come to the Wuxia family to save her. This made Zuoling very happy. She would be satisfied even if she were to die on the altar tomorrow. Silly girl, what are you talking about? Listen to me. Hide in the Zulong Tower and I'll bring you out of here. Jiang Chen said. No. The old ancestor of the Wuxia family will sense me once I leave the altar. The entire Wuxia family is a sealed space. It's impossible for you to escape with your 3rd-grade great sovereign strength. Zuoling shook her head immediately. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown after hearing this. It seemed impossible to bring Zuoling away quietly. Just like what Zuoling said, once she leaves the altar, she'll be discovered immediately. With the Wuxia family's reaction speed, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed even with the help of the Zulong Tower and the Great Void technique. Big brother, you should leave. Linger can't harm you. Zuoling said. Little girl, what kind of person do you think big brother is? I, Jiang Chen, have done too many dangerous things in my life, but I'm still alive now. There have been many people who wanted to kill me, but how many of them succeeded? Just do as I say and leave the rest to me. I have my own way to leave the barbarian world. You should know that your big brother never does things that he is not confident in. As Jiang Chen spoke, he directly opened the door of the Zulong Tower. In reality, this time he really didn't have the confidence. But sometimes he had to take a gamble. If he didn't, he wouldn't have a chance. If he did, he might still have a chance. Moreover, since Jiang Chen was here, it was impossible for him to return empty-handed. Big brother. Zuoling looked at Jiang Chen's determined face, and her heart was filled with warmth. Come on, trust me. Jiang Chen smiled. Yes. Zuoling nodded and entered the Zulong Tower. Of course, she trusted Jiang Chen. If there was one person in this world that could make her trust him without caring about anything, that could make her put her life in his hands, that person would definitely be Jiang Chen. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, he had created too many miracles in his life. All along, there had been too many people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was still alive and well. Just as Zuoling entered the Zulong Tower, an incomparably powerful aura instantly rushed out from the Wuxia family. Then a black wave rushed out and turned into an old man holding a walking stick. The old man's cultivation base was extremely powerful, almost standing at the peak of this world. His powerful aura filled the sky above the Wuxia family, causing people to tremble in fear. Old ancestor, what happened? The patriarch of the Wuxia family, Wuxia Manjun, appeared as well. The appearance of the old ancestor had instantly startled everyone in the Wuxia family. One after another, powerful figures flew out from different places. Now that the blood sacrifice was about to begin, something that could attract the old ancestor's attention was definitely not a small matter. Someone entered the altar and attempted to take the saintess away. Seal the entire family immediately. Old ancestor Wuxia said with an incomparably cold voice. At that moment, the aura that he left on Xuanhuan's body disappeared. It was completely blocked, shocking him. That's why he came out immediately. Just as ancestor Wuxia finished his sentence, a golden light shot out from the altar. The golden light was incomparably dazzling and contained a boundless amount of power. It was enough to destroy everything in its path. Under the impact of the golden light, the entire altar collapsed with a loud bang. Rumble, the enormous altar turned into ruins. Black smoke rumbled, and the golden light turned into a blood-colored dragon man. Jianghu knew that he had been exposed the moment Xuanhuan entered the Zulong Tower. If that was the case, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Since Xuanhuan had been successfully rescued, the next step was to find a way to leave the Wuxia family. It's someone from the immortal world. How did he break into our family? Damned humans. How dare they destroy our symbolic sacrificial altar? Damn it. Kill him. The saintess is in his hands. Countless experts instantly surrounded Jianghu. Every one of them was filled with murderous intent as they looked at Jianghu, gritting their teeth in hatred. The altar was something that had been passed down in the Wuxia family for a long time. It was the symbol of the Wuxia family carrying their faith. Now that an uninvited guest had destroyed the altar, it was equivalent to destroying their faith. How could they accept this? Old ancestor Wuxia and Wuxia Manjun fixed their eyes on Jianghu. Their eyes were filled with shock because they did not know how this human from the immortal world managed to sneak into the Wuxia family. It was impossible to hide such an aura that was completely different from the barbarian race. He should have been discovered the moment he entered the Wuxia family. What made old ancestor Wuxia even more shocked was that this human was able to sneak into the altar without him noticing. Even he, a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign, could not figure out how this human could do it. Damned human. Leave your life here. A 4th-grade barbarian sovereign immediately took action. He was holding a black barbarian blade in his hand and appeared in front of Jianghu in the blink of an eye. With a slash of his blade, black flames burst out and the void was split into 2 halves. A terrifying murderous aura engulfed Jianghu. Jianghu harumphed coldly. A gigantic blood-red dragon claw was launched. It was like a blood-red mountain pressing down on the 4th-grade barbarian sovereign. The barbarian sovereign let out a miserable cry and was crushed into pieces on the spot. An opening appeared on the Zulong Tower, absorbing the 4th-grade barbarian sovereign completely, leaving nothing behind. Wuxia Manjun clearly remembered that when he first met Jianghu, he was just a puny immortal venerable. How long had it been since then? He had already become a 3rd-grade great sovereign. Such speed of growth was truly shocking. Looking at Jianghu in front of him, Wuxia Manjun began to regret letting him go that day. Fortunately, Jianghu had taken the initiative to come to his death. Now he could eliminate him once and for all. I will control him. Before killing him, we must find the saintess first. Old ancestor Wuxia said coldly. He wasn't a fool. Naturally, he could see through the mysteriousness of this dragon man. Such a person couldn't be let go. Once he was let go, he would become a nightmare to the barbarian race in the upcoming catastrophe. A tyrannical and boundless chi wave rushed out from old ancestor Wuxia's body like a tidal wave, crazily rushing towards Jianghu. If he was hit by this wave, even if he didn't die, he would still be skinned alive. Moreover, once he was hit by this wave, he would be completely controlled by old ancestor Wuxia. At that time, it would be difficult for him to escape. Jianghu's eyes lit up. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't dare to face a 9th-grade barbarian sovereign head-on. He immediately casted the Great Void technique to the maximum and escaped from the Wuxia family. After killing 2 barbarian sovereigns, Jianghu knew that now wasn't the time to be entangled in the Wuxia family. It wouldn't do him any good. The most important thing now was to escape with Xuanhuan. You're running pretty fast. Unfortunately, you're dreaming if you think you can escape from the Wuxia family. Old ancestor Wuxia's expression was indifferent. His killing intent soared to the sky. He raised the crutch in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen. Once the black light rushed out, it was like the most evil existence in the world, exterminating everything in its path. The whole void was imprisoned, the whole world was still. The black light had locked onto Jiang Chen, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. An extremely dangerous qi rose from the bottom of Jiang Chen's heart. Under the imprisonment of the black light, he felt that his body wasn't his anymore. He hadn't felt such a great threat of death for a long time. A 9th grade great sovereign was too terrifying. An 8th grade great sovereign couldn't be compared to a 9th grade great sovereign. He was the strongest in the world, he could destroy everything with just a wave of his hand. Gold feather fan, it's all up to you now. Jiang Chen waved his arm and a huge gold feather fan suddenly appeared, floating above Jiang Chen's head. At this moment, the gold feather fan was his only reliance. Furthermore, Jiang Chen knew that he only had one chance now, and that was the full force attack of Golden Sovereign contained within the gold feather fan. He had to rely on this attack to defeat Old Ancestor Wuxia, break the spatial seal here, and escape using the Great Void technique. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen was so confident. He had reason to believe that Golden Sovereign's attack wasn't something that Old Ancestor Wuxia could contend against. Ooh! The huge gold feather fan was about 300 meters in size. After the huge fan appeared, it emitted endless golden light and flames, illuminating the sky above the Wuxia family. Gold feather fan. Damn it! Why did this fan reappear in the world? Chapter 2076. Ancestor Wuxia was not the only one who was shocked. Many people in the Wuxia family had a drastic change in expression. Even those who had never seen the gold feather fan before had heard of its legend. They were afraid of the fan from the bottom of their hearts. In the past, their peerless ancestor had died under this huge fan. It was the nemesis of the entire barbarian race, a weakness that the barbarian race was unwilling to mention. Now that the gold feather fan had reappeared, it had given them a huge psychological blow. What made Ancestor Wuxia happy was that the one controlling the gold feather fan was not the fearsome golden sovereign of the barbarian race, but a powerful kid. Therefore, Ancestor Wuxia had made up his mind to kill this dragon man and destroy the gold feather fan, eliminating the biggest threat of the barbarian race. And just at this moment, a majestic figure suddenly appeared. That figure was faintly discernible as he stood under the gold feather fan like a peerless god of war. The aura that was casually emanating from him was like the heavens and earth reigning supreme. Golden Sovereign. Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, Ancestor Wuxia felt like his neck was being strangled. He shouted and almost jumped up. Didn't the Golden Great Emperor perish in the previous catastrophe? Why is he here again? Wuxia Manjun was also shocked. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the figure of Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign was a legend of a generation. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. The name of Golden Sovereign was not just for show. However, this figure that should have disappeared in the long river of history had appeared once again. Naturally, the shock it caused was incomparably huge. Back in the day, the immortal world had been in a golden age. There had been Grand Emperor Gold, King Immortal Slayer, Grand Emperor Xianxia, and Grand Emperor Space Void. However, the barbarians also had powerful experts who could rival King Immortal Slayer. But after the cataclysm, all of them had vanished. No, it's just the divine sense left behind by Golden Sovereign. Ancestor Wuxia quickly saw through it and let out a sigh of relief. If the real Golden Sovereign had appeared, he must immediately summon all the 9th grade barbarian sovereigns of the barbarian world to fight against him. It's just a divine sense. How powerful can it be? Ancestor Wuxia's murderous aura sword. He raised the walking stick in his hand and smashed it towards Golden Sovereign and the gold feather fan. Gotcha. This strike shattered the void on the spot. The entire world was on the verge of collapsing. A powerful strike from a 9th grade great sovereign could destroy an entire world. If it wasn't for Old Ancestor Wuxia's intention to create a battlefield, the entire Wuxia family would have been annihilated. In the face of such a powerful attack, the Golden Great Emperor lifted his eyes. His face was indifferent. His eyes were like two blazing suns, with the phantom of the golden crow flickering in them. The arch stretched out his hand and grabbed the gold feather fan. At this moment, the divine bird on the gold feather fan seemed to have come to life as it began to howl and circle in the void. Voila! The gold feather fan in Golden Sovereign's hand burst forth with its peak might, before it fanned towards Ancestor Wuxia's walking stick. Rumble! The sky and earth changed color and the void was completely shattered. Shockwaves from the battle spread out, destroying buildings one after another in the Wuxia family. Some of the Wuxia family members couldn't dodge in time and were burned into nothingness. Motherfuckers so powerful. Jiang Qin grinned. He had witnessed the attack of a 9th grade great sovereign. It was impossible to control that kind of destructive energy. Deng deng deng. Under the powerful strike of the golden the arch, old ancestor Wuxia was forced to take a few steps back before he managed to stabilize his body. His face was pale and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The hand that was holding the walking stick was trembling violently. On the other side, the figure of the golden the arch began to fade after unleashing such a powerful strike. This was the last ray of brilliance that the golden the arch had left behind in this world. From now on, there would no longer be a person called Golden the Arch. Jiang Qin felt a little sad about this situation. However, in order to save Xuanhuan, Jiang Qin could only exhaust the remaining power of the gold feather fan. This was the only way he could have a chance of survival. Now, Jiang Qin reacted quickly. He grabbed the handle of the gold feather fan and unleashed the Great Void technique to its limit, disappearing in a blink of an eye. The attack of the golden the arch had torn apart the spatial seal that old ancestor Wuxia had placed on the Wuxia family. This was Jiang Qin's only chance. Jiang Qin wouldn't continue to fight and he didn't dare to. At this moment, there was nothing more important than escaping for his life. Chase after him. Don't let him escape. Old ancestor Wuxia shouted. Yes. Wuxia Manjuan's aura fluctuated and he was the first to chase after the golden the arch. Many experts of the Wuxia family also chased after him. They could already tell that the golden the arch could only unleash one attack. However, the dragon man must be left behind. If he escaped, the danger would be too great. At the same time, old ancestor Wuxia took out a black spiritual talisman and threw it into the void to summon wind, rain, thunder, lightning for clans, hurry to the desolate ancient land and kill a man from the immortal world. The Wuxia family and the 4 clans were on good terms. Now that old ancestor Wuxia was struck by the golden Thearcha's attack, he immediately summoned the 4 old ancestors to the desolate ancient land to hunt down the man. This showed how much importance old ancestor Wuxia had placed on Jiang Qin. The main reason was that Jiang Qin's performance was too miraculous. In addition to the appearance of the gold feather fan, it was hard for him not to pay attention to Jiang Qin. More importantly, Xuanhuan was taken away by Jiang Qin. The barbarian god's bloodline was related to the prosperity of the entire barbarian race. They must get it back. With the barbarian god's bloodline, the barbarian world would have enough confidence to destroy the immortal world. However, if the barbarian god's bloodline was lost, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Whoosh. Just as old ancestor Wuxia's summon was issued, 4 extremely powerful auras emerged from 4 different directions of the barbarian world, rushing towards the desolate ancient land. They were 4 old ancestors for 9th grade barbarian sovereigns. Old ancestor Wuxia knew that Jiang Qin must pass through the desolate ancient land if he wanted to escape back to the immortal world. What they needed to do now was to stop Jiang Qin in the desolate ancient land before Jiang Qin could escape back to the immortal world. At the same time, old ancestor Wuxia adjusted his condition and chased after Jiang Qin. Just like what ancestor Wuxia had said, Jiang Qin had already escaped to the desolate ancient land with the help of the Great Void technique. He didn't even turn his head back as he rushed towards the domain of the immortal world madly. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.